Have you ever imagined your dream life? We all have, but living that desired life in reality is a different story. If you could become a god and do anything you wanted, what choices would you make? If you've ever entertained fantastical thoughts like these, we want to introduce to you a world where you can create your dream life. Welcome to Inzoi.
To out-survive anybody else that's going to be in front of him, and hey, he'll take a couple of shots at whatever.
Your 2023 PGC champion!
Hey, are you pumped for this year's PGC? Last year was epic. I can't wait to see what they've cooked up for us this time.
Totally. PGC 2023 was a blast.
Got a Schoolborn was new this year?
Oh, buckle up. There's a ton to unpack. We have so much to watch this year.
So, we have separate regional series in 5 regions where teams can earn PGC points. Then, we have 4 PUBG Global Series this year where teams can gather PGS points. You have to commit to all competitions. Every event matters and is key to entering PGC 2024.
Exactly. We've got 15 regional qualifiers from PGC points, 8 PGS points teams, 1 wild card.
So, where's the final battleground?
It's all happening in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The stage is set with a whopping $1.5 million prize pool, plus more from crowdfunding. The fans, they're incredible. What do you say? We catch the grand finals live.
But how's PGC 2024 going to work out?
Let me lay it out. PGC 2024 is slicing things up differently. We're looking at 3 circuits based on point rules, each featuring 6 heart-pounding matches over 3 consecutive days.
And here's the kicker. Rack up the most PGS points year-round and get to chill on the first or second day of the first circuit.
So, every PGS match is critical. The better you perform there, the bigger your advantage at PGC 2024.
Bingo! Each circuit reshuffles based on the last. So if you nail it in the first, you're sitting pretty for the second. After all 3 circuits, the top 16 teams brawl it out in the grand finals.
Speaking of the grand finals, they are running as usual, right?
Not even close. To grab the trophy, you gotta clinch it with a win. Once a team hits the point threshold, their next chicken dinner could crown them champion. But if they miss that shot, the game rolls on. More teams reach the threshold, and any of them could snatch victory with just 1 win. So every match matters in the grand finals. PGC is taking the Battle Royale Esports back to its root to be the last team standing. Welcome to Smash Room. Smash 'em all!
Make a move and then not gonna let that slip. Will Ghost. Watching example, gets a little bit of damage in. The trade is just down to 1 HP. His example, what can he do from here? Perfectix trying to maneuver to back him up. 17 swarming. Things getting so difficult. He didn't see him. Oh, example going absolutely huge right now. They've got a really good opportunity to just catch it completely flat-footed. That's 2 there for Ruin. Grenade explodes right next to him. Tosi weak, Tosi gone. He's gonna look at the bank shot the grenade to get that knock onto Pains. Yeah, it just Ascending out, trying to stabilize. Here comes some more reinforcements. Xiaozi making his way in. Ming Ming trying to catch another through the blue zone. Not going to happen. Ming Ming just swinging the corner, murdering Ascend. For NH, they might lose AZ for the cause. He's going to get two, though. The superstar from Vietnam. Oh, we'll find out in a bit. Ming Ming out by the tree and done and dusted. He's one player, but really wasn't quite ready. I'm pretty sure Hwang F saw him when he went out the window, but he's got a Saiga. Got two. Going for the flushes here as well.
3 bullets.
That's enough. That's enough.
Sawadee. สวัสดีครับ
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 I heard the World 12 is the best gun.
My fans told me to loot everything before my teammates see that, so I will do that.
ผมกับทีมเคยเล่นโหมด Survival Left Behind ก็ผ่านง่ายครับสบาย
Về chế độ đó thì em chơi tầm 4 lần em mới thắng được. Thì em thấy chế độ đó khá là khó.
I think you're gonna be our IGL, okay?
Go.
Oh shit! Come. Help me, boys!
I'm gonna die here.
Me too.
He has superpowers or something. Help me, boys! Boys, help me! I'm gonna die! Kill them! Please! One more of me! He's punching me to death! Oh my god!
I did to you.
Oh my god! Come to me! I have heal! I'm dead. See you guys in the other side.
Okay. So you feel first generator, yeah?
Yep. Be careful.
Oh my god!
Kill the big one.
Oh!
We need help. Yep. We're gonna die.
Oh, be careful. More zombies coming.
Batteries! Where you guys are? Come here!
We're coming. 1 second, please.
Please, I don't want to die.
Come in. Where?
It's over. No, run, Batu.
Guys, we're dying, I think.
No!
We're gonna play until tomorrow.
It was fun. To play this game mode.
I think that if we play this game once again, we're gonna win it without any deaths. Easy.
For sure. I just cannot be using an ump all the way to the middle game.
Do you guys want to play again?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, gas can. Okay, behind the box again.
Yeah. Ready?
Yeah. Oh my god.
Boy, I was not being healed because I was staying on this box.
Okay, you guys ready? Wait. I need food. I can't stand up. I need food. Drop me food, everyone. Please. Bring more. I need food. Food, Batu, drop me food. Food. Thank you. You can go now.
I have one gun only.
Oh, someone is killing me. Help!
Wait, he's still alive! He's not dying! He's not dying!
Move. Guys, I'm sorry. Guys, I use generator.
Go on.
I hope you're ready.
I was not ready at all. The gate is here.
No.
Be careful. Hold that ping. Show.
Being healed because I was staying on this wall.
Oh my god. Hymas, wait for me, man! I have heal. The heal doesn't work! No, not again, man.
Oh, I'm hungry. No.
No!
Yeah, I'm win. Oh my.
Pretend you are dead. You did everything so bad.
Yeah, I killed more than you. You last place, man.
I'm IGL. You know how it works in our team? Like when we play a tournament, like IGL gets double of the kills you made.
Makes sense.
So means I'm first place with a huge gap. Okay, I have a guess for fucking. I think he had to die from starve.
ของสตาร์กิ้งน่าจะตายคนแรกครับ
Của em là để một người em đổ chết ở máy phát điện thứ ba.
He never rested me when I was standing right in front of him. He watched me die every single time. You know Titanic?
Yes.
I was Leonardo DiCaprio.
Okay.
And he was the woman.
All right. I had to use generator when you are not ready.
You did. I remember. It was the third one.
Exactly the third one I had.
Oh yeah, I saw it.
I got so scared.
Yeah, I think the most difficult was that me and Sparking are complete noobs. So we ruined games a lot.
Độ khó thì mấy vòng đầu thì em thấy bình thường. Chỉ khó khúc cuối. Tại khúc cuối mọi người chưa chuẩn bị thì battery mở nên là em phải chuẩn bị kịp.
I hope you guys have really good circles.
Em nghĩ hai bạn cũng không cố gắng mấy đâu. Vì chiến lịch thì cũng thuộc về hai bọn mình tiếp thôi.
No Taekwondo, no win, my friend.
We will help you to kill all the teams and you can just claim the championship, okay? Teamwork.
It is a guaranteed Chinese victory, but really, it's all 17 at this point. sets the example on how to pick your team out of impossible plays with just ridiculous sprays. And the knock, Bing Bing on the other side. This Shaq out in the open. Evan's got James looking for another seat. Evan's got two, looking for the third. Evan, oh my God. Achilles has already taken down two of his teammates. Chris tries to get involved, but Corey's takes him. Not too long ago, sees the one player, has him dead to rights. The grenade just missed. This push eventually through, but Na'Vi to get into the vehicles, but they're not going to make it anyway.
레즈대 벗고 벗어야지. 이어폰이랑.
가라.
Ai Bahmet. Ai Bahmet. Ai.
Ai Bahmet. Ai Bahmet. Ai.
Алло. Как слышно?
Things are brewing quite nicely for Twisted Minds, and honestly, their position in this game is looking even better than it was in game 1.
Нет, тройка, Нави.
На метке вижу его.
Что нам сделать? Мы можем съехать?
На метке просто.
Че, это что, дерево?
Нет, камень лежит просто.
Хорош, ФВ.
Все на метке, Тёма, он будет выезжать.
Сейчас пробегаешь, тут будет за синькой. На метке.
Надо посмотреть.
Nice.
Không cho bot. Tự. Ủa tao tự ăn không? Всё, 1-1 остался.
Сейчас на метке валяется нокнутый.
Метка дерева, парни.
Я буду дропать, Тём, я буду дропать. Последний остался, последний.
Зазона убегает.
Falcons have a decent position to potentially kind of just harass them as they're forced into the circle and then just take this northeastern edge themselves.
ระวังคนมาเจาะ
ต้องรีบลงมาหาพี่เจียวพี่ตามวงได้หรอโผล่ไปทีมบ้านนะไฟไล่ดิไอ้ฟังกูไฟไล่บูโทนไล่บ้านใกล้ก่อน
มันมีแค่หลังเดียวหลังใหญ่หลังเดียวเลย
ไล่ก่อน
ไปมันเป็นหลังเล็กกับ
เล่นข้างนอกได้นะเล่นนอกบ้านได้
เฮ้ยมันเห็นกูหลังบ้านหลังบ้านเลย
ก็ปั๊มนะ
You guys should group on from ZS3 and peek into them. I'll link it from the south.
One's on the rock right now, north.
นี่มันคือที่เด
กูเจ็บ
ผมมี RPG อ่ะ RPG ในรถเอามายัง
ยังไม่ได้มาหยิบมาดิ
มาชิ้นดิ
หยิบมาดิ
He's in the blue.
Tell me where to BZ ขวาขึ้นละ
Falcons.
That's not. It's
I knocked two in the compound. Day inside there.
Sonic's and Day fighting in compound.
Wait, Sonic's is just on yellow. Okay. Can I honestly, talk?
Yes.
Can I talk? I think we should wrap wide edge and go all the way to green. I think we should wrap the entire zone and go around. I knocked one close on our wall. He can't. He's on green. He's not resable, but I can't flush him.
It's
Can
still
you scout
two
in the
teams.
zone tig while we're doing this?
I will. This is still two teams in the building.
Day trade and who?
We don't know the other team yet. They didn't fight.
P5, I think. Falcons were killing them from the northwest.
This guy gonna get red.
P5 died.
Oh, he's on wall. Well, then it's just Day.
Nice shot, brother.
He's knocked on
so
green
stay then?
still.
Okay.
They're wrapping us. Driving into me. Knocked one. They're gonna be pushing a compound towards me.
We should wrap Sonics now!
Yeah, we should get in front of the roof. Yep, let's.
I'm getting shot.
He's driving far. He drove far. We're good.
I'm gonna grab the other car, Tig.
I'm with you, Tig. I'm going deeper. I'm going closer. We have to go closer. They're all coming. Use you two.
He's stuck on the car in yellow.
Don't stack on me. Don't double stack. We're gonna get naded.
I'm going low on the car.
Right side of the road.
I'm getting naded.
One green.
I'm holding the green guy. He's knocked.
One's knocked.
Two knock.
Two knock. I'm dead. You guys play together.
Close. He's super close on the blue, and then one's far.
Nade green.
Nice. That guy's not off. He's not off.
I know.
Take your time. There's 0 points, guys. There's a knock in the blue. One orange.
Knock in the blue. Get the knock in the blue.
Nice. One up. Just heal.
Where is he?
Just heal.
Good job. Behind them, luckily Batulans and Perfectix have been left at the backside. We don't have to worry too much about that though, because the push over the top of Everest is now in effect from TDT. They want to get involved in another early fight. It's worked out quite nicely for them. They've confirmed the kill onto Guman, but Van has been run over by Heaven.
마크 찍혔어. 3번 남았다.
나 땡겨줘.
우리 쪽으로 나왔다.
Ê, tao vừa nghe con thằng dưới xe kiểu 4 sao ấy.
일단 안전하게 숨어 있어.
빠진다. 뒤로 빠지면 안 돼.
물도 내버리.
보자.
나 피하고 있어. 천천히 해봐. 확인했어.
확인했어.
나의 사고야.
Bắn đi, đừng cố.
와봐. 아, 삥 남았다.
아 오케이. 괜찮아. 머리 봐줄게.
그냥 과감하게 해줘봐.
바로 빼.
Lên hai thằng trước mặt luôn.
저기 하나 더. 3번.
June got one. Sloot's gonna finish him. Sloot doing a great job bailing out the freaks. They are suffering a knock. Batulin's got duck juice there. Example. So effective with this FAMAS. Another big knock.
Со мной справа встать.
Парни, справа, с перфексом надо встать.
Меня ног, ну в упоре. Справа. Со спины где-то. Со спины перк. За деревом. Да. Вот там. На мне может быть.
лежит.
Есть, конечно.
Смоках лежит? Нету.
那可以。
我脸上有。
我的
有点坡，好像我不在区里。
打上去，得往右边打。我有蓝圈，给我位置，小管过来。
别着急。
右下吗？我有蓝圈。
点。
这次死一个。
Помочь?
Убили наверх.
Подо мной.
Много дерется.
Помочь.
Еще одного нокнули.
Посмотри на камне.
Не будет. Сзади выебали.
Хорош!
Справа, в упоре.
The repeat just not quite there. 17 hangs on by a thread. Oh no! They had to set up a complete circle of smokes around themselves.
一挂人应该。
没有，还在
来了！我先操作。他们打起来了。
Really not looking great for 17. And TE's like, nah, we've got these knocks. We're gonna try to finish this. There's a Panzerfaust in the hands of Xiao Bei. TE crashes into them and eliminates them. Unbelievable. The position in the zone non-existent for Twisted Minds and Cerberus.
Sao từ. Có tôm chấm. Hai thằng. Nhìn đường chạy đấy anh em ơi.
Бля, хотите я за синькой буду их руинить? Можешь. Мы все равно все за синькой умираем.
Мне хуёво.
Я буду за синькой.
Нужно будет перепрыгивать сейчас со мной.
Они хае дают. Я пробежал, парни.
Я тоже пробежал. Я в бочке. И нока сидит.
Ну, пытаюсь.
Нужно дом отбирать.
Нужно забирать дом и... Сейчас, подожди, там цель.
Нормально. А тут никого не может быть?
Киткат.
Может быть сольник какой-то. Стян бы тот же.
Трешка, чел.
Парень, нам надо передушиться и просто, чтобы они вайп...
Тёма охуенно делает.
Тёма супер
Они
делает.
в киткатах дерутся, да. С трешки будет перебегать, я буду целить.
Я ближе подхожу тоже.
Можно все хаешки туда отдать, которые есть.
Я даю дорожку смоков. Чтобы мы могли подойти просто. СС нокнули ФБ. Мужики, нам нужно улынить туда.
Да. Он
Где, под синькой?
Да. Дайте хп. Нет, ты не вайп.
Да,
добил. Он в трешку. Хорош.
ССов двое осталось. Мужики, смоки еще дать есть?
Нет. Да, 2 всего. Я выпрыгнул. Тут без смоков, вот тут.
Не ругай. Пойдем.
He just has to find these points. He cannot! Twisted Minds has done it! Once again,
Yes.
they are going to be back-to-back PPS champions. Unbelievable. Just why not?
Still going. He's still getting knocks.
Мы выиграли?
А?
Вы выиграли?
We win. Yeah, boy.
Once again, for the second time in a row, PGS champions.
A new vehicle, a new arcade mode, and a new crafter pass. All this and more as we dive into the update 32.2 patch report. First up, the black market is back, bringing another opportunity to collect some fan-favorite progressive weapon skins and new chromas for the Mark 12, the Barrel M762, the Ace 32, and the M24. When you pick up the Crafter Pass Black Market 2024, you'll be able to complete missions and collect rewards which you can use for crafting in the workshop. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details. Next up, Arcade is getting a new mode. In Hot Drop mode, you'll drop into a very small area and have to fight to survive as the circle closes in. With 64 max players, things will get cramped in the circle very quickly. So loot as fast as you can and start fighting for ground as the chaos ensues around you. Hot Drop mode will be available from November 20th until December 3rd. We've also got a brand new vehicle floating your way. The new inflatable boat is a more stealthy option when navigating the waters of the battlegrounds, using good old-fashioned teamwork to move. The inflatable boat can seat up to 4 players and moves faster as more players row, so make sure to put your back into it. There are also some updates to the clan system, map bug fixes, quality of life updates, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 32.2 is here. So pick up your Crafter Pass, hot drop into the new arcade mode, and row your boat gently with your team. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Your champions, PGS4.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here to the final day for PGS 6 groups. The siren in the distance is blaring, beckoning all of these teams to try and stand for what they need to do here today. We have got 16 teams entering the fray across 6 more games to determine who is going to be able to make it through into that grand final. My name's Kalaris, joining me is Matrim. But before I talk to good old Matrim, we have got to thank all of our partners here for PGS6. Crafton and VSPO joining along for the ride and making everything happen here, not only for PUBG, but also for the tournament as it does stand. We have OPGG as well, our main partner. You can overpower your game if you head over to op.gg and get ranking up alongside the very best here in the game. We also have our hotel provider as well in Novotel Bangkok, who are joining us and providing everything that is going on live from when we're not in the studio. And actually, speaking of the studio, we have the Green Park studio here in Bangkok as well, providing everything that's going on behind us, behind the camera as well, now that I think about it, too. We also finally have TT Racing providing us with the official chairs to be able to get things rolling for all of our players back here so that they can do the very best in-game. Now, let's get down to the nitty-gritty here, Matrim, because we have 16 teams, a lot of them not in safety position at all just yet.
Yeah, I feel like today, out of all of our group stage, is going to be the Mooding day. This is when everybody's going to be coming up, trying to bite at all the ankles, trying to get as many points as they can, because we've got a ton of teams that are in qualifying position, but they're going to have to compete with the best of the best that have been able to generate a ton of points in T5 and Twisted Minds, and that means it's going to be even bigger of a task for them to do it.
Yeah, I mean, those two teams, obviously, in an amazing position. Congratulations, you're through into the grand final. Let's see how much you can exert yourself on the rest of this lobby. They're not really too concerned now. They can kind of just be a nuisance, really, to all these other teams.
Which we know Twisted will do. I mean,
yeah, for sure.
They are never, ever not going to try to go for as many points as humanly possible, and that's why we love them. But that's why everybody else that's in this lobby is going to potentially hate them, because we've seen some big point sponges come in, so this could be quite dangerous.
Yeah, let's blast through the rest of this and get to those, focus on the teams, of course, as we've got the group stage for 3 days. We're in the 6th of November right now, and then we'll be moving on to 3 days after a 1-day break. That will be 16 games to determine who is going to become our champion here for PGS6. And so far, so good for the likes of teams like Day Trade yesterday, who really kind of knocked it out of the park. I did not expect Day Trade to be at 121 points. That's a great statement coming into the final.
First overall, and if anything, that's going to be a motivation for a couple of these other squads to see if they can try to come up and get more than that. We are going to be dealing with most dominantly down there at the bottom. We got to keep an eye on groups A and C, as this is going to be spicy. A lot of really heavy hitter solo players going to be coming into this one as well, so I cannot wait whenever we get into the action.
A few names on the cusp. Of course, I was looking at China as we take a look at the overall prize pool as well here. We got $300,000 on the line, and two names that I want to focus on to start things off that are kind of looking for that are the likes.
Big Kills. HS was a big proponent for a lot of their successes, and
Salvage too.
That's we've seen him kind of play a lot more of a, I guess, an off role, a support role. So seeing him step into trying to get some kills, pretty nice to see.
Yeah, I was talking to some people, and they thought maybe after they lost 3 on the Miramar, they thought maybe he disconnected or something like that. Nope. He was in the blue. I VOD reviewed all this. He was in the blue for 15 minutes. Somehow got in and got himself 2 kills in during all that. So salvage games are bound for 4 a.m. Here are the overall leaderboards so far. So we're expecting 6 teams guaranteed to be absolutely safe. And those are your 6 on the left-hand side right now. From there on out, I mean, well, actually, now that I look at 17, probably also doing all right. And likewise, maybe Gen G. But still, if there was some crazy cutoff point, right, if we suddenly kept ramping that up with more sponges, or less sponges, I should say, then it could be quite dicey.
Luna Galaxy feels like where a lot of the players are thinking that the cutoff could be,
potentially,
but that doesn't mean that they are safe. Depending on how the points go out, as there are a lot of teams sitting around that 30 to 40 mark. So if we see them start netting a lot of points early, it's going to make it even dicier for Luna Galaxy. So they're going to be sitting there biting their nails, watching it at home, because they are not going to be playing today, and that is going to be hard to deal with. You can see also a lot of the squads, most notably from Group B, sitting in pretty decent position. The only team that's not, that we know is officially out at this stage, is going to be the Sonics.
Yeah, they are gone. That's not the happiest, I suppose, for Americas as a whole. It was always nice to have Sonics in a final, so losing a big heavy hitter, Matrim, I know it might sting for you a little bit, and you know what? I'm going to rub it in. That's great.
Hey, we might have Luna Galaxy. I'm intrigued to see how that goes.
You know what, though, actually, because I was having that debate with them on Twitter about things. They were saying, oh, you're back. We always do good when you're back, Colaris. And then that's gone all right, hasn't it? Oh, well.
Now it's all your fault.
I'll take it. That's fine.
Now imagine if Twisted doesn't make it either.
Okay, that's a problem. There's no way.
Well, I mean, it doesn't get first. It doesn't get first. There you go.
We'll see.
Yeah.
I want the back-to-back-to-back. But anyway, we've got our road to PGC as well. Lots of points on the line. And obviously, these teams are looking for those. They are the participating teams. As you mentioned, we've only really, truly lost Sonics. But there are teams that have to do huge things today, like Na'Vi, for example. A terrible day yesterday for them. I feel like it came down to them not playing their usual playstyle. So if they fall back to that, maybe they can pay.
I mean, Navi's situation is a choice. They specifically chose to go for a hot drop. They knew that this was a potential that could happen with it. So we're not going to doom and gloom them yet. It is going to be hard for them to qualify, but we know that that's a squad that can do that. Eternal Fire also in a kind of an awkward situation. We'll have to see how they manage to develop out of that. Falcons in a cusp position. We think that they could probably have a good run with it. Now, also a squad that kind of stuck out to me before we deal with the fun one that I'll let you talk about, Cerberus, is T1. T1 I found to be very, very effective. We saw Type managing to pull off some really fun plays. I think that they stand a pretty decent chance if they can continue their momentum that they had coming in, but they didn't necessarily have the best of days either. I think that they only had like 28 points or somewhere around there, so they're still going to have to net themselves at least another 40.
You say fun players. Are you kind of referring to something like exploiting the fact that Petrichor Road decided to just all crest the hill at the same time and get blazed down by a QBZ?
Hey, you know, if it works, it works.
It did work. Yes, it did work. To that point, though, I do want to talk about Petrichor Road, because yesterday was an interesting day for them, right? Ike's left had really taken the reins. No Summer there. He completely replaced him for this one and was playing the IGL role. I went back, looked at a lot of the games. It felt like their identification of compounds was fantastic, but then where to go after the compounds was a little bit tricky, but we do have our two leaders that we want to take a look at here. Therodon 5 as well as Twisted Minds. Obviously, in an amazing position so far. Can Therodon 5 replicate what they did? I think it might be tough.
Can they? Yes. Will they? This lobby is going to be very, very hungry, so I do not know. I think that it's going to be very skirmishy, and that could be a benefit for them. I mean, T5 does kind of thrive in that chaotic system and can manage to pick up a lot of kills based out of it, and that's why we're seeing pretty much, we're going to be seeing just a kill fiesta coming out of both of these squads, and that's what we're talking about whenever we're looking at these point sponges, because if these guys continue their trend up, that means that it's going to make it a lot harder for the other squads to net any points.
Well, we know that Twisted Minds can replicate.
Well, yeah.
They are inevitable when it comes to these kinds of things. And again, you know, we looked at a great day for them. They were just pipped at the post. We talked to Tully. He said, best team in the world to Therodon 5. However, I think Twisted Minds, at present, best team in the world, and they're looking to lock it down because it's a scary team to go up against, and when they're playing without even any concern, like they are currently, they know they're a PGC, they've just won back-to-backs, I think they become even scarier.
Playing with confidence, having a high point lead on most everybody else means the fact that they are going to be far more assertive in their control of the circles, and that's always something that they're known for. Their long-range control and the high ground positions that they take and the way that they influence is just the top tier out of everybody. We talk about the importance of high ground and territory control. These guys are just consistently rewriting the book on it. They didn't read the book, they didn't write the book, they are constantly updating it.
And we take a look at Therodon 5 as well. And this is an interesting one to me because this isn't actually the highlight that I would personally pick to actually highlight what they were able to do. Because this one, I mean, they're in Longhouse down in this valley. They're basically kind of having circles come their way a little bit, and then from there they're able to extinguish the hopes of North America. No disrespect.
I mean, they did kill Falcons and Sonic, so you're not wrong.
But other games, right, they were being very proactive about kind of their positioning, their splits and things like that. And I think overall, very impressive. And our co-streamers are also impressed by their performances.
I mean, how could you not? You know Marslek was definitely going to be talking them up. I know that Hambino is going to be loving all of the action, and again, a reminder that there are going to be more co-streamers than just these ones, so make sure to keep an eye out. Maybe your favorite streamer is also going to be co-streaming, so keep us open, and the map as well.
I mean, yeah, multiple streams, right? I had to echo what you were exactly saying. Having the map open is invaluable information when it comes to kind of cross-referencing what is going on between all of these teams, how the dynamics going, and how your fantasy league is going as well. If you're not already in, you can join along for the ride. You can still join in and try and kind of play these days out. Of course, it'll be difficult to keep up with some people that have already started from the very beginning, but you need to have been changing every single day for those groups. And today's interesting because I think quite a few people may have just gone all in on the big names.
But you couldn't really, there's too many big names. I mean, you've got yourself Example, you've got Emas, you've got so many different players that you can look at. Ace Clef that's going to be inside of this one. This is going to be absolutely wild. So here's our top 16 from yesterday. Strong performances all around coming out from them. Thanadol's been racking up a ton of points for his squad, man.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. 96 points is pretty impressive, especially for the price tag, right? $18,000.
But can we talk about Zhu? Look at that. 1640, 80 points?
Yeah.
That is nuts, dude. That is the best buy you could conceivably get.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. So congratulations if you're able to pick up some of these more, I would say initially budget picks, but maybe those prices will be changing going into the grand finals, of course. And I imagine Example will be on a lot of people's teams once again today. Already 70 points for him. But again, if you're not already playing, get on in and play, because it makes you so invested in the games, even more so than you would already be if your favorite team is doing well or anything like that, because you get to diversify and really start to appreciate a lot of individual plays in a squad-based game.
And I'll say I was a touch of a naysayer on fantasy at different points, like in different games, like whenever you're looking at like regular sports and stuff like that. Never really got involved with it. This one, it really does get you invested. It's not that complicated. You just jump in, you can do some quick math, pick a couple of players, and just have some fun.
I will say the amount of people, whilst we take a look at the schedule, that's you guys know the schedule at home. The amount of people I have converted to PUBG Esports by just saying, hey man, you're like, just come and sign up for the thing, you know, come and sign up for the fantasy. And then all of a sudden I watch them as their player dies and they're like, no! And it's fantastic. But anyway, yeah, so that is the schedule. We've got 6 games coming at you today. We finish things off on Miramar, and some of these teams, it's very important, the map schedule as a whole, because some teams thrive on like a Miramar but don't necessarily do as well. And an Erangel now compared to the rest of the guys, right? It is everyone's bread and butter. However, some teams have just been able to kind of push their performance all the more on something like an Erangel. So the maps do matter a lot.
Yeah, I mean, long-range firefighting, control territory, going to favor Erangel. Close-range pushes, breaching styles, going to favor Miramar. Lots of strengths going to be had. We're going to see a diversity of play styles across all these maps. It's going to be fun.
All right, well, we've got a lot of teams to talk about, but it is time for the final group stage day here of PGS 6.
PGC 的分数让我们打得比较有压力。如果进不了 PGC 的话，我们1年相当于白打。对于我们来说 ，PGS 5没有夺冠还是很可惜的。PGS 6就是我们进入 PGC 最后的机会。
A lot of stuff went wrong. Probably didn't come in as prepared as we should have. We did really well at EWC. Did really bad here. It kind of is our tendency to be very inconsistent.
So we know that we have to win PGS 6.
Got 2!
일단 PGS 그때 제가 첫 보더를 맡게 되는데 일단 부족한 점도 많이 찾아가지고 그걸 많이 보완해가지고 열심히 해서 PGS 6 잘 마무리해보도록 하겠습니다.
Ну, я вважаю, що шанси у нас великі на перемогу на ПКС-6. Дивіться результати минулих турнірів.
Running low on options, running out of space.
Я вважаю, що нам не вистачило для перемоги лише того, щоб досвіду і все. Тобто наступний турнір, я думаю, будуть кращі результати.
ส่วนตัวคิดว่าเป็นเจ้าบ้านอาจจะไม่ได้มีความรู้สึกกดดันขนาดนั้นครับแต่คิดว่าเราพยายามทำเพื่อแฟนคลับมากกว่าครับแต่ว่าเราจะเล่นด้วยความมั่นใจครับ
PGC 固然重要，但对于天霸来说，在 PGS 6中呈现出最好的自己，其实是更加重要的。
Điều đội em ở BS6 cũng giống như bao đội khác thôi, đó là mơ chạm tới chức vô địch và phải thực hiện được điều đó thì bọn em cũng
A weakened example spotted and downed.
Vẫn còn nhiều lỗi lầm nhưng mà em mong sao rằng BS6 bọn em sẽ được củng cố ổ mo và may mắn để bọn em chạm tới được cái vô địch.
Daha önce hiç kimsenin başaramadığı şeyler başarıp buraya geldik ve burada da yine şampiyon olabileceğimizi biliyorum. Elimizden gelenin en iyisini yapacağız.
That's 2 there for Ruin.
So I think going forward, I think a good thing that we've got going for us is these teams all in front of us, like Twisted, Sonics, those guys have all been eating a lot. They're getting real fat right now, and we're real hungry. So hopefully we start eating.
Mình nghĩ team bạn đừng để mình còn sống mà cỡ thêm một lần nữa. Mình nghĩ nếu mà bắn theo đúng phong độ của mình thì bọn mình hoàn toàn có thể để nâng cấp thêm một lần nữa. Bọn mình sẽ chuẩn bị một tâm lý, bọn mình sẽ một tuần lại tại BS6.
Don't get too comfortable touching mine because we're coming for you. The good show is starting. Let's see what you all got prepared.
The last day of the PGS6 group stages is upon us, and what better way than finish off here with an absolutely insanely close race all the way down to the very last game. I'm Toby, joined by Poro, and we're in for an, if we're out to go by the last 2 days' performances, pretty darn interesting day here.
Yeah, you're not lying. I mean, there was a lot of teams that had rough days to start off with, but everything still seems like it's within reach, especially if you consider the fact that you've got two of the biggest bangers in the lobby in day one in Theraton 5 and Twisted Minds that are coming back again.
Exactly. I think one of the things to me that makes this day extra exciting is that some of the teams we usually don't see a lot from came off to really strong starts to begin with. And then you have your Na'Vi and Tianba and other teams of the like down in the bottom that are trying to fight their way back up. So it could, by the end of today, if we go by what we're used to seeing, really even out coming into the final games.
Yeah, that cut line is going to be on everybody's mind, but it's going to be shifting. You got to feel like it's going to be shifting dramatically as the day goes, just based on how all these games play out. Now, we are, I believe, starting on Erangel once again, and we saw Twisted Minds, when we saw them on day one, they came out with a bang. Do we expect the same thing from them now here today, knowing that they are secure?
I think if you're a team... Oh, wait. There you go. There you go. There's the progressive. There's the progressive. If you are a team on the cusp in Group B, currently just sat watching, you're hoping, praying that Twisted Minds takes all the points away today. But if you are some of these teams on the hunt, of course, you want to shut them down early, because we've seen what they can do once they get ahead.
No, absolutely, and the fact that they've gotten really nothing to play for except what does the grand finals lobby look like, that's kind of up to them, right? Like, they can determine who they want to be there, essentially be kingmakers, if they so choose to do that. But wouldn't be surprised to see them maybe get a little bit active. I don't think we'll see them hot dropping like crazy or anything like, nutty like that, but I wouldn't be surprised to see some more aggression come out.
Direct hot dropping usually isn't the Twisted Minds way. No. Having said that, once they know, come phase 2, phase 3, where specific teams that they are kind of pseudo-targeting where they're playing from, you oftentimes seeing them head directly in those teams' directions.
Yeah, and well, you look on the other side of the lobby from that, you've got Na'Vi, who had, I mean, just about as forgettable of a first day as you could possibly get.
I mean, there was a double deke by Hagatori, but outside of that...
Sure, okay. that was definitely memorable, and I'll be thinking about that one for a while. But look, they've got a lot of work left to do, and we were talking on the way over after reviewing VODs and kind of what happened with their stuff. It wasn't necessarily the hot drop, was it? Now, they made it out of the hot drop, but I guess the argument could be that it slowed down their rotations into future circles.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like they were losing 4 guys early. Now they don't have to worry about that, but I was more concerned with how it looked like they were playing from when the circle fell on top of them.
Yeah.
It almost felt like they were uncomfortable.
No, I mean, they're a team that's very, very used to playing on the edge. They are usually one of the last teams to kind of join the party once phase 2 pops. And I agree with you. They were sat circle center a couple of times. It didn't seem like I don't want to say they didn't know what to do with it, because they've been circle center before. It's just they didn't get to play to the usual flex out, take a lot of control play styles. And then when mid game and late game came around and they hadn't had a chance to scout the same way they normally would, they didn't play with the same info and they got picked apart.
And they've got another team that's definitely still on the clock as far as today is concerned. The Falcons, the hope of the Americas here, along with Luna Galaxy, although Luna Galaxy is going to be sitting and sweating it out here today, sitting on 59 points overall.
Yep.
What do you think the cut line might be? I'm putting you on the spot here.
You know what? I said yesterday high 50s. I think that's going to be where we're ending. But it's all really, again, going to come down to these teams that we know usually do well, that are currently in the bottom of the leaderboard. If we look at Na'Vi and Tianba in particular, if both of them teams do well, the cutoff should be lower. If it's only one, that could be a difference in 3-4 points overall, which is drastically gonna change the picture of who's gonna make it through and who isn't.
Sure. And then on the other side of that coin, we were speaking earlier, there's the last 2 days we've had 2 teams in each day that have finished with 60+ points.
Yeah.
So that if there's who it could be, maybe it's Twisted, maybe it's Theraton 5 again.
Yeah.
Maybe it's Na'Vi. Who knows? I mean, we saw what FaZe did.
Exactly.
Anything is possible. So, you've got to look at both sides of the leaderboard as far as to where that cut line is going to be. But I think I agree with you. I think high 50s. I don't think we'll get to 60s. And if that's the case, Luna Galaxy might be safe. But we are getting ready to go into game number 1 here on Erangel. And we are going to have 6 games. Within 6 games, Toby, we are going to know what teams are going to be in our grand final and who will be playing for those PGC positions and all that coveted money. And there you go. Look at Prison right there.
Little look at Prison as we take to Erangel here in what, if we were to base it on the plane path, could be the first Millie game of PGS 5.
Yeah.
Haven't been down there. I know there are certain teams that truly dislike military. And you know what? Why not? Why not throw them down there the first time around as we get in here with a very, very southern plane path?
If you're going to jump in, you might as well jump into the deep end to start off with. And a military island circle would definitely be that.
Yeah.
Keep an eye and see if any teams are committed. It looks like 4 a.m. for now. Might be the only one, but Theraton 5, they look like they're looking there as well.
They might as well just split here, I think. Nah.
Yeah.
Are they?
Well,
They send Fluky north maybe for a boat bring back down south. I don't know if that's a viable play at all. I probably wouldn't want to do that myself. But
hey, at this point, after what they did on the first day, I'm not questioning anything that Theraton 5 does, to be honest.
Exactly. Sometimes you ask questions now, we won't. What we will see, though, is Petrichor Road and Na'Vi joining in on Pochinki. 17 ain't here. Na'Vi might have thought they were going to get it for free, but Petrichor here to shut them down early on. Na'Vi tried hot dropping yesterday, but that wasn't Picado, and it did not go the way they would have wanted it to. This time around, they're up against Petrichor.
Ooh, that was risky. Took the bullet damage to make sure he saved the tires, and there you go. We don't have a military circle, but we are cutting back to the west once again. That's going to be Everest is going to be a big player in this Yapto match.
And a spicy circle, both off the plane path, looking at how many teams towards the east, but the fact that we have 2 teams in Pochinki as well, it's really gonna, I feel like, put a spanner in the wheels of a lot of these south side rotations. It's, honestly, it couldn't play out any more rare. If we look at circle swing based on plane path and the fact that we have a double Pochinki fight, this is going to force the likes of FW, T1, and Falcons out east to really think about how they rotate forward.
The stopwatch still has to be ticking in their heads, though. They have to realize, even though they are in circle and they can afford to kind of sit around and fight this one out, you have to be considerate of all the teams that might come up behind you and might end up third partying.
Yeah.
So. You can see Na'Vi and the rest of the gang. It's pretty evenly split right now, but Petrichor Road does have the inside circle side.
Now, for the people maybe tuning in here for the first time, coming from previous tournaments in the past, just a quick info: we do not have last chance / elimination bracket in this tournament, which means that instead of usually the top 8 going through from groups and then the rest playing the bottom, this is top 16 through. Everyone else goes home. So make top 16 today, or see yourself leaving this tournament altogether as we're listening to Divix from Na'Vi.
I don't think now, I can say now what we're gonna loot, but I think we're gonna loot like 17 loot spots. Like we're gonna drop Pochinki Pecado tomorrow, and I think if we're gonna drop and like no one gonna drop us, because some teams can like cannot try to not make us qualify the finals because they don't want to see us there. So if this happens, we will also loot our old loot spots or loot like empty spots on the map. And like I think like after today's 5-6 games, when we already like understood and got this stamp of the play, I think we're gonna like do much better tomorrow.
Well, I definitely expect them to do much better today, but they did have to deal with that initial hot drop. But it looks like Petrichor Road is pulling back off. They've already sent 2 towards the center, over towards Everest. We'll see if Na'Vi has figured that out.
And you know what? I mean, to go off of what he's saying here in the interview, it's actually kind of interesting the fact that it's Petrichor that is doing this hot drop, because Petrichor doesn't potentially have any ins for Pochinki Picado, because they know in their region 17 is going to get it anyway. They do, though, have ins for the other spots Na'Vi usually go out and loot. They usually are a team that they contest out on the edge. So as Defix is saying, if Petrichor can prevent them from making the finals altogether, they don't really care about Pochinki Picado. They just don't want to see Na'Vi there.
Here's a team that had a little bit of a struggle on day one. Eternal Fire, a lot of hopes and a lot of expectations placed on this team, especially with how they clutched out.
Yeah.
Those European qualifiers. It's been a little bit of a rough start, but they've still got time to turn things around. We do have most of our teams making their way in, and we've got 1 E-pickup on the way from Theraton 5 coming around from Novo, so we'll have to keep an eye on where they decide to drop.
Here are some of these south side rotations we were mentioning just before. Things are going to slow down. We know Cerberus is a team that while they like to play center in the mid-late game, early game they like to sit around, camp out rotations, wait for teams to come their way. But it seems like FW have smelled there's something off. It's a little bit too quiet down here in the south side, and they're making the smart decision for going north around.
A little stinky, a little smelly over there.
Sus.
A little sussy. But yeah, they're in a great position. Well, actually.
Did Ranger X miss the E pickup? Because his entire team is gone.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Well, considering the game that Ranger X had, or the day that Ranger X had on day number 1, that's kind of a bummer.
No,
honestly.
I'd rather.
I really rather have him be there. I'm a little concerned. I
mean, in terms of them having 70 points, I'm not too concerned.
No, for sure.
In terms of the individual games and performances, having a guy stay in Novo of all places when you're headed towards what could potentially be hospital, that's a rotation.
Yeah. Oh my God, he's got a second.
Wait, they got a second E pickup. They knew all along. They knew all along. They're bringing him in. He's got his own private plane. You know what? He gets one. He was that good on day 1 that they say, bro, we'll take economy class. You get the first class up. You get your own flight.
He gets the PJ.
Yep.
Get that private jet all the way back up to wherever they decide to land, although their options are fairly limited. I'm not going to lie. It's looking pretty crowded in there all of a sudden. And I'm looking at the top of Everest. You've already got, I believe, the Expendables, and I think that's Kwandon Freaks that are hanging out. So they should be able to see that from their spot. But
I will say, if there's one thing that I know T5 has got on complete lockdown, that is how to E-pick-up. That is what kind of made them famous in the global stage. When E-pickups were first introduced to the game, they were quite literally the first team seemingly to, if not master it, then at least try and use it every single chance they could. And here they go. Why not use 2 E-pickups on one rotation, as the initial T5 rotators are going up towards the north, actually looking to fly all the way north, George, in this one. I could only imagine Ranger is going to be following them.
I like it, actually. I mean, if you have that clock in your head, you kind of have an idea that at this point, given that circle, most likely North George will probably be clear, especially given the plane path and given where most people's looting spots are. The only thing you might have to worry about is T1, but T1 looks to be a little bit concerned with other things. And we also have a glider.
Also, thank you so much, Observers, for having the map up here on the screen as well, because as much as it's great to watch the flying around from Brax and whatnot, it's way better than when we have it in perspective, when we can see what's actually happening around them. You can see Brax, in very Ascent fashion, is take to the sky, fly around, scout for your team. If you don't get an E-pick-up, you might as well fly up there yourself. He's going to see New Happy, he's going to see Cerberus and all the teams down there on the western side of Erangel.
Going to see the bullets coming from New Happy
that too.
As well. But if nothing else, they know that their backs are cleared and their south side is cleared. So that's that is a lot of really good information for Ascend. A team that on the leaderboard did okay. I mean, reasonable, 27 points. That's nothing to shake a stick at, but they definitely need to pick it up a little bit here today if they want to secure that spot of the grand final. As we check in with Cerberus. They are our southernmost squad right now. Well, I'll take that back. We've got 4 a.m. still on Millie.
I was going to say, they're the southernmost team that we expected to see, and then we're like, oh, wait, no, there's still a team way down south. And honestly, 4 a.m., they're taking a lot of time here, expecting a potential New Happy camp down on the bridge. They are used to seeing that happen in their region in China, so it makes good sense to me that they're taking a little extra time on this rotation. They had a pretty good day yesterday. 4 a.m., that is 41 points in the day, nothing to be upset about there. And yeah, playing it smart, playing it slow is the Xiaopian way. And off of a good day yesterday, I think it's only smart that they try to do the same thing here.
And wouldn't you know it, Ranger X has joined the rest of the squad. And actually, he's actually gone to hospital, so he's actually gone a little bit farther south. So T5 had 2 on the north side of the bridge in North George, and only 1 on the south side. So just in case anybody was going to try to make a rotation, they might have pulled off a little bridge camp, but it looks like they've since pulled everybody in, and they realize that they have the entirety of South George to themselves now. So they have so much room to work around here.
That's what you get with early game E-pickups. You get to scout forward, get to claim real estate, and at least for now, not having cars in hospital ain't really going to be an issue. Having said that, should they have to leave there, and especially now with opponents knowing that there is players E-picking up into the position, then leaving could become more dangerous down the line.
Interesting thing is anybody assuming that those were both the same team on both
if you count
teams.
them, it would make sense. Well, there's three guys. That's one guy. I wonder. But I don't think anyone got eyes on all of the rotations. That would only be possible for Tianba, but we'll see if they get to figure that one out as we hop up towards the tippity top of Everest, where Freaks and Expendables are still sat here together, but now starting looking each other's way.
Yeah, Clory's definitely playing this as safely as he possibly can, and KDF as well. Kwangdong, since they have the splits, right? So unless both teams are up there, oh, okay, that's a lot of water inside that circle, and all of a sudden, once again, everything turning up T5's way as they find themselves dead center.
Going back to what we said in the beginning of the game, a lot of teams, because of the commotion in Pachinki, opted to wrap further north around, and look at how much space that makes in the south. 4 AM right now should be able to wrap out on the western side. We know Ascent is going to go all the way north along that shoreline. The issue is for all the teams that are coming in east, over Everest, up by Georgia Pole, it's so hard to maneuver, and where do you stop? Like, what's the first entry? That spot is already going to be taken.
Yeah, to be honest, it's been a fairly quiet Erangel so far. Still 64 alive. Don't expect to see that much longer here as New Appy's going to run into Cerberus by the radar tower. The first knock coming through as Himas continues his reign of terror. And meanwhile, the Expendables have now engaged with GNL. No knocks on that one yet.
Double fights taking place. Tanvu prevented from pushing forward for just a bit. Delwyn does fall as the first, as GNL is able to find the opening knock here. We'll see if they can get more with it, as at least for now, Expendables are going to slow things down to try and, I think, get a gist of exactly where their opponents are located.
Perfectix will get that first kill of the day onto Na'Vi, as Na'Vi was rotating into that center zone just to the north of where T5 is. This fight is playing out, and look at that. It's Chris on your mini-map starting to creep over here, so we may have a third party from Ascend. All these teams, they have the smoke walls laid down now, but they've got to be disciplined with it.
And the issue is going to be on GNL because they're the ones playing outside right now. If Chris gets a good angle, that could be one, maybe even two players down. We'll see 7-7 alone in this building, running upstairs. Those get eyes on Stella, but Stella's going to come up victorious in that trade, so second player down on the side of Expendables early on.
All four up still for GNL. They're holding strong. And now on the minimap, you can see T1 has pulled up as well, and they are now taking shots into the backside. Zenith will get some shots onto Nyong. He'll have to move once again, but GNL still managing to keep all four up with no knocks. Shoddy in hand for the Expendables. But the flashbang might do it. Yes, it will. And the Expendables will go down in 16th place.
An incredibly rare, flawless fight for GNL, a team who's been on the struggle bus both this tournament and PGS5, but it ain't done just yet. They have to continue this as Type finds one. Does go down and return Stella. You need to defend and defend strong alongside Taekyun because you have two players knocked. Rain and Scene is still up here. Ian here too, and Chris just continuing to try and dish damage from the distance.
But he is definitely calling the boys over now. It is a four-way fight as Stella will find Raining with a well-placed grenade. That's two knocked for T1, two knocked for GNL, a third knock coming through as Guion is coming alive for GNL as they defend the compound. They have all four back on their feet, and they are holding strong in the castle.
Welcome back, GNL. Where have you been all week long? Solid defense here, taking out both Expendables and almost T1. The issue is they don't have any lethals. They know exactly where they have the opponents on the backside of this wall, but they can't do a whole lot to try and dislodge them. As I say that though now, they are sprinting around the corner. Stella playing phenomenally so far in this game. Does get taken down to half HP with a nade locked on over though.
Starting to get active here. Zenith will find two knocks though. The trade comes through. But once again, GNL down to one player. It's all down to Guion. And it's all down to Type, a 1v1. It's Chris taking shots from a distance. He'll flush out Stella. That's free points for Ascend. You take those all day, every day, as Type will try to go for the reset, get his players back on their feet.
Oh, Kyorian, you know that there's just a solo left alive there. And look at the value of this compound now, too, with the circle shifting to where it just did. But again, no lethals, no throwables, no nothing. And every time he tries to leave the building, Ascent is looking towards him. Tianba is looking towards him. Nothing he can do to get out there. But in my opinion, they should have been out there together earlier on. Issue is that's a little bit too late now.
Well, while this was happening, the new circle has popped, and that means more teams are making their way by. As Petrichor Road, they see the smokes, they smell blood in the water, and they want to come and take a part in this as they will make their way through the warehouse T1 all back on their feet once again, but they are bruised, battered, broken. Gyeon will go down, and GNL is out in 15th place. And now T1 is on the clock as Petrichor Road will push in.
It might be a loss for GNL, but that could have, in tournaments past, been a very easy 0-point game for them. So the fact they come up with 5, I think they got a lot to be proud of off of a hectic fight like that. But as you're saying, now it's T1's turn to try and defend this castle as Petrichor is pushing on forward.
They will miss the window. The Molotov will go through as Raining still knocked down. Hasn't been able to go for the res just yet. You got to wonder how many knocks these guys are on. It doesn't look like Raining's bleeding out too terribly fast just yet, so they might have time to spare. But you can see Petrichor just wrapping around, slowly collapsing. And Ming's going to get spotted by Zenith. So T1 still in it. They've got Raining back on his feet. 3v3.
Nice use of util by T1 as well. Continues to smoking up the rooms indoors, not allowing for any vision. They know that there's other opponents around outside. So as long as they can force them out or to stay outside the buildings, they're being pressured to potentially go out and make mistakes.
Ascend showing remarkable restraint to not come over the top of this hill and just try to take shots on all of this. They are just holding back, playing for late game, letting what happens happen. As Raining will go down. Good shots from Chewy. As now he spots out Type. Type gets some damage down, but it's not going to be enough to get the knock. But now they have an idea of where T1 is on that second floor, and Raining will get flushed.
How much more util do you have to work with if you're T1? Let's see a flash in the hands of Type. Do they have more than that, though? Still plenty of util for Ixleft and Petrichor to work with as they only just got here. We'll see, do they opt to push upstairs? You'd have to think that they want to clear out this building, especially with the value that it has in a circle like this. But we've seen these staircases before. We've seen how one player can take out 4 as easy as just a shotgun shot or 2.
See, they're being very diligent. They're trying to make sure that they use all of their utility. I think they have an idea that there's more than one up there, so they don't want to take any unnecessary risks. They've still got 4 up, so and they're in a great compound, so they don't want to take the risk of getting anybody flushed here.
And in response to what we saw, I mean, we talked Ascent and their kind of trigger discipline of not committing harder to this fight, but if you look at how they're currently split with Kilyakai all the way up in South George, Brax up towards the shoreline on the western side as well, they just didn't have the manpower to fully commit to it. Brax was there alone for a bit looking over. Now Paints is down here too, but FW has packed in from behind, and now Circle swings east. Look at the center position. They're always taken. Position is open as Petrichor finally rains on up, finds them both, and that's T1 down and out.
Very, very well done by Petrichor Road, not giving up a single knock there as well. Although FW now, despite the fact that no knocks came through, they want this. They're pushing in with only 2. They don't have everybody even here yet. So Petrichor Road has already read it as well. We see a little bit of a highlight there from Cerberus in the bottom right corner.
To imagine this is FW misreading the kill feed. If they knew they're 4-7 in this compound, it's a dangerous push for them, but hey, they got inside the buildings. At least they claimed the building for themselves, didn't want up to try and wrap around it, didn't have info on what was happening towards the east. And wow, they are commit to it. They get the building, and for now I think they're going to be sat tight. I don't think Petrichor Road at this point has any plans of pushing towards the west. But look now towards the circle center. 2 teams that flew forward and took their time. Look who has it. Fluky has a solo position. The rest of T5 is in hospital.
They're just playing very smart, stretching out from that hospital spot. You see the kill feed going off. That Cerberus and 4AM are fighting down on the south side. I think 4AM was going for an E pickup, and Cerberus caught him. Chewy has gone down again, but he should be resable. Is FW just going to continue the barrage of grenades right here? You can see Mill with that side flanking angle. He hasn't spotted anybody just yet, but they are doing their best to try to collapse onto FW once again. As you see Cerberus in that bottom right corner, they're trying to hunt down HSM for 4AM. He will stay alive for a little bit longer.
It's going to be the deciding factor in this fight, Mill. You need to time your engagement so good here. They're trying to buy time for him to wrap around the side, but no pushes come through from him just yet. They've all opted to engage on the southern side of the building. Ixleft sat downstairs, but they know exactly where they have him. Mill, oh Mill, where are you? When do you shoot? Zigzags though, finds one upstairs. That's Ming down early. Mill now falls too.
Oh, FW is turning things around now. Ixleft and Chewy, the last 2 alive. Ixleft will find 1. Can he find 2? No, he can't. Shotgun too much. It's all down to Chewy. And look at New Happy in the distance. They're looking over here. They're thinking about it. Chewy try to jump down. There is still the possibility of getting the res. He looks in the wrong direction, and FW will get that cleanly.
Clean fighting from GNL earlier. For now, FW as well. Maybe we've been focusing on the wrong teams coming into this final day of group stages, as it's the underdogs that come in and take out the teams we take for granted win fights here in the top. In the meantime, while all this has been going on towards the southwest, Eternal Fire has opted to share this compound with Tiamba. They've actually been here together for a bit now, but because Tiamba was the team that was over in the compound that Fluky is now taken over, they were maintaining a 2-2 split. They came back to Fortify, and Tiamba's like, you know what? I mean, Eternal Fire, if you're not going to push us, we'll leave you out in the houses out towards the east. You're going to be the ones being seen by everyone. We'll just chill here. But the fact that Fluky is having... the fact that they're able to maintain a 2-1 split off of a double epic up from Novo, that is... I think he might have run here from Hospital as well. That's insane.
That is what you call a good return on investment for two pickups.
Definitely.
As you can see, yeah, they're looking at Cerberus where they might want to play, but they do have a small issue in their way in the form of Kwandong. And actually, Salute going to get the knock onto Sololzi right there. And wouldn't you know it, the raid bosses still alive in this one. And they have got a hillside to play with. Great shots from Ferris, though, will take down Perfectix. So Twisted will have to make sure that they have the lockdown on Navi. But you look at Navi, do you use this as an opportunity to push Twisted, or you use this as an opportunity to escape?
I think Tulans just exactly saw Hagatori vault over the side of that fence there, and he has to fall back. Yep, instantly loose spots him too. Now the run comes up towards the position up high. Divix does get found as more teams now up to engage in this, and once again it's FW out victorious, at least initially. 3 players still on the beat, looks towards Haynes as well, as one more falls down, and there they go! Ascent eliminated, Na'Vi eliminated as well.
After all of that, Ascend still finally decides to crash this exact same compound that they've been hovering around. And in the end, FW, probably the most looted team on Erangel right now, will win. CES will try to make the push in, but it's not going to work. Actually, yes, it will work. KDF, Kwandong Freaks will go down. Cerberus, I think the High Mass is out in the blue. So yeah, he's going to be lost for the rest of the game, but Cerberus at least has somewhere to play here on this southern side.
Every single fight this game has been at melee range. Every single fight has been full-on pull-up. Usually, these global stages is tagging people from afar, finding DMR as we're seeing now with T5 and him has fallen. But wow, oh wow, has there been a lot of full commits in this game. Again, it's usual edge teams that we're seeing being forced to crash dead center. We didn't have a whole lot to play around early on. And when you have a solo and Fluky that gets to maintain prio compounds with no one engaging on it, everyone else is forced to play for scraps.
I mean, it is shocking.
Look at the cars!
It is shocking how much T5 has been able to get off of this with very minimal effort, really. Falcons starting to make their way in. They're going to push onto the west side of Hospital as we see just a smorgasbord of crates. The bloodiest compound you've ever seen.
If one of our observers doesn't know what to do with the rest of the game, fly around in that building and just count ammo on corpses, because I think we're in the 3,000s. We have to be with the amount of players that's been taken down in there. But Tulans will place Nate, locked on over, finds Flood as Rello goes down to low HP as well.
Be able to flush Flood out though. So, nicely placed by Lou. They've been heat-seeking missiles coming out of him. As Snaker's still alive off in the distance, but there's not really much he can do.
Really isn't.
To defend these guys, and yeah, everybody's just gonna go down. Yep. Snaker's will be the last one, as Twisted Minds, surprising no one, defending their territory with great violence.
Twisted Minds and great utility usage name a better duo. Snaker's 3 nades in hand, has a blue zone to work with as well for a potential flush. He's going to lob a nade over, bounces a bit far, but that trajectory gives the info to Twisted of exactly where Snaker's is positioned, spotted now from the side as well as Twisted. Again, they came into this fight, came up to this Hospital Hill with a single kill. They wipe out Na'Vi, they wipe out Falcons as well, and now they're sat at 8.
Wasted absolutely no time in doing so either. Now they do have to make their way into the next zone on the south side, so it's going to start getting a little bit hairy from this point on, but this is the more important situation. Tiamba, Eternal Fire, unfriendly neighbors, and they're also getting kind of third-party dinged and dinked.
Yep.
Cerberus, as Cerberus still have to make their way in as well, but
they
like they are starting to creep forward, but you have to worry a little bit about New Happy as well.
All have to move forward. It's really only T5 that gets just Linker. And I guess New Happy in the position as well. Oh, you know what, Batoons, why not be that guy?
Why not?
Why not be that guy to mortar the building? I think they saw them playing around in the roofs. Yep, the mat took some damage there. You can see it at a distance. Batoons still with the map open, trying to line up these shots, trying to do a little more damage before they push forward as Raze, well-placed nade. And that's what you get in those positions. They're amazing as long as you can keep people at a distance, but that time not quite the case.
FW, after a rough day one with a big come up here in the first game, 10 kills, as Cerberus will get finished off by Tiamba. A combination, I guess, of Tiamba and Eternal Fire. And yeah, Eternal Fire, they have to start paying attention to Tiamba now, trying to clear them out, but Tiamba doing a very good job of avoiding the initial utility onslaught.
Matt is in the building now, down to half HP, and he's on his own. Ruin and Quetpa still ain't here. They lost Marco earlier in the game, one of the big damage dealers of the lineup, as now T5 from a distance able to find Quetpa just as he vaults on in. They are going to try and see if they can commit to the rest here, but I don't know if they're going to get the time.
That's a big problem for them, and yeah, Twisted going to take advantage of that fight to just pull by while they're distracted. And that is perfect timing on their part. It was going to look pretty rough up until that point. And now Eternal Fire, they've got Quetpa back on his feet, so back up to 3 strong. They know exactly where Tiamba is. Do they know where Pow Pow is? He's been a sneaky boy. Gonna throw that grenade in and do a lot of damage, but won't get the knock.
Now we're starting to see the Twisted Minds util being used again. Good thing for these two teams is that T5 is trying to give them a chance to fight it just among themselves. The issue is the Circle is fighting against them now too. Tiamba down 3 in an instant as Ruin finds one more. Twisted Minds, Eternal Fire taking out Tiamba, but where do you go now if you're Eternal Fire?
Oh man, I don't know, but they managed to keep all 3 alive, and that is huge. And there's actually a knock onto Lou. And Twisted Minds, although they did manage to get 2 over here, they have actually got 2 knocks. Batulins is knocked, and they're still outside of zone. So 2 duos from Twisted Minds. Example can't even take the time to stop down for the res. He's just got to keep sending utility over while Eternal Fire just hides out in the smokes, but they have to make a move now. The blue is on their backs.
A lot of help coming through here for Eternal Fire, and players being taken down from Twisted Minds. It ain't the right ones. Example peeks on forward, finds a double knock, but both of them stolen by T5, getting points where there aren't really any to claim. As we see Twisted Minds and T5, these 2 Group 8 teams played phenomenal on day 1, and they're coming off to a great start here in day 2 as well.
Just the absolute patience and courage from Example to wait, to hold off on trying to go for that res. You know what? I'm 1v3. That's fine. I have to keep an eye on this or I know I'm dead. And he gets the 2 instant knocks and then ends up getting a little bit of support from T5 from range. Twisted Minds back up to 4 strong.
Exactly. I was just going to say they get the knock, sure, but they more importantly get all 4 players back together. Oh, well, together is so much said. They're still maintaining their 2-2 split, but here we have Third on
together
5.
in spirit.
In spirit, I'm sure. As FW is now starting to feel the hurt of Fluky's high ground position. He's up on the roof with a great overview. Who do you focus? I guess right now in the position there, and they can kind of focus both.
Picked Batu right out of the passenger seat there. Now Fluky will finally get a little bit of damage returned to him as FW, I think they took a knock. They're going to try to go for the res, and they are going to get it. So they're back up to 3 strong, but they are in a tough spot here on the bad side. But look, they have had a fantastic game. 10 kills so far. And they are climbing up the leaderboard.
Incredible start for FW here. A team that really needs a good showing here on their final day as well. It's all now, though, going to come down to this final circle. You get knocked. As you can see, they've all had players knocked on this side, but every time they get their players back on their feet. The issue is, as you see the util here, actually quite a lot on the side of Third on 5. They, I guess, have had a chance to loot. They haven't really had to fight up close, but everyone else, Twisted in particular, down to a single nade and a smoke to work with, as they might have to run through the open.
He's going for, and they're going for the creep. These greedy boys, but they're going to get away with it.
Yeah.
And they just keep getting away with it. And wouldn't you know it, once again, the usual suspects, Twisted Minds and Theraton 5, after their amazing day 1, they come in here again on day 2 and pick up where they left off.
But it's great communication on the team as well, because the only reason they get out towards that position, which is now what they're most likely going to play around inside the circle, is the fact that Fluky is suppressing the guys from FW. They know Twisted don't have an angle. They know they don't have util, because then they would have thrown it already. So as long as you can suppress FW, as long as you can keep them in the dip, you can roam pretty freely in these fields up high.
It feels like it's a game of chicken right now here between FW, Theraton 5, and Twisted. Actually, between everybody.
It's going to be all util.
Nobody inside the zone right now, with the exception of Ranger X, who's got a crate to hide behind. But he does have a P90, which, if we know anything about this game, late game P90s are absolutely destructive.
Yep.
And
really decent.
We'll see who decides to make the move first. As you said, Theraton 5, still a lot of utility left in the bag.
I actually feel like this is pretty even. I feel like Twisted Minds has the better shot, but they're also the ones with the least util. Are they? They're wrapping south. They're looking towards FW. They have a bit of a ridge line to run through. The issue is they've just deployed their last smoke. We don't know if they might have some smoke grenade launchers available, but now FW has to make up their mind. Do you try and move forward, or do you respond to this Twisted push around the side?
This is the problem for Twisted, is that they've got limited spots for hard cover right there, and as soon as they try to make a run, they just get popped by both sides. So Example will go down.
Wait.
Might be able to be rezzed.
That was Pathampong. I mean, they just... I don't know if he just gave them a smoke to run towards. If it's a bait, come to me. I'm just going to nade the smoke right after. It could just have been a bait in that regard. Maybe open up some angles for FW to engage in this battle as well, but it looked a little odd. It's been a really smart play all along.
Oh yeah, Twisted just getting it from all sides right now, as FW has that beautiful little ridge line to work with for now. And there you go, Twisted will go down in third. So it will be Theraton 5 and FW fighting it out for the win. Fluky has taken the knock, and Rossiter Jr. has been spotted out by his hard cover, by that vehicle. FW, though, they have lots of smokes, it seems, still to use. And they're going very early here, Toby.
Definitely our Ranger. Spotting 6X on the side of this one. No more smokes available. A 6X does find Pathampong with the vehicle explosion. Fluky is down as well, so it's a 3v2. FW riding off the high of claiming that compound earlier. They cleanly wiped Petrichor. They cleanly wiped Ascent immediately after. And now they're looking to try and cleanly win this game as well.
Very aggressive stuff from FW here, as they will make sure that they finish off those two flushes, but the P90 is still on the field, as Ranger X will find 6X playing around the edges of the smoke.
Let's see here, Ranger X. This smoke is only going to last you so long, Tong. It's all going to be on race to hit a hell of a shot. Or else you have to win this one in the 1v2 against the P90. The flashbang's going to hurt his teammate. Race will be the one to fall out of distance, so now it's just Tong and a smoke left to work with the Ranger on the side, and it's going to be T5 out victorious in match number 1.
And Theraton 5, if you thought that the day one performance was a fluke, well, guess what? Fluky says, no, sir. That is exactly what we do here, and they get the first win of the day here on the final day of group stages.
They E-pick up twice on one rotation. We question, where do you go from here? Little did we know they had a plan of the H's, and they're able to bring home the win in a game where circles came their way, but they're going to take it any day of the week. Well, we have got Theraton 5 here being able to take the important strong compound and be able to get themselves success here for game number 1. After a blitz of a day 1 for them, day 2 for their group stage has looked fantastic. How was this compound open for so long? Well, Theraton 5's capitalizing.
Well, it's because they all died in the other compound where like 5 teams decided to drive into, and out of all of the ways for all the teams that are in the hunt trying to make sure that they can qualify to get into the grand finals, we've got T5, Twisted Minds managing to make it into the top 3 and fighting it out. Twisted Minds walking away with a ton of kills. Oh, this was just this compound, dude. It was just fight after fight after fight.
Yes, it was. As you can see here, we had the Petrichor Road eventually turning on up to all of that and trying to also shoot people out of the sky as we had quite the savagery going on throughout all of this. I was surprised that actually Ascend wasn't trying to capitalize a little more on that from the hills on that west side. I thought maybe once T1 had been all knocked, maybe they would have some off angles, but they came in a little later than I expected.
They had a ton of control over there, and what was an odd, I would say, Circle 1 and 2, they had their backs up against the coast. They could have made a lot of different plays, but they were so separated, I think, trying to play for control of different zones, that they finally just ended up having to be forced into a commitment down that hill.
Yeah, it did feel like maybe there was a bit of indecision. Okay, like we have all this West Coast control, but like how are we going to properly approach getting into a little bit more of that mainland? But I mean, look what we've done. We are back again. It's Twisted Minds and T5 being able to dominate the lobby, and I'm not really sure what to make of it here, Matchup, because I fully expected Twisted Minds to get it going, but it's there on 5 again.
I mean, you heard Batulans. T5, best team in the world,
Best team in the world? Yeah, we can leave the analysis of that. No. I just, very impressive overall. Again, the emergency pickups, absolutely instrumental in getting them to the right spot at the right time. I'm just surprised that there would have been no resistance. Because as you were saying, yeah, everybody else really dying off, down in a different compound, trying to crash what they thought was going to be most important. Yeah. But this one went undeterred for so long.
And it was such an easily defendable compound in that circle as well.
Yeah.
You had so much vision. You could pretty much shoot at anybody that was going to be trying to make a rotation. And in that stage, because we had so many people that had to cross the fields in circles 2 and 3, vehicles were in tatters, tires were popped everywhere. It was going to be foot pushing into a wide open field, and that's why we saw it. Really, it was FW as well as Twisted Minds just having to hunker down and just deal with the attrition and all the bullets just coming out from T5 there.
I do think maybe they can't believe their luck, that nobody was really there to kind of encroach on some of their territory. I do understand at the same time why people might be a little bit apprehensive about trying to bomb for it in cars and things like that. You've got quite a few angles looking down towards that compound, right? If, for example, if nobody is contested in hospital, they could easily be looking that way. But anyways, 9 kills going the way of third on 5, 2,400 damage, and FW, a very important game for FW.
Yeah, I mean, 13 kills is very big for these guys. They should find themselves in a much more comfortable position, starting off the day exactly the way that they needed to. Whenever you're having to compete up against T5 and Twisted, who are just amassing kills over there, amassing points on leaderboard for placements. And let's not forget about good old Cerberus. While they didn't manage to make it into the super late stages of the game, they just managed to get there with kills.
Yep, and we'll take it for good old Cerberus. I think that as the day goes on, it's interesting because day one for them looked like a good start, and then it slowed down. Apparently, though, however, it is not slowing down anytime soon for third on 5. Fluky will be taking that top spot, 700 damage exerted on the lobby as well.
Why didn't we get Ranger X on our fantasy teams? We were talking about it.
Yeah, well, I just went for the big guns. I'm going to be frank, and then all of a sudden, apparently, these guys are now the big guns as well. It is a wonder why we just didn't trust.
Can we also talk about the branding with Ranger X's picture where he has the X that he's got going on?
Did he? I didn't
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Is that an F for Fluky? No, it's not an F. What is that? That's an X as well.
Yeah, I don't know. Apparently it's a theme.
I don't know.
Survival time damage numbers are very, very good. And again, they came into that a little bit later than all of the mess where everybody was dying. That is just making sure that nobody got anywhere near them. So you can see the match leaderboard for the last round.
And 19 points, FW 19 points, very important points as well. I mean, for third on 5 and Twisted Minds, congratulations, you're into the grand final, right? So my focus really isn't on them as much as they keep pulling the focus.
They won't let us get away.
Yeah,
but do notice Eternal Fire, 7 points. That is actually pretty big for them. They're needing every single point that they can get right now. FW, like we were talking about, 19 points is going to put them in so much better of a position on this overall leaderboard.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at that then, as we have ourselves a potential eventual cutoff, slowly being compounded into a dicey spot, because if the more sponges that go up towards the top, that means that cutoff is going to be all the more difficult, really, for the attainment against that middle pack, I suppose, because the points are going to be so tight towards it, as we have ourselves not a huge amount of movement through this just yet. It's going to be more interesting to see what's going to be on the next page, I think.
Well, there is a problem as well where if we keep seeing Petrichor Road, Cerberus, those guys continually getting the points, the ones that are in the hunt, right, trying to sneak into that position, it's going to start making it to where the middle of the pack is just going to keep eating everything. Like, look, Falcons, Freaks, FW, now all tied at 37, and it's just a couple of points ahead of them is where we're going to see Petrichor Road.
Yep, it's getting a little scary. I mean, yeah, you still have 5 games here, right? But we were saying this in the back, looking at an RV who only now has 5 games, 7 games down, only 10 points on the board. Like, yes, technically Na'Vi is a team that can go out and have a banger day, but starting off with nothing?
Yeah, that's not the way you're going to be able to do it. This is all of the points coming out from Na'Vi, just kills. Placement points not found once yet.
No, indeed. I think, again, one issue from this last game comes back to the fact that the points of interest that people all wanted to go for, suddenly, because everybody's playing such good PUBG, everybody's hitting the same points of interest at exactly the same time, which means it becomes utter chaos in those crashes.
And especially once we moved away from Hospital inside of that circle, that's a very open section of the map.
Yeah.
With just really that hill that's over to the west, and then some defilades to play around, it just does not feel good.
Loving these bongos. Anyway, we're
you guys didn't
ready.
see the vibe and dance that he had going on over
I did have a vibe and dance. It was cool. I said vibing.
Got you into it.
I don't want to do
2 more words.
No, it's awful. All right, well, let's get something good. It's the grassy pastures for one last time today as we head over to Toby and Poro for all of the action.
Well, thank you, boys. Last game, we did not get the pleasure of a melee game, even though the plane did everything it possibly could to give us one. Poro, this time might be that time. We haven't had a single one in this tournament thus far, but we are flying straight across the south side island as this plane is, at least this time around, pretty fair for everyone to play around.
I like to feel like it's holding out until the grand finals.
Yep.
Last day of the grand finals. That's when we're going to get all our wonky circles. That's how it's going to play out. Well, we'll see. We have that south all the way to the north, as you said, and there you go. Erangel average damage top 4. Shocking that it's 2-2 here.
I mean, I would say coming into the tournament, shocking that it's double T5 coming in. But again, I mean, we're seeing some of these, I think, teams that not a whole lot of people expect a whole lot from, both in terms of T5 day trade. Maybe it's just the Thai home field advantage. It's giving them the extra juice to feel that much more inclined to go outperform FW as well. Phenomenal game here in the last one as we once again see a hot drop between Petrico and Na'Vi. At this point, I'm thinking Na'Vi isn't really playing for grand finals at PGS 6, but that could just be me. We'll see how they come out here.
Well, I mean, we were discussing it during the break that it almost, for me personally, it feels like they need to have that first game where they just straight up win the hot drop, get 4 kills, keep 4 alive, and then move into the next part of the next stages of the game. Just have something that they can build off of. So, well, there you go. Military Island it is. That's where we're headed. So they will have to make some decisions about how they want to play this Pachinki fight out.
Definitely do. Petrico sitting a bit better on the leaderboard, but also not in an amazing position. Of course, more likely to be going through to the grand finals, but they too have not really a whole lot to fight for in terms of this Pachinki right now, at least not for this match in particular. As you said, down towards Millie, we're headed FW already on the southern island. As this one, as we've seen in the past with Na'Vi hot drops, stalls for a bit as well.
Be interesting to see where FW decides to play, since they have their choice pretty much anywhere. And I mean, the fact that it's hugging a little bit more towards the east, I'm not at all surprised to see T1 send Zenith up to that radar tower very early on here. So T1 foregoing looting time to make sure that they get position. As we see, nothing coming just yet. But a lot of SMGs in hand there, Toby.
I mean, if you do go into melee range, these SMGs do come in pretty handy. And yeah, I mean, for now, again, this is a pretty much a flip of the script of what we had yesterday, where it was Na'Vi engaging on 17 to try and kind of ruin their day. This is the other way around. This is Petrico not wanting Na'Vi in the grand finals. Petrico is in no way vying for Pachinki Picard the same way that 17 has kind of already claimed it in the Chinese region. It's all Ixlift and the boys saying, Na'Vi, I mean, if you're coming to us, we're going to ruin your games. Last game was a 0-pointer for Na'Vi. We're looking at 5 games with almost 10 points per game for them to guarantee their way into the grand finals. And right now, double Pachinki teams on a melee circle. This ain't looking like a 10-point game to me if you're Na'Vi.
No, it is not. Well, if you want to see the Petrichor Road perspective of this, make sure you head on over to PUBGesports.com and click on that Petrichor Road team stream, as we have 6 options available for you, Pero being one of them. Looks like Mill has spotted somebody out, but a Hackatory on time with it will get a lot of damage in, but not the knock.
Yeah, unlucky initial headshot to a no-helmet player. 80 damage done, but couldn't connect the second bullet. That's all that was needed, but he fell down behind the wall and is going to be able to stay safe for now. Again, things are slow here. Na'Vi, a lot to lose by going out early in this match.
That dotted line you see on your mini-map, surprising. It's Theraton 5 once again with the E pickup from North George. So we'll see where they decide to go.
So when they E picked up from Novo to North George, they won a game. What happens when they E pick up from North George to Novo?
I'll tell you one thing: they're getting a lot of frequent flyer money. they are. If they want to upgrade, they got the easiest options that they could possibly have. This is taking a very, very long time to play out between Petrichor Road and Navi, and it almost feels like whenever the circle goes away, it feels like these things take a little bit longer to blossom.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those where, oh no, couldn't the game just have ended here? Cerberus not opting to go for the rowboats because they aren't in the game yet. Instead, they will take the motor-driven ones and crisscross as fast as possible over towards Millie Island. They usually play pretty well out of the north side of Millie. Wouldn't be surprised to see them come out with a great game here once more as well.
Airspace getting a little crowded as a second E pickup has entered the field, and that's going to be Kwandong Freaks coming from Razak. So we'll see where they decide to go. Our Theraton 5, well, wouldn't you know it, they left one behind again.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Wait, do they have a double E pickup again?
There's no way.
I mean, you might just be lucky. I've seen teams sprint around Saint Martin for 10 minutes.
Oh, a third one.
There's a 30 pickup.
We've got a 30
We're reaching
pickup
a point
on the
where
field.
there's not enough space in the sky for E-pickups to come flying on in. But there's a lot of active helicopter pilots today that are all having to work as Falcons now want to fly their way down towards the south as well. You know what I want to see happen?
What's that?
That this circle somehow goes north. Because all those players will have to run or swim because there ain't enough cars on Millie for all these teams to find.
Well, now we're getting a look at Eternal Fire making their way across the bridge here. T1 has some decisions here. And of course, there's no way that they can know, right? They don't see the lines on their screen. So they're camping the bridge here a little bit. But if they were all on top of that radio tower, you have to imagine that they could do a little bit of damage to all three of these teams coming in late.
And we get a fourth. Ascent will E-pick up as well. Did whoever set up this lobby, did it just like X5 on E-pickup drops? I've never seen this many E-pickups in one game before, but this is Helicopter Island. We should be renaming it too, as I hope Zenith will now jump off this cliff. Just seeing one E-pickup towards you, they know that the team that is here early is going to play in a split. Zenith, hop off the side. You already have your friends down at Crossroads below. There's nothing to gain in you trying to take on a 1v4 up on the hill.
Absolutely wild stuff here as Pachinki still percolating. And now I will say T5 has ended their E-pickup and they are going west. They're going to avoid New Happy on the coast. But it looks like KDF now has arrived, and they've gone all the way to the end.
Fluky has found an E-pickup.
Of course
got
he has.
E-pickup number 6. And you know what I'm seeing? I'm seeing 4M still in Yasnaya. I'm seeing GNL still in Kameshki. They're looking for E-pickups as well. Now, 4M has just upped it to drive as they saw an entire entourage of helicopters come flying past them and gone, I mean, there can't be enough left in the server. There's not enough fuel in these helicopters left, as we now listen to an interview from Salute.
사실 이번 PGS6도 PGS5 때 나왔던 실수들이 좀 똑같이 나왔다고 생각을 해서 좀 아쉬운 감이 좀 큰 것 같아요. 전체적인 분위기는 확실히 이제 점수가 상위권인 팀들은 다들 분위기가 좋고 당연히 좀 아슬아슬한 순위권이거나 좀 하위권들은 분위기가 확실히 처져 있는 것 같아요. 확실히 분위기가 상반돼 있는 모습이라 저희도 이제 분위기 좋게끔 끌어 나가려고 합니다.
Well, we got to hear from Mr. Salute right there. Nobody has dropped out. Actually, Ascend has dropped out of their E-pickup. They have actually hugged on the western side of Military Island. But right now, Falcons has arrived. We'll see where they decide to go as we see Twisted Minds making their way across on the ferry.
Yep, taking the ferry across. Couldn't afford a helicopter, or else there were just no one left for sale.
No private jets for them.
As they'll make their way towards Novo, or maybe jump off earlier, but given the fact that they brought their vehicles as well, you'd imagine that they're going to look to go all the way to the harbor. Petrichor too have left the western side of Pachinki, so a hot drop became a cold one, and Navi and them will get to leave together. The issue for Navi is they should only have one, maybe two vehicles in that side of the circle, seeing as Twisted Minds had 4 vehicles coming out of school. They might have taken the one down towards small or mini Pachinki as well. So Navi forced to try and make a vehicle rotations here. We'll see how they fare on their one.
Looks as if Falcons have managed to land safely. A little bit of a spread on that the dips to the south of that radio tower and all the way over to the eastern side of the military base. So it looks like they managed to keep everybody alive. So Fluky now the last one in the skies still, as Ascend has, after taking their E-pickup and landing on the western side, they've taken over the central part of military base. Now they do have the expendables on the western side of the circle on base as already, and as you mentioned previously, Na'Vi, Petrichor Road have since separated, but they've got to make their way in. And they have Tiamba that is hanging around on the northern side of that western bridge, and it looks like they're just waiting around for somebody to come late.
I gotta say, considering the fact that we had 6 E-pickups to Millie Island, the fact that we haven't lost a single player yet is actually kind of impressive. How did no one go for the same spot? Usually the issue with multiple E-pickup is what you do when you fly in as a team is you look at compounds and you look at vehicles. If there's no cars there, that usually means it's going to be free because no one pulled up. The thing is, if another team E-pickup into that same compound, there wouldn't be cars there for good reason because you don't bring cars in your helicopters, and that can cause fights. So by this time around, it doesn't happen. It just all went exactly the way that it had to. The solitaire was solved, and now the circle swings hard east, and as we can see here, those rotation opportunities become slim by the second because there's a hell of a lot of water in this next circle.
All right, T1, you are on the clock, as it looks like they are going to pull the duo from the crossroads, send it back up towards the radio tower, at least on the lower part of the radio tower. So they are in a fantastic position here for late game. You see a couple of teams over there in Novo, in Eternal Fire and Twisted Minds, but Theraton 5 getting a little bit close to, or actually the Expendables getting a little bit close to Theraton 5 in the wide split. Ascend just sending it 4 deep down the road. Not a care in the world.
Nope. They know there's only so many areas you can really play around in this area of the map. They know a lot of teams are playing in split positions. They too heard the army of helicopters coming in up above them, and they were in one of them too. So they know that if they move early, fast enough, there's a lot of people here that are playing on foot. They can't get to those spots fast enough. So try and see if you can beat them. And by doing this, they actually successfully rotate through 3 teams.
Our teams that were outside of the circle still looks like they will be avoiding each other for the most part. Tiamba has already made their way across the bridge on the western side. Petrichor Road slowly making their way, and Na'Vi doing as well. Ascend, they're just going to go ahead, blind crash into a compound and immediately take a knock. Human will get the second one as Ascend, with no information, just trying to send it into a fully stacked compound.
It goes right off of what I was just saying. Quantum Freaks, the first team to E-pick up into this compound. We saw Salute driving around on a bicycle. They never found a vehicle. And when they heard those vehicles come close, they said, you know what, we'll sit here, we'll wait it out, do not peek, let's lure them in. And Ascend, thinking this compound was going to be free for the taking, well, not quite so.
Maybe a little bit ambitious on their part, but they do still have Pains alive. We'll see if he can survive a little bit longer, but it looks like the Falcons are fully aware of his presence. As, Raining going to actually give him some support and get the knock on Arello, and Roth going to go down as T1 is using that high ground spot at the radio tower to great effect.
Yep, it's an open push across, and they get punished for it. Petrichor was setting up an ambush on towards Na'Vi, but now they are the ones to get ambushed in return by Tiamba. They were sat north side earlier, now they rotate down here as well, and Petrichor now find themselves in a weird position because they know Na'Vi is coming in behind them too. They could very easily get pinned down here on the bridge.
Oh boy. Yeah, Tiamba, I mean, it looked like they had made their way across. It looked like they were stopping down to scout ahead, but instead they weren't scouting. They were waiting for the eventual bridge cross here.
Yeah.
Got Chewy pinned up against the wall. A few more shots from Lin Shu might do it. But as you mentioned, where's Na'Vi? Where are Na'Vi? When are they going to start making their way in? As Chewy will find CC, what are you doing? These guys are being hyper aggressive. Okay, they'll get the final kill, but they lose CC 108 for it.
You just asked where is Na'Vi. I just saw one of them get knocked to blue. I'm not sure if that's him lacking mets or if it's because he got tagged once by Petrichor and then... Oh, they have meds. They definitely have meds. He has 6 first aids. Maybe they didn't share them in time. I'm not sure. I just got worried for a second that they actually didn't have meds to make this rotation happen. Thing is, now we're hitting phase 3, so you got to start moving your way forward.
Does Tiamba see those smokes, though?
I mean, they must have.
Those smokes are in the middle of the road, right? And oh my goodness.
That's a southern shift if I've seen one. New Happy, very pleased with this circle shift, but how do you approach this circle now? Look at everything that is in the south side compound and the shoreline. It's open fields, or open hills, I should say. We're in for a very, very chaotic circle enclosure.
Oh boy, this is going to be tough. Twisted Minds, they will get their 2 out of Novo.
This is...
Although GNL and Eternal Fire were taking shots over in that direction. So 4 up for Twisted Mind still, but they've got a nice little spot, a little alcove here on the coast to play. Pains still has not been taken down after Falcons lose 2. Pains is going to find another one. Things falling apart here for Falcons as Pains will pick up another point here as the solo for Ascend.
Okay, Pains. I think he thought for a second there was just one in the cars that kind of drifted on forward. Then he realizes, wait, Snakers is there too. Just a quick 2-tap to the chest finds him as well. And Pains, well, it's not really going to be an amazing game for Ascent, but at least something on the board. They need it. Only 31 points thus far as they try to claim some extra. But believe you me, Paul, we're about to see half the server get eliminated as this circle closes on in. And you know what? Why not let Cerberus use the 7th and final E-pickup of this game?
Yeah. Why not? We've already.
I'm not sure where they're planning on going. Maybe just hop in the water and hope for the best.
You know, this might be one of those scouting e-pickups where they just send one guy up and see what's around them, or see if they can at least have a clear path. And to be honest, down the road, the road to Radio Tower essentially is fairly free right now. So they might be able to spot that out. We'll see. 4 a.m. still on that western side of Novo. They've got 4 up, and they're going to hear that helicopter whirring above them. But yes, Cerberus actually taking it, so we'll see where they decide to drop. Every compound is full. There is nowhere safe to play here.
I mean, the ocean really is the only safe play in this circle. We'll see. I mean, I think they're going to go new heavy. I think they're going to commit to the compound or try and play. You know what? They might just play the peninsula on the southern side of the compound. That could be in a direction. And I think that's exactly what they're doing. Right now, it seems like they're actually just actively hopping into the ocean. That's one way to make sure no one gets points off for you. We'll see. We'll see what ends up happening as they continue to make their way down towards the water.
Yeah, indeed we will. All right, Linshu will spot out Fairest as the rest of Tiamba going to come and try to get there in time to support their teammate. Diffix will find him, though. And now 7-7 gets the first knock, and he's spotted out Sosid as well, and he knows exactly where all the Na'Vi members are, but good shot from Sosid will force 7-7 to pull back.
Yep, Pow, you need to come up and you need to do something big now in order to keep this one alive. Only 2 opponents on the side of Na'Vi, but they have really good angles on the sides. If you can prevent them from getting the Resis up, that would be amazing, but Diffix ain't gonna let that happen. These are 2 teams that both need good games going their way. Na'Vi arguably more so than Tiamba as the circle, predictably, shifts towards the mainland.
Oh, that blue zone doing too much damage, and I think that's going to be it for Tiamba. Yes, indeed it will. So we'll see if Na'Vi can get in these vehicles. Do you still have heals left? It has been a long, hard road for Na'Vi so far, but they are right on the verge of tasting the safe zone. But you see what's between them and safety. It's Theraton 5 with a nice split on that western side.
Playing it incredibly well down towards, as you say, the western side of the map here. Ranger X going all the way down to the southern shoreline to make sure no one is able to wrap around them. To add to it, I mean, Cerberus were actually able to get full control of the position on the other side as FW now come in and do what Falcons couldn't. Take out Pains and claim the shack for their own.
FW looking to capitalize off the success that they had in the last game and pull it into 2 here as we take a look at Cerberus. They have managed somehow, Toby, to keep all 4 guys alive after that late game E-pickup. And they are playing around the cliffs, and I think New Happy knows it, obviously. They were shooting at them before they landed. So Cerberus just kind of wrapping around here as it looks like T1 will lose 1, and yet Diffix going to go down to the blue. It's all down to Sosid for Na'Vi.
There's only one direction to go, and that's straightforward. If you're GNL here, up towards Eternal Fire, they go as example from the other side. Trying to come in and help out GNL on that rotation. The Matt, though, will instantly slow them down at least for a bit. Ruin, alone with a Famous in hand, trying to take down this Korean team pushing forward, but he ain't going to fight them either.
Oh, just none of those bullets landing for Ruin there when he needed them. His example is trying to take shots from range. You can see it's forcing at least GNL to pull around from the side and put the compound in between them and Twisted, so EF can at least expect the push coming from one direction as Yeon going to use what's left of this smoke wall to make his way in. Code Marco has a frag grenade. It's not going to land where it needs to, but GNL now pushing into the compound itself. Nyong will find the Mad, and now Peppa will try to hold the line. He'll find 1. Can he find 2? No, he can't. Nyong will back up his teammate in Gion. Will they have time to go for the res? Yes, they will. No, the blue zone has arrived, but they have cleaned up Eternal Fire.
Once again, GNL, I mean, they were struggling so hard with up-close fights in both PGS and their first days, but this time around, go off of what they did in the previous game, continuing to dish out a lot of damage up close.
T1, despite that high ground position that they have had early, are down to just one player in Zenith as they are squaring off face-to-face with 4 a.m. playing around this hillside. Zenith blinded, will pull away. Peek from another side, won't win the 1v1 versus Bobo, but Bobo will get spotted out by 6 sacks, and it's all down to Zipian.
Yep, Xiaopian all by himself now, trying to push further forward and look towards the west here. How much space T5 has claimed by simply not allowing anyone in on their side of the circle. They have full control of the west. We do still have Soset out here, but you can see they're all still looking into the blue. They saw Diffex get knocked before, meaning there is one more still out there. We do not go down to snakes. That's how we take out people. We don't let them do to us what we are normally so good at doing to others.
Once again, Twisted Minds with what seems to be the impenetrable Jedi force field. Nobody coming anywhere near them, and they're just free to farm fire onto every team around them. As 4 a.m., we're down to just one, and it looks like they got Bobo back, and they're going to get HSM back as well. So they'll be back up to 3 strong here. Taehyun and Nyong just taking shots at Twisted, and you got to imagine this is going to be them going down to the blue eventually, unless Twisted can get the shots and get the points. But now that the circle has moved away, Cerberus trying to take that fight to New Happy.
Yet a fight for a compound that won't be inside this next shift, but a fight they have to take nonetheless. New Happy on the defense, Himas and Cerberus on the offense. As Himas with a P90 in hand pushes on forward. Sololsi is playing in the rich line far behind still, as Xiao Si from the roof spots Himas. That's a big loss for Cerberus early on.
Indeed it is. Not only is it Himas, but it's Himas with a P90. And now, Duckby going to go down as well. Xiao Zi is just killing it from this rooftop. Sololzi still on that coast, playing around the edge of the smoke, but the smoke is about to go away. Okay, we'll reset it and try to get it back going here, but it is just one. You got to figure New Happy is not going to waste any time with this guy. They know they've got him in a 3v1. They know they have to leave and get inside the zone, and now they're getting shot at from Ranger X from range, so that's going to put even more pressure on them.
You know what? I asked Ming Ming earlier today, why are you playing with Xiao Si rather than Longsker? Longsker has a pedigree and level of experience that not a lot of Chinese players has. Ming Ming said, he just pointed at Xiao Si and said, Xiao Si better. And you know what? Xiao Si is better, because he's going to get all of the kills onto Cerberus, one of the best up-close fighting teams that we have in PUBG. He is going to tear them apart. 4 kills for him, and what a great use of that rooftop position against that push.
All right, New Happy out of the frying pan into the fire as KDF has left their compound, and they're in a perfect place to gatekeep here a little bit. Ranger X from Theraton 5, still the southernmost member. Theraton 5 has taken up so much real estate on that western side, and they have complete control, almost as much as Twisted Minds has over the east.
They've taken up all the space, and while doing so, still have not given up the look towards the west-hand side. Soset, though, trying to make something happen out of effectively nothing. But again, Na'Vi, 12 points, dead last in this tournament right now. Needs so much going their way, and maybe this knock-on to Fluky is going to be the start of something important.
The last first aid, though, as they have just been eating blue zone damage all game long, and it might finally be the end here as 4 a.m. will try to make their way in to Theraton 5 territory. They will spot Rosseted, and Twisted Minds taking shots in the back as well. Ranger X going to try to rejoin his teammate, but good shots from Patapong will push Xiao Zi out into the blue. He's going to go down as well. So New Happy up against the wall, and look at that, Twisted Minds getting the zone at the end here. The Kwangdong Freaks are trying to wrap around on that south side to see if they can pick up any more points.
The coach from Twisted Minds said earlier today, what are we expecting from today? We just don't want milli games. We don't like them. Well, you know what? I think you're pretty happy with the outcome of this one, at least how it stands so far. New Happy now rotating forward again, knowing they're surrounded. They have to take the fight, and they know that it's a wounded T5 towards the west. So while only being 2 left on their feet, they have to try and take this one as Soset. Does he go unseen? He does for the second. Finds the second one as well. I thought they were going to get him for sure. Not to be. Fortunately, HS around the corner will be able to take him out, but can he get these reses? He should have the time.
Absolute madman. I mean, just imagine if Na'Vi could get all 4 up into the late game, but it has been a struggle up until this point as we see New Happy now 2v2 versus Theraton 5. Ranger X will get knocked a little bit low. AZ will Throw a speculative grenade. It's not going to land. The flashbang's coming through. Ming will have to pull back after taking out Patapon. Ranger X going to go down as well. 6 kills for New Happy.
Phenomenal 1-2 punch over the hillside there. Great use. One lobs a flash on over. The second one is instantly there to peek, and they get themselves the points forward. As you said, 6 kills off of what was definitely a tough entry to this game. Coming off that compound is never easy, especially on foot. They've succeeded. Now they have one more fight left to take, though, against Kwangdong Freaks.
Kwangdong Freaks now taking fight from 2 sides, and they should have an idea that the Alm is in play. So they've got to be very careful about how they approach this. Heaven will find the knock on a Ming. And there you go. New Happy will go down in the end. KDF not taking any knocks in the process, but they are still in a little bit of trouble here as they work around on the south side of this zone. They've got to hope that 4 AM and FW get involved here, but FW just playing real close to that shack.
Yeah.
And they have no reason to really to split off of it.
No, and they can't aggress too hard towards the west either, because whenever they leave the little dip, that shack is in, both Twisted and Freaks gets angles on them. So they can only really sit where they are. Say, we might not get the kills on 4 AM, but at least we'll get top 3 guaranteed. And then take the fight when need be. Guman gets the floss onto Xiaopian. HS will fall down to the blue as well, as now Nate is starting to be primed by FW. I think they're realizing that there might just be points for them to find if they can locate there. And indeed they do. Race able to take down Bobo.
It's another one for FW as they continue to rocket up the leaderboard. 2 good Erangel games in a row here, but that's going to be a great grenade from Twisted Minds, getting the knock onto Banana 1. And it's only the duo from Twisted. It's Perfectix an example, but really, what more do you need if you're in that position, as the other boys are keeping eyes on Kwangdong Freaks, making sure that they cannot wrap any further north.
Back-to-back top 3 for FW and Twisted Minds. Great performance from them both, as FW, they landed Millie. They were able to wrap their way in from the west at a quiet fashion. Not a whole lot of points to go with, but of course that's because I feel like every fight has been happening in the blue or close there too. So not a whole lot of points to be garnered, but I'm sure they are very satisfied with placement points alone over this game.
Freaks would love to be able to win a straight-up 4v4 with Twisted Minds here. That would go a long way to getting your confidence up as you make your way through the rest of today and hopefully into the grand finals, as they currently sit in 11th place with 50 points. They've got as good a shot as anybody right now with 4 alive. We'll see if who's going to focus on who. It looks like Twisted is, Twisted's keeping an eye on everybody, but Perfectix, I think, is more, you can see when you look at the map, they're guiding FW and trying to force them to push, to wrap down south and take that fight to KDF.
They're saying to FW, you have one way to go, and that's east. You do not get to go north at all. They know there are still players behind the shack. They know that the shack is just exactly outside this next circle. So as long as you can suppress, you can effectively just funnel your opponents into one another, creating third-party opportunities for yourself. And right now, it's seeming to work out exactly the way they want to. And you know what? Why not? A casual phase 7 mortar into the mix. Just do not hit the tree. Don't hit the tree, Perfectix.
Don't do it.
I kind of want him to do it because they're so far ahead anyway. Just go boom and then explode. 122 meters minimum distance. No tree hit. He even looked up for a second
just to make sure. Yeah, definitely want to double check that one. Where is it gonna land? Well, not there. That's for sure. As FW has managed to make their way across the road, so that's the first part of the job done.
He's going for the shack still, I think, but now realizing there's nothing there. He's going to try and line it up a bit further west, but now repositioning, thinking better of it. Maybe it was put a bit too close to the tree. At least he's going to bring it with him. I feel like he's kind of smirking.
Oh, yeah.
He's kind of smirking, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
He's having a fun time. He's having a fun time.
They're vibing right now. When you just go back and watch the replay of this game, I don't think anybody got within 100 yards of Twisted Minds.
They're
outside of the Novo fight. Like that was about as close as anybody got.
They have an aura to them. They have asserted so much respect into global lobbies for years now that whenever you realize Twisted is on your edge, you just automatically look the other way. Like, we might have the better fight here, but it's Twisted, so we don't. You know, people just up to back off. Batulans also now active with them also because, you know what? Why not? I'm sure Luke can hold off all of Kwangdong Freaks on his own. At least with the confidence that they're playing with right now, as one more shot gets lopped on over. Banana and Reese once again forced to back off. Maybe have to say bye to that deployable cover. Nope. It stands at least for a little while longer.
Keeping a close eye on
On Batulin's eyes.
Well, with Batulin's eyes, yeah, for sure. But Freaks have been creepy walking on this eastern side of the circle for a while. They have no idea Lou is there, but Lou has one job, and that is to watch for guys creepy walking on the east side of the circle. So he might be feeding that intel over as we see.
They're starting to make their way down in that direction now, too. I think they're starting to hear them, starting to feel the presence of these Freaks players.
FW, I mean, as long as they don't have mortars landing on their forehead, they don't have to move. But, Lou, he knows. And
they
you
will
can see all the rest of the Twisted Minds players are starting to head over in this direction. So they are expecting the push as the smokes will come down. Lou will find the first knock on the salute, and that's a big one. Batu, he is unbothered, and he is completely he is trusting his teammates. Oh, yeah, 4 guys coming over. Don't worry. I'm mortaring right now. Don't bother me.
Can you fend them off for a bit? I'm kind of busy over here having fun. As examples, that's sure, buddy. I'll take care of Freaks for you. Finds himself a double. Now it's just Heaven left alive. Those spot example. Finds Perfectix as well. And maybe now is about the time that you cut off that mortar. Come back and help your friend Lou. Says, my friend, we kind of needed you there, but at the other side, we're good. So now, FW, they saw the knock, and they're pushing forward.
They are sprinting over here to try to get into utility range, but Batulins with the good eyes and the good spray get the knock on the Banana 1. Perfectix back on his feet, but FW is pushing with just 2. They want to waste no time in trying to put Twisted with their backs up against the wall. A 2v3. FW still has a shot here, a better shot now that Perfectix has been knocked.
Timing could not be any better for them to aggress forward. Issue is Twisted is pretty darn good when it comes to shooting. Lou finds one, but Batulins
1v1.
now falls to the blue. It's a 1v1. Tong K versus Lou.
Lou has been delivering in a big way here in the last couple of minutes. He makes sure to flush out the kill, make sure that they can't feed that information over, but you can see he is hurt. He's going to get a first aid, I believe. No, just some bandages off of his fallen teammate as Tong K, still full strength, full health, is trying to spot out where he is, but you got to imagine, I mean, Lou is going to have to pull off something miraculous here. He does have that AK, so it is possible.
Bait smokes being thrown. He throws them right. He wraps to the left, but I think Lou has it red. Does not think that he's there. He's going to prone down once more. No best on Lou, but it's not going to matter. He spots and finds him, and Twisted Minds comes out victorious in game number 2.
There is not a single player on Twisted Minds that cannot destroy your dreams. As Lou proving right now, Batulins, Perfectix, example, don't forget about me, buddy, because I got it too.
Twisted Minds can mortar teams mid 4v4 up close and still win games. That is the skill level at which they're playing right now. No doubt the best team in the world.
They are on another planet right now, and I cannot wait to hear what the Analyst S has to say about this one, especially considering that's some more points being soaked up.
All right, we're back here again.
Okay, how many different words can we use to describe Twisted Minds this time?
Yeah, well, they're really good at the video game. Here they are again, winning another game. Woo! No, it actually really did come down to the wire. Twisted Minds with yet another victory here on a PGS stage. And we are not surprised in the slightest. They controlled Novo, they moved over to the east side of it, and they were able to control anybody that was coming in behind them, by boat, by anything, and just win another game.
Just look at everything in these highlights as we're watching what's going to be going on to the south in this area, all the mix-ups and dust-ups that are happening. Na'Vi, I mean, they had so many different tasks that they had to try to take care of, while Twisted Minds is just dealing with this approach, coming in from Nova like you're talking about, and then just set up a fortification along that hillside that nobody can encroach on, and just kind of sat back and watched it, had fun. It was like, it was almost evil to watch what Twisted Minds was doing here.
Yeah, I very much enjoy the late game mortar attempts as well for this. I've said for quite a while, especially since I would say I'd seen Sonics doing it quite prolifically. Like Tiggleton, obviously a late game mortars, we've seen it before, but those, I would say, are relatively underused. But at the same time, right, that minimum range, I think that those other teams, FW, KDF, realized, okay, we have to move in. As soon as that kind of showed itself, reared itself, that minimum range of about 120 meters or something like that, let's just get a little bit closer and completely negate it.
That was good from the Freaks. They almost made something really big happen there. And while it did end up in a 1v1, it just felt still like, even in a 1v1, they feel unstoppable.
Terrifying stuff put up by Twisted Minds once again. It bears repeating, this could quite easily be the back-to-back-to-back for Twisted Minds, the best team in the world at present, given this kind of run.
So, great game for T5, great game for Twisted Minds, but also FW. They've now had 2 good games in a row, and they are in the hunt to try to qualify. Yeah. So they're using a very awkward set of circles, because these are probably 2 of the cruelest Erangel circles I've seen back-to-back, and they found a way to exploit it really well, and just like everybody else, emergency pickups, man.
No, it's a great point. I mean, considering there were question marks that we were kind of throwing out there, right? Like, okay, how do you... Circle 1's a bit rough. How do you approach Circle 2? An accelerated game state like that, with that much water involved, there's not really many spots, and obviously we saw a lot of teams not make it there.
I mean, Cerberus was just chilling on the island, watched 5,000 emergency pickups go over their head, and then did emergency pickup just a couple hundred meters to get around the radio tower, and then went down next to the peninsula, dude, that in the south. That was so cool.
Maybe the most E-pickups of any game internationally.
That's like a May with an asterisk. Like, I don't know if I could have ever seen more than that. Everybody just managed to find it. It is just crazy. 2,000 damage coming up from Twisted Minds, 10 kills. KDF, though, 9 kills and 1,800 damage of their own.
Yeah, but what's also a lot is how much 4AM is continuing to impress me.
Yes!
They are once again finding themselves in another later game situation with 7 kills to boot. For me, oftentimes, I would be pleasantly surprised if they're able to make grand finals, considering their recent form and things like that. Like when, for example, when Godview was kind of stepping on in. But now here without him, I mean, this is looking like a bit of a revitalized 4AM.
No longer 4 angry points. They're managing to find quite a few per game right now, and it's doing them very well. But okay, we already know it's going to be Lou. Hey, look, it's Lou this time, so at least it's going to be a different MVP that we can talk about.
That is cool. And for everybody on the fantasy teams, example did die before the end of that.
Yeah, okay. We're trying to talk up FW right now. Let's not bring in the darkness in that one.
But great for Lou, right? I mean, this reminds everybody at home, and the commentator said it at the very end of the commentary as well, right? Like, every single member of Twisted Minds is a formidable force that you cannot underestimate. And Lou reminds people of that here, who oftentimes actually isn't the guy that really gets a lot of the spotlight, but here he is showing why every single one of these members is just terrifying.
Every single situation that could end up in a clutch and kick means the fact that the other team is going to lose. These guys just... It's a different level. It's just all you can really say whenever you're looking at them right now. And I do also have to give kudos to T5 for being competitive back and forth with this squad, because while T5 is a lot more scrappy in their approach in a lot of these firefights, you know, whereas Twisted Minds feels a lot cleaner, they're still finding huge amount of success. And what is predominantly been a Twisted Minds storyline, T5 is really racking up some points.
Well, whilst Twisted Minds is playing some carefree PUBG, maybe, I think also Therodon 5 is also playing some carefree PUBG, right? Like, they had an insane 2-2 split, I want to say, for a long time throughout that game. They were
2-2, that was like a 1 split all the way around.
They were really seeing how much they could get away with. Eventually they did get punished for it, because you can't really stretch that far with a lobby like this. But I get, if you want to limit test here when you know you're through into the grand finals, so be it, because this is the best practice you're going to get.
I mean, you just got free money, free points to play with, see what you can do, see how crazy you can get it, see how much you can exploit the teams around you, because you're going to get some freedom coming out of it. Freaks, though, also picking up 14 points is going to be big, as they're still trying to make sure that their climb comes up. We just talked about 4 Angry Men just a second ago. New Happy Esports also picking up 9 is going to be very nice for them, as well as Tiambo, who's been a bit more quiet.
Now, of course, we said we saw a lot of emergency pickups. What did you make of Cerberus's late emergency pickup? Because that was interesting. I didn't expect them to go quite the way they did.
Like, whenever I saw it, I was like, okay, with the amount of firefighters that start coming after them, because that was going to be a very interesting pickup, because they were already going to be going next to the radio tower, so some harassment can come out from T1. I was expecting them to either have to jump late or just try to commit, or like, jump late and maybe swing back in was what I thought for a second. But then they started doing that circle around the water, and we both started freaking out. Like, are they just going to actually dive into the water? But I didn't even see the peninsula shift coming out of that. That is just a beautiful read to just be able to sneak in, find a comfortable position in what was an extremely packed circle.
Yeah. Sides and a lot of Erangel actually have a lot of defensive posture and position, right? Especially if you think that circles are going to be coming this way, and it includes a lot of water. I mean, they only got 1 point from this, all right? In the end, their campaign wasn't successful.
But it's still a cool play. Like, sometimes it's not always about the points. It's still a cool, innovative play.
So you're saying I could do like a cool backflip and kickflip and whatever if I get any points for that?
I mean, even if you land on your head, you get respect for trying.
Would I get respect or would I get a concussion?
Both, but I mean, how often do those two go hand in hand? If you get a concussion, that means you're trying to do something cool, right? Or you've said something you really shouldn't have said.
Yeah, maybe if I've run into the wrong person. But anyway, running into Twisted Minds in a dark alley when they're just on fire right now in this lobby will be a bit scary. And as you can see here, for all of these teams trying to get themselves to what is effectively that 16th place cutoff, it's going to be so close, because if it's not Third on 5 getting a win, it's then suddenly Twisted Minds getting a win, and the soaking up continues.
Yeah, so really we need to start looking at what's going to be happening with our top 16, and the way that that's going to be lining in is this is starting to get into a dangerous position for a lot of those squads that are hanging out pretty close to the 16 mark. Is it feels like we're getting repeat points coming up for squads like, for example, FW that we keep talking about, but the other squads are kind of lost in the mix of what's been going on with these first two circles.
It is a tough one. It's a tough one. And now we go to our wild card map, so it doesn't get any easier. We're going to go to a short break here at PGS 6. When we return, we have our 16 teams battling head to head. Only 4 games remain here to figure out who goes to the grand final.
Have you ever imagined your dream life? We all have, but living that desired life in reality is a different story. If you could become a god and do anything you wanted, what choices would you make? If you've ever entertained fantastical thoughts like these, we want to introduce to you a world where you can create your dream life. Welcome to Inzoi.
Follow my lead! Shut up! You can't even run properly! What the?
A new vehicle, a new arcade mode, and a new crafter pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 32.2 patch report. First up, the black market is back, bringing another opportunity to collect some fan-favorite progressive weapon skins and new chromas for the Mark 12, the Barrel M762, the Ace 32, and the M24. When you pick up the Crafter Pass Black Market 2024, you'll be able to complete missions and collect rewards which you can use for crafting in the workshop. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details. Next up, Arcade is getting a new mode. In hot drop mode, you'll drop into a very small area and have to fight to survive as the circle closes in. With 64 max players, things will get cramped in the circle very quickly. So loot as fast as you can and start fighting for ground as the chaos ensues around you. Hot drop mode will be available from November 20th until December 3rd. We've also got a brand new vehicle floating your way. The new inflatable boat is a more stealthy option when navigating the waters of the battlegrounds, using good old-fashioned teamwork to move. The inflatable boat can seat up to 4 players and moves faster as more players row, so make sure to put your back into it. There are also some updates to the clan system, map bug fixes, quality of life updates, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 32.2 is here. So pick up your crafter pass, hot drop into the new arcade mode, and row your boat gently with your team. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
PGS 5 champions, Twisted Minds!
Two games down, 4 more to go before we know which 16 teams will be making their way to the PGS 6 Grand Finals. I'm Toby, joined by Poro, and we have just seen our way through the last 2 wrangles of the group stage in none other than a fashion of just twisted minds.
Bangers, honestly. And, you know, we've had a couple of teams that have really shown up today that we maybe not expecting. FW Esports, where were they? They came out of nowhere, and they are showing up in the late game every single time, but it really doesn't feel like it matters. Twisted Minds is just, like I said, man, they're in a different galaxy.
They are showboating at this point, but to go back to what you're saying, FW up there, while the results haven't been there on the grand scheme of things, I feel like GNL have started to show capabilities too. Punching power is definitely within the team something we've been lacking from them. And honestly, with 4 more games left to play, everyone is still in the race. Na'Vi way down at the bottom. It's looking to be hard for them. But now, hopefully, the hot dropping is done for. We'll see if they get something going here as we head over to Takeover.
Yeah, there's still a lot of teams with a lot of work left to do, but the time is nigh.
Yes.
Toby, if you're going to start doing it, you got to start doing it on the weird maps. Now, the thing that that Na'Vi has going in their favor, they have actually shown some acumen on these 2 maps, Tego and Rondo. So we'll see if they can pull something out here as we are headed into game number 3 and over to Tego.
Na'Vi, as you're saying in the EMEA as well, one of the first teams that really, I want to say, figured out Takeover. It catered well into their playstyle, but now they've to land more central in the past, and I'm worried that if they opt to continue to do this throughout this game, it might end up being a difficult game for them to come out victorious in. But of course, that's still left to be found as these zombies and boxes are hidden somewhere on the map, and hopefully they don't get to run around.
Kind of a good allegory for
I mean, we have Bass and Vikendi, might as well have zombies and Takeover.
It's kind of a good allegory for Na'Vi right now, though. The super scary monster who has yet to leave their bubbling tube of life, I guess.
That's one way to look at it, definitely.
I'm freestyling now.
I can tell.
It's okay, though, Navi. We can see them just behind their little logo, but we also see Twisted Minds. We also see the Expendables up there. Is this the point now where Twisted Minds starts getting involved? We will see. As of right now, it looks like the Expendables and Twisted Minds will be close, but not on top of each other.
Yeah, I think right now it's a vehicle hunt for the most part. They do tend to loot out here on the eastern side, and then if teams do up to fight, they know where to go right thereafter. So not any immediate battles as we take a look here. Everyone's getting down onto the ground. Circle goes pretty center, most likely to go up towards the north, up and around Palace. Could potentially be where we're headed as we once again get ourselves a circle with plenty of water included.
That'll be interesting. Keep an eye on those bridges. Keep an eye on those coastlines. As they will most likely see some action here as we check in with Petrichor Road. It's been a great day so far, but that's what happens when you decide to hot drop and stay there forever.
But again, set at 45 points now. They're free, I feel like, to hot drop. They still have to get over the finish line, no doubt. But 10 points in 4 games. You know what? With Ike's left back, if they can't do that, then they got a whole other set of worries to kind of concern themselves with.
That is fair. That is fair. Oh, well, yeah, you really, I mean, it's just a question of, is Tiamba going to wake up? T1, Ascend, Eternal Fire, Expendables. I mean, all these teams that have kind of had a slow start, there's 4 games left. Well, eventually, one of these or multiple of these teams are going to start picking it up.
Yep, I know one team that hope they won't.
Who's that?
Luna Galaxy, because they're sat there on the cusp right now saying the less teams do well, the higher that margin will remain. So for them, they're hoping that that's not going to be the case at all. Now, let's listen into Xiaoxi after that insane performance in the previous game.
Welcome to the mid-game interview, and now we're having Xiaozhao from New Happy. Your play was spot on. Just tell us more about your team fight that you wiped Cerberus out. 能不能跟我们复盘一下刚刚一穿4 CES 的这一波呢？
就因为当时我们知道他们是飞伞过来的嘛，然后当时圈把我们防区刷走了，当然要跟他们打一架嘛。后来我就上了平房房顶，然后刚好就完成了这波1穿4。
So Xiaozhao was saying that he has witnessed the circle shift and he has known that they're going through the emergency pickup, so that he has known about all this information and he goes up on the roof and he just annihilated it all. Thank you very much, Xiaozhao, and we're getting back to our casters.
Thank you very much, Lisa. And yes, Xiao Zed dancing along those rooftops like fingers across a Stradivarius as he disposed and dispatched of Cerberus deftly and with great skill, as we saw Perfectix picking up our first kill of match number 3. And now Navi, well, this is not a team that you wanted to see get involved early, but it looks like they had taken the Expendables by surprise here. 777 doing his best to run away, but I don't think Navi's going to let him.
Nope, Navi on the hunt for points, and if they can get a 4v1, they'll take that any day of the week. They know they're still not guaranteed to be, but most likely a bridge for them to cross. So get up here early, show presence, and then set up a rotation for you in the future. Issues, other people are looking to head the same direction. Eternal Fire coming very close, but they're going to say woohoo and fly their way across to the northern island.
Do a flip.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe. Preferably not if you're Eternal Fire. Maybe if you're Na'Vi, they were hoping for it. Maybe that's what they were thinking, but not quite to be. DevX spots 777 hub in the water. And now it's like, how much do you commit to this? Iron Sights, Mini, clear to see that Na'Vi has not prioritized taking extra time looting.
The answer is not much.
Yeah.
As he got a little bit too far away, and yep, going to take a few shots in the back from Tomvu for his trouble. But you know, if nothing else, Na'Vi has 4 deep. They have a compound. They're on at least on the river and close to a bridge, so they can get a pretty good idea of what's going on around them. If it does cut to the north, well, then they've got some decisions to make. They're at Ton 5. Meanwhile, they've sent Fluky to keep an eye on the bridge. Now, does he know that never mind. That answers that question. He knows that Ascend is on the other side. So we'll see if Ascend decides to stick around here.
And our eyes will stay in and around the riverfront, at least for now. We still have both Falcons 4 AM, Petrichor Road, and T5 out there on the eastern side. Twisted Minds, you could add to that conversation as well. But of course, that we aren't guaranteed that this is going to swing north. Issue is, if it hops back towards the southeast, there's only so many places you can play from. Tons of fields on that southeast side compared towards the north. So it's going to be an interesting one, no doubt. You can see all bridges right now are kind of being camped either on one side or the other. So transition points already 6 minutes into the game. Practically impossible unless if you hop for the water.
And a little butterfly effect here from Theraton 5 spotting out Ascend. Ascend left, Theraton 5 left. Now that bridge is completely open, but now Theraton 5 pulling into Falcons as Falcons is pulling into Twisted Mind. So we'll keep an eye on that one as GNL getting a little bit close to T1, and that's a quick knock from Type. He will find one. Can he find any more? Stella in a little bit of trouble. Young is going to avoid it for the time being. It looks like it might be going through tires at that point. They will finish all taken, and that'll be at least 1 point picked up from that nice little transition rotation camp there from T1.
Yeah, while they would definitely have wanted to get more points off it than just the one, it's still we get a kill, which is nice. We wound a team that we know is around us, so should we have to fight them later, that's a 4v3 going our way. And also, you can see Zenith is kind of tracking them, maybe not visually, but at least audibly, figuring out, you know what, they're not sitting up right behind us, we still have space to play in and around this area. Falcons now going towards the bridge as well. Rusted is just over on the other side. The Falcons boys are finding them in between all of these T5 players, and I think they're starting to figure it out.
Yeah, this was... this is what happened. I mean, Falcons tried to go, and they managed to spot out Twisted Minds, but Rusted is just picking them out of the vehicle, and now Rello and Snaker's the last two alive. They've got to try to send it, but Rossiter is not done yet. The shot singing out from that mini, just not gonna find the knock.
Not opting to swap over.
Oh my God,
they're chasing this. You know what? I respect that T5 has nothing to lose in hunting down Falcons here. They've already punched their ticket into the final. Snake is gonna lose a tire here. Gonna make it much harder to control the vehicle, but Fluky might have thought better of it. Or is he gonna continue this hunt? He might just.
They're going right into 4 a.m. 4 a.m. is rotating just from the south up to the north, but okay. Fortunately for Falcons, they are able to spot out a hard cover or compound here to at least return a little bit of fire. Gets Fluky very, very low, but can't get the knock. The shots are landing from Rello, but do they know about 4 a.m.? 4 a.m. just on the south side here, but it looks like they heard the shots and they're going to avoid this.
And for Falcons, I mean, they're still very much within striking distance to grand finals. Issue is they've just not come off to a good start here. Again, kind of falling back into the same pit of we've seen in tournaments past, losing players on early rotations. This one, a tricky one, of course. Not really any tells that this was going to be occupied. They stopped, they scouted, they kind of followed the playbook of how to cross these type of areas, but T5, once again, displaying an incredible ambush.
Take a look at Freaks on the north side, just to the south of Godok. They spotted out Ascend coming into the north side of Godok, and I think they know that GNL might be just to their south as well. So a 2-1-1 split from Freaks, and they're taking up a lot of real estate. Good position from them, and they're gaining a lot of information here. They just got to be careful. They don't want to take any knocks, don't lose anybody. Tiampa in the same boat, playing around that eastern side of Palace.
All the fighting we're seeing right now is happening in and around the river, and for good reason. It's kind of splitting the circle right down the middle. 43 seconds still until we get, not necessarily actually the tail on where it's going to hit, but at least a better indication. Ascent, yet a team who's still outside of safety, needs somewhere along the lines of 30 points in the next 4 games. This one, of course, being one of them. And they're currently sharing Godok with Quantum Freaks. We'll see if they get the benefit of having this circle come their way.
Surprisingly, given how many people are inside the zone, the skies are full yet again as the Expendables are taking an E-pickup from Yongchan, and they're kind of going along parallel to the river. And Twisted Minds also from Terminal. They have one popped, and I guess they're just waiting to see where the circle decides to go. And yep, they'll probably hop on that now, as the circle has indeed cut to the north.
Expendables knowing something I did, and I thought, oh no, they hopped too soon. What if it swings back towards the northeast? But they knew that it was going to come over here. And this is a weird situation. Palace don't want to be there. Godok don't want to be there. But what's in between? We're in a Stolper-esque hillside situation, more like Cat Hill actually, north of Ferry Pier on Erangel, just for comparison to those people who don't know the area too well. Very open hill area in between Palace and Godok with trees to play around, but so many open angles, Poro.
Yeah, this is going to be really rough. This is going to be one of those situations where it feels like you want to obviously want to try to spread out as much as you can, get as much information as you can, but it's just so dangerous.
Exactly.
So you almost end up just keeping everybody compacted in these little tight balls of four. So if you do end up in a rotation, you might end up running onto a full squad just on the other side of a rock, and you just there was no way to even scout it. So we'll have to keep an eye on how that plays out. Twisted Minds are still in their E-pickup. We got another E-pickup in the air. What's remaining of the Falcons, the last two players, Rello and Snakers coming from the east side of Terminal, and then we've got two rotating from 4AM and Pero that are still on the south side. Meanwhile, Eternal Fire have run into the Expendables, and they're going to lose Ketla.
Yep, it was a quiet start to day one here for Expendables, but they really showed up in the previous tournament. Tanwu Glories mainly the ones out there dishing out damage, and now they do it once more. 2 down. Twisted Mind starting to take casualties as well. As Example and Perfectix fall too. And this is all happening again when we have no one in Palace. When everyone is playing this open hill, there's just no room for more teams to join.
Twisted Minds tried to take the drop into Go Doc, but unfortunately for them, Ascend, Tiamba, KDF were all looking. Eternal Fire will get taken down by the Expendables, and now Navi's no good, very bad day continues as they will run into Tiamba. Pow Pow will go down. It's down to CC 108 and Linshu, but Navi will be eliminated in 15th place.
Down they go, 0-point game unless if somehow they get the flushes onto Pow Pow and 7-7, but it's not looking likely. Himas now alongside Haisagi pushing on forward, wanting to take advantage of this third-party opportunity. The issue is they're just them two. Haisaki and Sololsi nowhere near right now. Sorry, I just say Haisaki and Dokmai not here yet. They're trying to get up here, but will they get here in time? It seems like they will. Tiamba forced to stall, but at least in stalling, they get 7-7 back on his feet.
Haisaki took a lot of damage in the process, had to retreat back to the hardcover, so it's all Himas, all on the rock, and he's going to get spotted out by Linshu. So now that opens up a door here for Tiamba. They will get at least one player back on their feet. Pow Pow still bleeding out, but now the rest of the squad has arrived. Duckmai going for the res onto Himas.
Opens up an opportunity for them to push forward, but also for Expendables to start looking this way once more. They've attracted the attention of all of the players on the side of Expendables, who is sat dead center in this circle. They have to fall back. They have to get off that hillside, back into the compound, and I think they might just get there in time to get Himas back on his feet. They got him in the car, drove back, and it seems like Duckmai will be able to res him, and Pow Pow might just be able to get up alive as well.
Just in time, as Pow Pow will get back on his feet. And yes, you're right, Cerberus has pulled away. Sololzi still in the compound down to the south, so it's really just the three-piece from Cerberus right now. As they've left Sololzi down to hold that compound down to the south just in case. This next circle will center up once again, so Cerberus still in good position.
I will repeat what I said before. Palace, no one's there. 4AM is playing south, but look at how much space that gives New Happy. Usually you have a cluster of teams fighting in from the east, but everyone opted to wrap south around, west around, because those east side bridges were occupied so incredibly early on in the game. Everyone was forced to swing way further west than what they normally would. And then, of course, when you have the E-pickups as well, teams go way deeper into the circle, so New Happy blessed with a center shift that just makes up so much space towards the east.
Crazy how it ended up working out, and right now Godok is very populated. You've got the last two remaining of the Falcons, you got the last two from Twisted Minds, and then you've got Ascend, you've got GNL, you've got Guangdong Freaks with a duo inside there, and then you've got Theraton 5 still hanging off to the north side. So the north of this circle is very, very thick with players.
Yep.
We'll have to see if they decide to stay. I mean, I imagine they'll stick it out as long as they have to, at least until the circle forces them to leave.
T5 rotated the length of the northern island thus far. They're going to swing back to the east once more where they came from initially. But Tulins falls as well. That's a third Twisted Minds player down, as they prove to not be immortal after all. We get a replay here of Type finding one of the GNL players early on in this match. And then, yeah, I mean, the fact that Rosited gets the first, committing to the mini, look at those taps coming through, swaps over to the org, finds Roth as well. What a play, and you can see the frustration there in the eyes of the Falcons boys.
Just filthy stuff there as Petrichor Road in a little bit of trouble here. He'll have to pull back, and looks like they might be able to get the res on a mill. Ming gonna go for it.
Commit to it, Ming.
Yep, waiting for that smoke to pop, just making sure nobody's shooting. And Lou does get spotted out, so Twisted Minds is out of the lobby. The raid boss is down. And now Falcons actually running into Ascend, so they're going to lose Snakers right there, and that's down to just Reload.
The points bazaar has opened. Everyone come claim your points, because Twisted won't be taking them away from you. And as you say here, Rello on his own 1v3. Chris ain't quite there. He's on holding window duty, I think, right now. But Ascent, of course, having tracked the kill feed in the early game, well aware that there's just one Falcons player left alive.
This is about all there is going on the map right now. Theraton 5 did make that rotation from the north down. They found a spot to play in the center of the zone. They got a few shots sent their way from New Happy and from One Freaks, but other than that, they are safe and sound. As Relo is just going to sit here and listen for the footsteps with that S12 in hand. Doesn't look like Ascend is too terribly committed to trying to go door to door to take this man out.
Now, it does look very foresty if you look at the map in between Cerberus and Expendables. But down around the compound they have, it's actually rather open. That little dip that they're finding themselves in is pretty open. So should the circles go down in that direction, look for a lot of teams to kind of feel forced to full speed send it. Because you can see here, not a lot of trees, not a lot of rocks to utilize. So for T1 and Petrichor, pretty much regardless of where the circle goes, they have to fight for it. And it swings north. Worst case scenario for the likes of the team in the south.
A lot of city in play here, and yeah, you got some options for New Happy. They could decide to go into Godock and just play around the edges, the outside of it, or, I mean, they saw Theraton 5 go to that high ground. But, so we'll see if they decide to do that. Meanwhile, 4 a.m. on the edge, as you see on the south side. They've got a decision. It looks like everybody needs to go to this high ground, apparently. But there's so many teams off to the south, Toby. So many full 4-man squads. You got to imagine this is about to be a very bloody circle.
T5 needs to do what Twisted Minds did extremely well in the previous game. Keep a buffer. Make sure teams stay away from you, because that way they'll continuously backfill one another, and that's going to give you a lot of third-party opportunities coming your way. So right now, Tiamba, the first ones here, we'll see how they fare off.
It also feels like nobody really wants to be the first one there, because then you're just begging to get crashed by everybody else. All right, now Tiamba walking up just the south of T5 as 4 a.m. is starting to make their way into FW. They just have to keep eyes off to the left. Meanwhile, Relo, it looks like Chris will finish him off. Rex should be able to get back on his feet, so Ascend does go door to door, in fact. And now 4 a.m. Let's see if they can actually survive this this wrap here, as they are smoking.
Yep, getting up towards the north side of the compound. Ooh, nope, not quite there just yet. Xiaopian has to get out of the vehicle early on. Wang Sai will fall as well. And now both of them go down, so it's just 2 left on the side of 4 a.m. Now 4 a.m. set at 52. They are, I mean, very much within striking distance of qualification. But of course, the earlier you can claim your spot, the more kind of space you can roam with.
Yeah, they were the first ones to go, and I think they saw Tiamba, got pushed off by Tiamba, then ran right into New Happy. And then just, I guess eventually, you know, you're getting shot at so much, just send it to Godock and try to survive, and that's where they're at now. T1, meanwhile, on the southwestern side, trading back and forth to Petrichor Road, while Cerberus is also taking shots from range. As you see, Duckmai going to get the knock on the type. Rays will get the flush, so the point will go over to FW. And Petrichor Road actually in a good spot here, but the Expendables now have turned their attention over.
And that's the issue. This is clearly a disjointed fight. T1, half of them wanted to stay and fight. Ian wants an off angle, but there's nowhere to backfill to, nowhere to reposition to. Because as you said, Expendables is peeking from up high. The good thing for T1 right now is Expendables' angles are better towards Petrichor than they are on the other side, but with the vehicles coming in, they too now have to back off. It's all a fight in the blue, and you could only imagine that it's going to be Expendables who will be the victors of this.
Both Petrichor and T1 just in a really rough spot here. As you can see, raining. That circle is killing, as Ian will get taken down by Mill. Fortunately, they have found at least one angle that they can push that's not under the watchful eyes of the Expendables, but Ike's left will get taken down by 777. Rays will get taken down as well, and now FW, this is just a big fight going on. Cerberus now wanting to wrap over in that direction and get involved as well.
FW came from all the way down in Palace. Their timing could not be any more better. Now they take a lot of casualties, but they take down Expendables with them. Ian somehow still alive. I'm sure he's a bit surprised by this as well. Has to now back off too, as Cerberus peeks in this direction as well. 4 teams out of nowhere eyeing the opportunity to make the strike here. Cerberus hurt the vehicles from FW, wrapping around them towards this position. Said, you're going to give us a 4th party? We'll take that any day of the week, and somehow they're the ones to come out victorious.
And Cerberus just picked the perfect time to get over here. 6Ax will find the knock on a Haisaki, but 7-7 will get the knock onto him, as now Himas will finish off Petrichor Road. Cerberus should be able to get the res onto Haisaki as well. What a push from them.
Yes.
6 kills now, and they have control over the south.
You could see they were considering it, but they were being held back by the fact that FW was sat playing south of them. They had to turn their attention to them. But once they wrap around and go in and say, are you going to spoon feed as a fourth party? I mean, sure, we'll take it. We didn't expect it to come out this way. But sometimes, you know what? Sometimes holding your horses is going to work out for you because teams do tend to get a little impatient in situations like these.
Beautiful work by Cerberus, but now they have work left to do as Tiamba has turned most of their attention over here. Actually, only 2, as now the other duo is keeping eyes on New Happy because New Happy has to make their way in as well. So Tiamba may be biting off a little bit more than they could chew. Meanwhile, Theraton 5, they've been in this the entire time, but have not been getting involved. They've been just playing it quiet, playing in a ridge.
Vibe and vibe and vibe. And also important to note that New Happy, despite being in a wide rotation, losing 2 on the ruck, early on trying to make their way towards Godok, actually able to get all 4 players back on their feet. Good on Ming Ming and Xiao Zi to come back and get the rest on up because they now sit in, I mean, depending, of course, on where the next circle goes, but at least for now, one of the best positions in the circle out east.
Ascend trying to make stuff happen here. Fighting out of Godok. They are down to, well, they're scrapping here with Guyon. I think they know that they've got one man. They've already gotten the knock on Estella, but they haven't been able to get the confirm. Well, they have to keep playing around these walls because Freaks are still taking shots over in this direction as well, so they can't be too aggressive, but they would still very much like to finish off this final snake in their midst.
Yep, stay in the city for as long as you can and isolate as many angles as you can, so when you do have to leave the city, which most likely will be next circle, you don't have to worry about snakes taking you out from behind. Human starting to lob smokes forward, so they're now fully aware of exactly where he is. Sololsi gets found by Guyon. GNL in a position from where they, have to move forward, so able to claim some extra points here is huge for them because they too are in a pretty desperate situation when it comes to points today.
Cerberus under those watchful eyes of Tiamba and Freaks as well, really. And they actually took that knock to Guyon as the circle is going to go back to the north. So Freaks, they are in the driver's seat, but they've got a lot of work. They've got to keep eyes on the south and make sure that nobody gets too close. Tiamba would love to be able to clean out Cerberus, but I don't even think they have any idea that Theraton 5 is still a 4-stack.
True.
Just hiding in a ridge just off to the side. They have not taken shots in forever, Toby.
Nope, Drone 5, chilling, vibing as best as they can, waiting for teams to come towards them. And when they get revealed, there's a reason they have 99 points. They have been really, really good individually in these games up until this point. Guyon will fall down. The circle, as you said, swung north. Ascent fans rejoice as they get to stay in the warehouses they found earlier.
Yeah, that is huge for Ascend, and they're, like you said, still 4 strong playing out of that city. Now, they do have to be a little bit concerned about 4 a.m. There's Solo and HSM still over there. And no, Tiamba trying to send it. And guess what? Surprise! We are in the ditch. T5 striking at the perfect time yet again. Who would have imagined? But Lin Shu, he's got grenades. Can he spot them out? Can he get a couple of knocks? Can he ruin their day? That's going to do some damage, but it's not going to be enough to get the knock, and Tiamba goes down.
A shark in a barrel is only dangerous if you don't know there's a shark down there. Once they realize, they start lobbing nades your way, shots your way, and New Happy takes no time trying to peek over here. They know they have them in a dip, and they need to push forward with it. AC, missing crucial shots there. Would have really wanted to find Fluky as Ming Ming now wraps the side, M249 in hand. Xiaoxi peeks up, finds one. Fluky falls as well. It's just Rossiter left alive.
And Rossiter just going to lie prone and try to survive as long as he can. Is New Happy going to make sure that secure every single one of these points? Let's see if he can maybe sneak one away. Ming Ming, be careful. There's a snake in the grass. He's going to get the knock, but he won't get the flush. New Happy pick up 5 kills.
Crucial for New Happy, not only to clean them out, but also stay alive, because they are not inside the circle yet. They keep all 4 up, and now they can wrap towards the east. In the meantime, we see Ascent trying to flex further east, trying to force 4am away. They do successfully as they now play out in the field towards the east. So it's 2 teams, London and Ascent, who's been vibing in the compound for as long as they possibly could. And then New Happy who have fought their way in from the east.
Well, HSM has made it out on the field, but Bobo is right on the doorstep of Ascend.
Oh,
You can barely even see him because of the dot color. And look at that, Xiao Zhen going to get stopped by HSM. So another, or at least 1 point now, picked up by 4AM. They've fought their way, they've survived their way into 4th place. But does Ascend know that Bobo is here?
I'm seeing 4 guys with DMRs in hands looking towards the south.
They have no clue.
Absolutely no idea. They saw the vehicle leave, might not have noticed whether there was 1 or 2 people in the car. And therefore, they could very easily get caught by surprise. And oh my lord, they get the circle again. New Happy just cannot catch one. I mean, they caught circles earlier in this game, let's be fair. But this time around, swings their direction once more on Bobo. With the vehicle in use, it's going to take his time to at least move 2 steps forward. But now, going back to... It's not really moving.
It's going to be really interesting. I mean, the longer New Happy stays alive, the longer it's going to take. Oh, Bobo, he's going to give himself away, and now Ascend, all hands on deck, going over to the north to make sure they take out this man. Bobo will lead off with a grenade, does a lot of damage, but won't get the knock. But as this is all going down, this is slowing things down. Nobody has a chance to go and take a spot towards the center of the zone. So neither Freaks is having to pay attention to New Happy. Sen having to pay attention to 4AM. Bobo with the big knock of the bricks.
You say nobody can do anything, but New Happy is actively pushing Bobo. I mean, HSM, they knew he was up here earlier. Now they see that it's Bobo from 4AM who is fighting up here as well. They know it's a solo on the other side. Pains flicking around, will find it's actually going to be Killiakai to take down Bobo, and 4AM should fall here. No guarantees as we see the pencil bounce in hand of Nan comes up short.
Oh, Nan, that didn't hit, and you're gonna pay the price for it, but okay. The grenade will finish him off, so Nan should be able to get rezzed, and New Happy will remain with 3 up, and I think Ascend should be able to get all their revives as well. So in the end, no harm, no foul. 4AM causing some big concern for these teams, but now you can see that they have been taken out. Ascend trying to push out, Freaks trying to push out, trying to gain some amount of different lines of sight, flanks towards this center. Nobody wants to go for the center of the zone just yet, but they want to get into good position just in case somebody does.
As long as the high ground buildings are still in play, you can't really utilize the center circle at all. AC runs himself over. Not optimal, of course. Did to get taken down to very low health by his opponents on the other side as Quantum Freaks again. As you can see here, you're prone in the field, you're going to get seen from up high.
Look at this. Freaks just taking the fight right to the doorstep of Ascend, not waiting around. They'll find one, and they almost get Killiakai. They do get Killiakai. Heather will secure that point. 9th point now for Freaks as they have taken the lead, the driver's seat in this end game.
And it's all on Bobo. Bobo forced them to pay too much attention towards the eastern side because he was able to stay alive for longer, because he was able to get the knock on to Killiakai, I believe it was. That forces them to stay east, and kudos to Quantum Freaks for reading it, for realizing with they're all 4 on the eastern side, we can make space to the west. Because you see both Killiakai and Brax being caught trying to transition to that west side location, but they just weren't there in time.
It was the high risk, high reward play, and those are the kind of plays that you need to be able to pull off to find success at this level. KDF now have complete control over the zone, complete control over the circle. They've got It's Chris and Pains with their backs up against the wall.
This has got to be a Freaks win.
I mean, it would. You gotta imagine.
That's. I mean,
it would take something just miraculous for Ascend to pull this off.
Let's start at step 1 of success here. Double knock. Yeah. Then we can talk about it. Then you can push forward. Maybe even 1. If you can somehow find Guman on his transition, then maybe. But you have 2 windows to work with. They're smoking you off. They have Panzerfaust. You know what? Chris Pains, you need to hit bangers.
Look, regardless, at the end of the day, Ascend needed to have a game like this. And now while they would love to be able to secure the victory, even a 2nd place with 5 kills is going to be huge. KDF, Quantum Freaks with 10 kills, maybe even a couple more, but Chris is going to go down to the blue. This might just be Ascend trying to deny at this point. Freaks are not wasting any time. They want to secure it all, and he's going to win the 1v1 against the P90 with 1 HP left. 11-kill victory for the Kwangdong Freaks.
They had the compound for a while. They got to stay safe, but nice approach. Great way to win the game in the end. Sure, circles will come your way, but wins do not, especially not at the global stage. You have to go out and claim them. And yes, we see 11 points on the side of Ascend, but I'm sure that they would have wanted more.
fantastic stuff from those freaks, and a little bit more. Another thing, the Twisted Minds go out early and don't collect a whole bunch of points, so that may be opening up a little bit of things here at the bottom part of the leaderboard as teams are struggling, clawing, fighting for the final 16 positions with one half of the day remaining.
Doing South Korea proud on the South Korean peninsula. We have Kwangdong Freaks getting themselves the victory here amongst the compounds, amongst the fields, and being able to dislodge an Ascend that was hunkered down, ready to go. There was a cheeky Bobo in the background that was trying to do some things, but he didn't get much done. As we talk about now, the Freaks here for Korea.
I mean, you have to feel really good about the fact that they have managed to get themselves into a position where now it feels like they've managed to get on top of the leaderboard to a point where they should be in the grand finals. That was the game that they needed. They've got breathing room to work around, and that was just an overall just very fun game for us to watch. But I think that every single one of the players that were having to deal with that kind of 50-50 circle off the start that you knew was probably going to be going to the Northwestern Island, and then just the condensed down around a very no man's land section, Freaks just played it really well, and we finally saw T5 and Twisted Minds not in the top 4.
That is true. That is true. Although I was concerned we were going to see them in the top 5.
I was too.
I mean, they're on 5 as we take a look at them here. They were able to take out Tiamba pretty quickly. But from there, they actually, before that happened, they threaded the needle onto those hills from the north side so well. I don't know what it is about Therathon 5 at the moment, but they are making a lot of things work. And yeah, I mean, again, carefree PUBG, I guess.
That spray from Bobo was so freaking sick, dude. I like he just caught that instantaneously. But at this stage, this was just the Freaks just playing with house money, dude. They knew they had the entirety of the circle on lock, and it was just, you could see the upwards potential of what this squad can manage to pull on an international stage.
I think there's parallels for me watching Freaks' game here. I mean, they get the circle coming towards their compound. They just have to hold it down for a long period of time and then eventually flex out against Ascend, right? Like, it's not too dissimilar to the way in which they were relatively successful on that Miramar game before they had to go up against Cerberus when they had 4 AM ahead of them in that longhouse, right? Over by the crossroads. So, compound's doing well here for Kwangdong Freaks. I think that for my money, I still feel like a lot of the power across South Korea is just divided across too many rosters. But Kwangdong Freaks might be their hope here, trying to move forward.
I'm still going to continue to try to have faith in T1. They haven't had the best of days today, but there is a chance that they could potentially qualify. Still 3 games left. They only have to net themselves probably about another 20 to 25 points to start feeling pretty good. But I hate it whenever we're getting to this stage and it's like, okay, you did a decent day 1. You could maybe make it, and then it's just a slow roll for T1 so far today.
It is tough. It is tough in a lobby like this, but we've got Kwangdong Freaks getting themselves 11 kills with the 2,000 damage coming out. We saw quite a bit of New Happy as well as they were causing a ruckus down towards some of the southern sides of these circles. It's Cerberus still in the top 4 again, but talking about Ascend here for a moment, they actually tried for a cheeky bridge camp early on in this game, but then realized, wait a minute, well, we are on the north side of this circle as a whole anyway. We can probably get to a more prior place to be able to try and get this game going a little bit in our favor, and they did that in spades over in Godog.
See, at the top of this one, we're going to have a ton of kills coming out onto Salute and Human as well. Damage going to be pretty close between most of the squad. I mean, 600 all the way down to 400. That's just a pretty thorough amount of damage coming out. Kevin, how did you manage to only take 24 damage while everybody else is taking so much damage? He must have been doing some really sneaky peeks.
As I said, they were chilling out in that compound.
Yeah.
There's no peak gaming, okay? Just wait. I mean, they had it for a long time here, but it will be Salute taking #1 spot for them here. Not the, a shed load of kills going their way, but enough, really. Because as you were saying, this is going to shore up their position into that grand finals here. Considering we have sponges towards the top, I'm expecting that cutoff to my point to be a little bit lower. In the grand scheme of things, significantly lower than what PGS 5's was, because that ended up being, 62 points? 63?
Yes, I believe it was 62.
I'm expecting somewhere in the 50s for this.
Every single time we see a T5 or Twisted Minds in the late game, I'm like, okay, there's probably like another point that it's going to be coming down. Freaks, though, I really enjoyed the fact that at the end game, the amount of faith that they had in each other while they were doing some of those separated positions and really while they were starting to get dominance of the circle. And that's how they managed to get such a, I guess, spread kill count across them that was just a very solid team performance in the way that they were using their communication and techniques in the way they approach. And then it just made it really simple. Like, I mean, it felt like whenever it was down to the 4v2, yeah, it's a 4v2, but it was just already done probably a minute before that.
I think they're great at the four-corner holdout. I think we've seen that quite a bit from them, and it looks good when they're doing it. 72 points for the Freaks then after 9 games, as they've got themselves 45 kills along with it. They might be able to push a whole lot higher than that. Ahead of them is 3 teams that have already had their 12 games play out here. And as we take a look a little bit further from this, obviously down there 57 points for the likes of New Happy, so they're shoring up their defenses as well. But as you can see, the cutoff currently is that ascend position at 42, so there's a little bit more to go for these 3 games.
And we saw the fact that as this descends down, it just gets more and more compressed. 52, 49, 47, 42, 39, 37, 35, 34. And then we finally get another drop into 29 for Eternal Fire. So it ain't over yet. It's just going to get more and more difficult if we keep seeing these squads only pick up a couple of points here.
So my question to you is, are we counting out anybody kind of below Sonics now? Eternal Fire, GNL, Expendables, Na'Vi?
Yeah.
You think so?
I mean, we know that Eternal Fire...
banger games, but...
Eternal Fire is an Expendables. They could pick up like a 20-point game and get themselves back into it, but that's going to be what it's going to require you to do at this point.
Yeah, you can't be banking on that at this late stage in the game.
Especially with the fact that we keep seeing T5 and Twisted over and over and over, so...
Yeah, they're really not relenting. It will be difficult to try and get the catch-up, but again, carefree PUBG from Twisted Minds as well as Theraphon 5. And I mean, speaking of which, as everyone's rushing in because the game's about to start, it was interesting to see even the E pickup from Twisted Minds going into Godok. I was very surprised they were going that way, but I think they're a bit more lackadaisical.
That just felt like I have a great idea. Let's see if we can make this work.
Let's see. Let's
you never know, right?
All right, well, without further ado, let's get to it here. The rush back is on. It is Rondo time as we head over to Toby and Poro for all of the action in-game live.
Halfway through the day, 3 more matches left to play as we take our eyes down towards Neox Factory and the test track. Twisted, Na'Vi, 4am all liking to land here, but I think today this place is only gonna have Twisted Mind's name written on it. Paul, what do you think?
I would hope so. I would really hope so, considering the work that some of these teams still have left to do here. Is we at least get one good thing to start things off here. Only 1 plane.
Yeah, that's something. That's something.
It's something.
The potential for Jadina City ending, which I'll keep praising, hoping for until the day we see it. I want to see an endgame 1v1 on those escalators. That's all I want. Someone who accidentally escalates out into the blue zone and dies. But you know what? Maybe someday. Maybe not. I'll have to wait and see as everyone gets off.
Well, apparently we were wrong. Apparently everybody's gonna hot drop on a test track, because at this point, who cares, right?
Na'Vi is here. This is Na'Vi forfeit, or what do you call it? Like Na'Vi just giving up on PGS. No, I mean, honestly, this is... there's no way that you're sat in 24th place and think hot dropping at this point with 3 games left to play is a good idea. They're saying we're playing for warm-up for PGC.
Well, 2 points on the day. At this point, you might as well try something crazy, right? And they'll find the initial knock on HSM, so at least things going their way so far. They get the point as well. First kill for Hakatori as Na'Vi collects their 3rd point of the day in game number 4. Let's see if they can add a few more to that total.
Maybe I was wrong. Maybe they just needed a chance to actually get to fire their guns, and they'd be all right. There's that here, alongside 4am, who right now is looking pretty safe at 57. While 57 might not be enough by the end of the day, which it should be, but even if it isn't, there's still 3 games to play, and I could only imagine that they're going to get a couple of points at least in those games, as this first circle takes us to where we always go, in and around test track. I feel like we have an entire desert to the north and the east that we've just never seen.
Yeah, it does start to feel like that,
a Muhoran ending. When? Ryan, when? Never is my answer. everything that is not green on the map is areas we're not allowed to go.
So the floor is lava.
I guess so. I guess so. At least in terms of circle algorithms.
Oh, Soset.
Yep. Why shotgun when you can explode? As Soset is looking for 4am movement. Hakatori alongside Fairest. Up on the roofs, up high JS9. Ace as well. In hands of the players on the roofs. And then Soset. Solo duty. But with a big boomstick in his hand.
Very big boom. Navi, to their credit, are taking their time with how they approach this. So said not going to peek this by himself. He'll wait until he's got a teammate with him. And first shots come through. And now they know where Zepion is. The Panzer Faust's not going to do it, but it doesn't matter. He's got the follow-up as they will find Bobo as well. Wang Zai will get the knock onto Diffix, but no flush coming through just yet as he is just hanging out on the roof.
Yep, now it's a matter of suppress. I don't think you're going to be able to hit him with a Panzerfaust from down there, but you know what? Try it.
Though.
Why mortar when you can just Panzer straight into the air and maybe hit him up on the rooftop? If he gets this one, nope. First they've got up in time. Not going to hit anything with it either. For now, Diffix is safe on the roof. There's a bit of a railing there that is going to deny Wang's side the vision. The issue is now he's getting shot from both sides here as Twisted Minds is starting to look in his direction as well. Soset is up on the roof. He wants to get his teammate back up alive, and they should be able to get Diffix.
Panzerfaust back in play. Soset just making sure the repeat doesn't come through before he goes for that revive. As we check on other parts of the map. New Happy rolling into a hunkered down Tiamba. Oh, and Falcons.
They just cannot catch a break.
They sure can't. And again, it's just in rotation. Just a guy out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Well, Flood will get the trade at least. So that's another point picked up here. As they still, I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility. I mean, the Falcons are still well within range. Like they just need to have a couple of games to go their way and a little bit of this bad luck to shift on to somebody else. As Diffix will get flushed out by Delwyn. So the Expendables now getting involved from range.
A lot of fights happening here again. While Rondo has been in play for a while at this point, still rotation paths is what usually takes the longest time for teams to get locked in perfectly. Ming will fall as they drove past the compound there. Bobo will fall in the end of it, up for Na'Vi as well. And now shall see. The young gun out of New Happy, the replacement for Longsker, is having to back off. But as you can see in the minimap on your bottom right, New Happy has, I feel like Tiamba kind of where they want them, right in the middle. And now Expendables starting to look this way too.
I gotta tell you, Toby, I don't know if it's just the middle of the day maps talking, but it starts to feel like the wheels are starting to come off this thing.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, Erangel was equally chaotic.
Miramar might be full shams, as Delwyn will get another one. Yep. He is just the Johnny on the spot, right in place at the right time, as he managed to pick off one from Na'Vi, and now he gets another one from New Happy. Tiamba can reset once again as Don will breeze on by in that Pico.
And then again, I mean, for Expendables, a team we haven't spent too much time talking about today compared to how they were mentioned non-stop during the group stage of PGS 5. They too need a pretty good set of matches. They effectively need to double the points they have in total right now in order to make it safely into the grand finals. We know they're capable. We've seen them pull off great plays, but I think they're just yet same thing can be said for Eternal Fire.
Here we go, Eternal Fire. It's been a slow day so far, but they have taken one off of Twisted Minds. Lou will get flushed out now. Example with his back up against the wall, and Rurin is now coming in to provide some support from the angle. Example doing his damnedest to try to see if he can get at least one knock. Will spot out the man, Code Marco, as he makes his way under the bus. Can't get the flush, though.
And that's one of the big issues for this Eternal Fire team today is that when they've lost players early, which they have a few times, it's oftentimes been Code Marco that has fallen, a player that they desperately need in order to get some of these fights going their way.
Oh, they would love to go for that res, but it is going to be dangerous. He's going to try to stick it regardless. The Mad listening for those footsteps. The rest of Twisted Minds slowly starting to trickle in. You see Batulin's off to the north, but everybody for Eternal Fire, with the exception of Rurin, inside that compound already. So no I don't think anybody's dancing around on the outside to be exposed to Batulins. Perfectix provide some support here as well. Everybody just holding angles, looking through windows, spotting any they can see. But it is kind of pumped the brakes on this thing for the time being.
The bloom of that smoke might have just saved Ruin's life. Oh, sorry, Quetpa's life, because you could see Example had an angle on his back foot, was about to shoot, and then the smoke blocked off the vision. So he's going to stall for a bit again. I mean, the test track is well within the circle, so technically these teams don't really have to fight for it. The thing is, for Eternal Fire, do you really want to share this compound with Twisted Minds? I don't think you do.
I don't think you do either, but they at least have a fairly easy escape path to the south should they decide to take it. But it almost feels like these guys are in the same position as Na'Vi, where they feel like, look, it's do or die at this point. We need all the points we can get. Perfectix will spot Auroran as he gets him from the top side. Won't be able to get the flush just yet, but it doesn't matter. Example gets the re-knock on a Code Marco. He'll flush him out as well, and things are starting to fall apart here for Eternal Fire.
Incredible opening here for Twisted Minds, and it's actually Batulins that spots the edge of Ruin up there, up on the test track itself, gives the info across to his teammate, and now Batulins again, having seen him fall in the far, missing crucial shots. Good thing for him. This Example is right here, ready to do the damage for him.
Just chases him right into Example's line of sight. As Twisted with 3, just as dangerous. And now it's Shoddy in hand. Quetpa just listening for the footsteps. Almost like, Example almost, it feels like he knows exactly where he is. They got the rat in the corner. The flashbang will come through. Will Example spot him out? They were taking shots at range from Na'Vi as well, but Na'Vi doesn't look like they're on the move over here. They're just content, just kind of take whatever they can steal.
And that's the thing for Na'Vi right now. They know there is still a 4 AM snake somewhere. So if you get too greedy, if you try to go for some of these peaks, you might leave yourself vulnerable to an attack from the 4 AM player. So smart on Na'Vi not to overaggress. Also, again, I mean, taking into account that A, they're inside the circle pretty well. B, many times we've seen circles come this way as Quetpa will be flushed out in the end. And Batulins and the Twisted Mind boys will take out Eternal Fire.
And all for the cost of Lou, who is...
#worth.
Well, you know, we
like Lou. That's not what I'm saying here. Ooh, as we get a little bit of a spicy circle to what usually is just test track. But we're headed south. We're headed down towards Tooling, down towards Danqing, and we'll see if that's going to cause some chaos with it.
Yeah, Kwangdong Freaks in a beautiful spot once again. Petrichor Road, they may have lost 2, but they are dead center circle as we once again see Bricks inside the glider off to the north. He's going to be able to feed information about FW over to his team. So they should know that their edges are not, in fact, clear. But we are going to throw it over to an interview with Ian.
일단 저희 팀원들 모두 이번 대회를 열심히 준비해가지고 다른 팀들이 저희를 쫓아올 수 있도록 최대한 열심히 준비를 많이 했으니까 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Ian will be at the top of the leaderboard. Well, mates, I want to see that happen. I really do, but 80 points in 3 games is unlikely. Not impossible, theoretically. Unlikely, though, but I do like T1. I want to see them qualify, but they have to go out and earn it, and they ain't there just yet. We just saw, though, as the circle shifted, a mass migration to the south out on the western side of the circle. Ascent came in, led by Brax in the sky, but they were surpassed by FW in that sprint, and now T1 and Cerberus are coming down here as well. Kind of on top of each other, flying around in their vehicles, but they're all going to make it down into the south side of this. Rare that we see so many teams commit to a full south side rotation, but now, where there was plenty of space before, the south has become the most occupied part of this circle.
Yeah, I mean, with that hard shift down to the south, I mean, just the way these games have been playing out, the edges have been fairly clear.
Yeah.
So the call to go towards the far edge is not crazy, and obviously, I mean, you had, 3-4 teams that have decided to do just that. So T1 getting a little bit involved with Ascend while we check in on T-Yamba. They're still comfy, cozy in their spot, but they have Falcons within their midst. I think it's just the 2, Roth and Snakers, left.
Yep.
As Falcons, once again, they lose a couple early on.
Yep, ran into Petrichor Road, lost 2. And here they are, came in with an E pickup, I believe, so no vehicles to feed the info across the Chiampa that they have made it down here. In the meantime, Brex flying up high, but Zenith in the open, that's good info, because even if he doesn't find him, that should be easy, innate bait for Kilyakai as he comes flying on forward. Nice positioning of the vehicle there as well, to make sure not to get shot as we get a little bit of a replay of Twisted Minds taking out Quetpa and Eternal Fire.
Yeah, absolutely wrecked him, but Rex, it looked as though Ascend was wanting to commit to that fight, but instead they're just going to keep on rolling around and they're going to come into the compound. Now they've got Cerberus just off to the north, but it looks like they should be safe inside here for the time being. And that'll be where they play from for the foreseeable future. We'll see where the next circle decides to take us, but there's a lot of water in that thing still, Toby. So you got to imagine Southwest, I mean, that might have a lot to do with why these well, obviously it has a lot to do with why these teams decided to make that rotation south as well.
Exactly.
This is the spot.
Exactly. On one side, you have all of those teams rotating through, but it also comes down to T5, because T5 were actually on this side of the circle early on, and they did not allow for anyone to come this way. Na'Vi initially looked to go here. Expendables, to some extent, opted or looked in this direction too, but T5,
never mind.
Presence on the eastern side, full lockdown on the east, and they're still looking north. They're playing so safe, so careful, PUBG, and that's what's guaranteeing them these late game presences. Sure, a couple of circles have gone their way, but overall, because they're playing so cautious, they almost always get into the top 8.
And looking at that map, Theraton 5 just has so many options available to them over there on the east.
Yeah.
And they are playing both sides of the river. I was thinking that maybe this circle would favor towards the southwest, but instead it's going to center up. So that's going to put Kwangdong Freaks in a beautiful spot once again. As the E pickup does come through, Twisted Minds are going to come down slowly as New Happy. They are in a lot of trouble. Ascend just sending it once again, but they're paying the price once again. Pains and it's Chris the last two. It's Chris going to go down immediately, and now it's AZ versus Pains. He's got the hard cover available. He's got to switch over to the DMR, and he gets it in face-to-face range. AZ, what are you doing?
From a 4-man pull-up, or make that 3 to Chris ending up pushing in alone, and then Pain's taken down by the QPC from AC. What a play, what an effort from New Happy to fend off.
Just the impossible becoming possible in the hands of these guys right now as T1 will take their fight back over to Cerberus. They get the insta-knock onto Haisaki, and now they've spotted the rest of them through the windows. This is going to be a slow fight, though, you have to imagine, with all these rooms, all these doors, all these windows available around. Cerberus could pump the brakes on this thing, but T1, they don't want to let them. They're going to drive right in. Duckmai will find Raining, and it's going to slow type down on the staircase.
Slim staircases oftentimes means team wipes. See Rainin will be found as Sololti came peeking on out. Clear that 1 point, back off immediately there after. T1 still needs a lot of points to qualify, but guaranteedly. But again, these staircases, there are a lot of them on this map too, in these buildings. You can only fit one guy. If he gets knocked, well, that blocks the entire caravan.
Beautiful move from Sololzi there. Almost came in for the flank, but the smoke's going to push him away. Zenith finding different paths to get different angles here. Don't exactly know where they are, but I mean, there's just so many ways to reposition outside of the vision of the team that it makes this fight so very difficult.
Yeah.
And now the addition of the smoke's going to slow things down even more.
Definitely could. CC finds Roth, so that's for now Tiamba. Actually gets the flush on him too. That's them full well aware that Falcons have a player more lingering in the nearby vicinity. Fairest falls down to Delwyn as well as Na'Vi. They get themselves to safety, but take a casualty in doing so.
Down to just the duo for Na'Vi. As we check back in on this fight. You've got to figure this thing is going to take forever, right? I mean, it's just urban fighting.
Especially with this circle.
Yep. New circle has popped in. It goes pretty much the only place it could go, and cuts back over towards the southwest. So we have Theraton 5 that have to make their way in. GNL have to make their way in. Na'Vi and the Expendables. The last one's coming from the north. FW from the south.
Yeah, Cerberus not in a hurry. Try and clear out T1. They know how tricky it is to take these fights to the open, and there you see it. Is it Grace that gets the knock on Kilyakai? It is. He's trying to reposition to the rock. But as you can see here, I mean, there's a reason this is a shag in the open. Everyone had lines of sight, and you can see the frustration there. Payne's hands to the face. They knew what could have been gained by claiming that position, sitting dead center. Yet another game could have been theirs, but that one's going to sting.
Yeah, and they know they're running out of time.
Yep.
They are right on that cut line with 42 points. And there are a number of teams behind them that are chasing them down. Navi down to the duo in the Pico, but they're getting shot at. As they at least find a little bit of a ridge line to work with here. And, of course, there's still Wang Zai from 4 a.m. You can see him on your mini-map.
What bit of revenge.
Navi, hope you didn't forget about him because he could be a factor here as FW, they finally arrived on the south side and they're going to push right into the Petrichor Road compound.
FW have been pulling up in teams today and they've been doing so successfully, already taking out Petrichor Road once earlier in the Erangel game we saw in the beginning of today. Ming just, and Chewy trying to fend off against them at least now. Zigzags is still towards the south. Kind of playing overhead protector, but you would imagine that with the circle closing in, he will have to join his team soon. They're trying to see what they can get done with Util, isolating angles, but now here comes the push.
Yeah, Chewy swapping out for that shotgun, looking for that close quarters combat. Yep, not even going to get a shot off as Banana One will finish him off, and Chewy will get spotted off by Ray. So clean stuff from FW, and now they'll turn their attention over towards New Happy.
The util usage from FW, it's night and day from what we saw from them during PGS5. I love to see it. Throw a flash in, lob an 8 into the only corner he can be in. If he avoids it, he comes to you, you take him out. If you don't see him, well, that's him down to low HP, so you can easily make that push in a 1v1. Great execution there from FW.
Been a fantastic come up for them today, as they have managed to get, before this game, 31 points. So with those 4 kills, it's another 35 as Navi, their game will end after the hot drop. So all their hopes lie on Miramar at this point. Tiamba, they have pretty much control over this southwest. They've got the expendables off towards the east of them, but they're still very widespread. So we'll see where the next circle decides to take us, as this has turned into a stalemate inside Dancheng. They'll have to come to a head now.
I was going to say a stalemate that's going to come to a very chaotic end very soon with this circle shift. Freaks alongside New Happy, the only ones with proper hard cover in this circle. Everything up towards the north, towards where Expendables are, is in the open. You can see the fights they're taking here. There ain't a whole lot of cover to play around. Tanwu will find the solo of 4am Wang Sai in the open, so he's going to fall in 12th place. Expendables still in need of a lot of points. Actually, a lot of the teams alive in this game in need of a lot of points. It's just the teams up there in the top who they would want to get rid of as fast as can be.
Expendables only 4 points on the day so far today. So with that kill, they have now tied what they have managed to produce so far in 3 games. Cerberus with that trio still looking off into the distance. Where are we going to go next? Snakers, oh boy, the solo from Falcons has been spotted out. And meanwhile, T1, they managed to escape this the city by just on foot going towards the north. They have Ian on the backside making sure that they're not followed, but Type and Zenith, they're on a mission.
And this is where we start questioning just map knowledge between all these teams. Do you know that this is pushable on foot from inside the city? I don't think they necessarily see them. I don't think this is an angle they're perhaps afraid is going to be utilized, especially knowing that there is 2 teams inside the city. How would they be able to do so? But a very good ridge line for them to utilize to make the run on forward. As Heather now forced to back off, realizing that GNL is getting in ever so much closer.
GNL has been having a decent day so far, but they're still up against it as they make that push into the Freaks. Freaks actually also have the 3-man squad of Twisted Minds on their south side, so they're doing everything they can to defend this good position they have, but it's taken a lot of work, Toby, because there's just so many ways to access it. Hymas will get spotted out by Tongke and flushed out, so FW still on a rampage here, taking care of at least one of the members of Cerberus as they try to escape Dancheng.
And if there's a guy who want to take down early before I have to fight him up close, that would be him as Type now jumps on over with a gun in hand. Zenith is going to be the one, though, to find the triple kill. Type was the bait all along. Zenith swings the corner, finds them both. He'll get the flush in the third as well. And what could have been a solid game for Tiamba, again, it's just them being caught completely off guard by this on-foot rotation from T1.
Just an absolute pit viper maneuver from Zenith. And now T1 have complete control over the west, where Tiamba was in such a good spot just moments ago. CC, though, will spot out Type, but now he gets taken down, knocked down to 1 HP and goes down to the blue, as T1 will now have a duo. The Expendables heard all that was going on, though, so we'll see if they turn their attention back towards the south. Cerberus is eliminated, as Solosi will go down to the zone.
Yep, 3rd on 5, again, still full control towards the northeast. They've been able to maintain separation from the other teams, but now we're reaching a point in the game. Yeah, exactly. We're reaching a point in the game where you have to get in closer. Pathenpong lops a mortar on over, finds the knock onto Delwyn as the circle swings northeast. T5 very, very pleased with that one as they come all the way up close to the Heaven compound that Freaks in Heaven are currently sat in, but playing right down below.
FW doing a good job with 3, just making sure that everything's in front of them as we check back in with Twisted Minds. They've spotted out Salute, they've spotted out Gilman, and now it's just down to Heaven and Heather, this great spot that the Freaks have been occupying for so long. All of a sudden, just like that, 2 knocks. And now Twisted Minds are going to be paying attention, or turning their attention to, but Perfectix has been knocked. They have to put the brakes on it here.
Definitely do want to get the 3rd player up back on his feet. It's going to be a hard push across this bridge. Petulans knows it, but it's the only real direction they can head. They know that New Happy is sat behind them, and they know that they can potentially come here in this direction. Snakers finds the first, but can't connect onto 6x. Unfortunate for Falcons. That could have been them not only staying alive for longer, but also getting placement points off of this game.
1 point for Falcons going into this game. They are now up to 3 with those 2 kills, and then go out just shy of placement. As now Batulans has been knocked. Perfectix back on his feet, but this has been far from an easy cross here for Twisted Minds. As Quandong Freaks all back up to full strength, but they have Theraton 5 pushing forward from the north. And now Twisted Minds, oh my goodness, Gyeon, GNL, just like that. Twisted Minds is out in 8th, and now T1 trying to hold off what's left of FW Esports.
Sneaky Snake finds them both. That's them down and out as T1 now tries to push further forward. Tongs finds one. They knock each other. You know what? Full respect on that one. Take each other down, but let's see what F1 can make of it. Seen it, spotted. Down to half HP, but he's been pressured from behind as well, and Heather will be the one to take him out.
Another point in the bag for Quandong Freaks. They're up to 3, but that's 8 kills now for FW, but they're going to get spotted out. Non will get the knock and get the flush, and he will try to go for the res onto AZ here, but unfortunately for him, Freaks have perfect line of sight on that. So does 6sax as he will finish off New Happy out in 6th.
Very, very wounded teams coming into this one, with the exception of T5 and Quangdong Freaks. Both still 4 alive, both still very fresh on helmets and vests. It's GNL solo, FW solo, and TE sat with 2 left alive that has to somehow take out these boys. You know what? I kind of feel like we deserve a south, or a northwest shift in this circle, just so that it might become a bit of a fair fight.
Yeah, we'll see. We still got a Snake out there from GNL, Guion, but he has been spotted. He will at least take down Guman.
Yeah.
Get the knock. And, Theraton 5, they're on time with it. They see that knock, and look at them. They're sprinting up the hill, going into the compound. They've left Rossiter behind as insurance, and this circle is going to benefit them as well. And maybe that might put the brakes on this push. They're just going to put themselves in a good position. They will finish off that final player from GNL. And look at TE. They've got 2 up, but where are they going to go?
We're getting Thai circles in Thailand, that's for sure. But Expendables not really feeling like they're on the receiving end of this one. Arguably the only team not on the receiving end of it. I like that T5 pushed up, though. Even if they're not going to commit to the push onto Freaks proper, they're going to sit up on the hill with them. They're going to say, you know what, now you have to fight through us in the open, because had they been down below, it would have been much, much harder to defend against.
Now, Freaks saw that, though, and they have the information, and they could actually make a push here. The problem for them is actually the Expendables.
Yeah.
If they went down that cliffside, they could take the low ground, but 777 trying to make that push. He's actually going to take the spot away from Freaks as they now try to see if they can maybe get a knock onto T5. T5 isn't going to waste any time with this. Yeah, 777, you're done, my friend.
Have to clear him.
Now it's down to Tanvu.
Good luck.
He will try to survive a little bit longer here, but Ranger X got that arm in hand. He is not going to let him go. And yep, there you go. Fluky will be the one that does the honors.
One more down, so it comes down to a 4v4. Freaks victorious in Takeo just a game ago, looking to try and see if they can go back-to-back, but they have T5 to clear first. Salute is currently wrapping this side of the circle. I don't know if Rossiter has given up his position just yet. Even Salute is still looking towards the east, not looking north now. Rossiter peeks forward, shoots forward, but does not find any knocks. That's him exposed, and that's now Quangdong Freaks knowing that they're in a 4v3 up close.
Patapong has that high ground. He's going to spot, actually, going to be Ranger X that gets a knock on to Salute. But the fact that Rossadid was there to feed that information over, let the rest of the team know exactly what was happening. Heaven has that low ground still. We'll try to do some more damage onto Rossadid. He is in that central position, that insurance position, and he will try to get take out any of these Freaks members that come in for that low side flank again. Heaven, he just can't go for it right now because of Rossadid.
700 damage done on Heather. Has to swap his main AR for an Uzi up close as Skewman. Now they have Rossadid on lockdown. No, he's stuck behind the building. But again, because they came up the hillside, T5 is in such an advantageous position in this fight. They can just sit here, wait this one out.
Fluky holding that edge. Try to work on that roof side as long as you can, but Gilman taking a lot of damage, and that nice follow-up grenade from Patapong will get the knock, and now Fluky, that's going to be the sign to go. He gets the initial spray down, but nothing is going to be found off of it. He's got friends with him, though. Patapong will be there, and just like that, T5 will get another victory as they continue their impressive performance during these group stages.
Vanadol was picked up by Daytrade. Everyone thought that is T5 down and out. They don't have the fraggers anymore. They don't have the firepower. T5 said, you know what? I think we will be fine. Showing once again that Thailand is a country in the game of PUBG not to be taken for granted.
They're at Taunt 5, showing up in a big way, but that is another big game for Kwangdong Freaks as well. They are having themselves a heck of a performance here today and securing their spot in the grand finals. But T5 right now is the ones we got to look at as they continue to soak up points in this lobby with 2 games remaining.
Well, we have another big win coming out from Third on 5 here as they're able to march strong on Rondo. This is, I really do feel like the phrase of the day is carefree PUBG, man, because if it's not Twisted Minds winning, it's Third on 5 winning. They're looking strong, they're looking stable, they're able to win out almost every scenario they're put in.
And if it's not them, then it's going to be the Freaks doing something right now.
Yes.
We're getting several reoccurrences, which just means that the qualification lines are just getting weirder and weirder because we are now moving into just 2 games left, and there are going to be very, very dicey for a lot of these squads, as just pretty much wiping a squad could move you 4 or 5 positions on the leaderboard.
Definitely. Let's take a look back at some of these moments from this game. We were a little bit surprised that Eternal Fire was moving towards Textrack, considering you'd be slowed down if you're in a hot drop scenario, though, and if anybody should know about this, surely it's Eternal Fire.
They have to know that Navi is just going to be over to the east of them. They have to have the full read on this, so I guess maybe they thought that they could be sneaky, try to get away with something. Did not go in their favor.
No.
FW still managed to pick up some stuff. Oh, this hold, though, from AZ. So good.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. Actually, now that I think about it, maybe there's a world where maybe Eternal Fire thought that they could maybe come and clean up some of the eventual hot drop. Maybe that's a world where they thought they might get something.
In what world do you go right now? You know, I'm going to go try to pick on whatever Twisted Minds just managed to kill or fight, and maybe try to pounce on them. Because, you know, I'll just jump in back behind Twisted Minds. It'll work out great for me.
Yeah, maybe not the greatest. So, well, anyway, regardless, we get down towards the fields of this game here, and all the teams having a bit more of a harder time about trying to find the right spot, right? You've got a lot of edge play coming in because the center of some of these circles just very, very open. And as time went on, all of these guys are running into each other. Unfortunate for Falcons to try and make something happen down towards the bottom of the Snakers.
Oh, maybe you can find a couple of points today, Falcons, as you felt like you were getting a pretty decent qualification point, but they just, I don't know, it's just not coming together for them. I guess not a lot of circle luck whenever T5 is finding a lot of it.
All right, it's another Pong Pong, Fluky, and the guys doing fantastic here on Rondo. Zen still having a lot of fun. So who's going to finish the heart for him? No, Brexco's too locked in, too focused by the looks of things.
Look, they're here to do a job right now. Well, at least one of them is. The other one's there to make some kissy faces for the camera.
Yeah, Payne's having a great time ever since he joined the roster for sure, and very much so loving the opportunities to try and play on some of these lands. Not too happy for Cerberus by the looks of things, though.
Well, they're not having a very good day.
Oh,
FW is ahead of them last time I checked. So once we get the overalls, that might be changed up just a bit because I didn't see how it finalized. But I thought that they were going to be perfectly okay, and FW was going to be one that we'd have to worry about. Cerberus needs to find something, man.
What a crazy dilemma if we actually move into the final and we lose teams like Sonics, if we lose Cerberus, if we lose, well, likely losing Na'Vi, like so many big heavy hitters have not been able to really keep it steady coming into PGS6.
And then you've just got the other squads that are just riding the wave of success over and over and over again. T5, you can see, talking about them again. FW, 9 kills. This is another big game for FW. They're probably feeling really good at this point. Looks like grand finals bound at this stage. KDF, again, another great performance from them. TE finally finding some successes because it's been pretty quiet from them.
Yeah, it has. Only the 4 with 500, but again, at least it's a bit more than some of the prior matches. As we're seeing, I mean, one thing that always stands out to me when you look at this, it's like, okay, how much utility did they use in defeat effectively, right? And only 1 nade alongside 9 smokes. That you can tell that a fight has gone very quickly awry for them, or just nothing's panned out on it.
See, Ranger X.
Okay, yeah, he's got the X. Fluky's got an X.
Okay, I don't know.
Thong Pong's doing something.
It's a P.
Yeah,
no. He's doing the esports fist bump. You know that, like, there's 2 poses that all esports people do at one point. It's the fist bump that's kind of awkward next to your chin, and the arms crossed.
Well, he doesn't need to have his arms crossed for this one. He's going to be the man of the match. So good stuff. Fist bumps all around for Pathong, Pong, Pong, Pong. I had to do it once.
Yes. Thank you. I needed that. This is what we get in the green room the whole time.
They're giving it a great run of it, right? I think that obviously we had Thanadol leaving. There's been roster swaps since then and stuff like that, and they have come back absolutely swinging here. I don't know how long it lasts, but at least it has lasted a significant portion of our 2 days, that if they carry this into the grand final, I never thought I'd be saying this, they could be the contenders for the championship.
They really could.
Yes.
But the thing about it is it feels like they're playing this way because they got that early lead. Are they getting a bit spoiled due to it? Is the only thing that we can sometimes see happen whenever you get this big of a lead and you're playing around with it and you're not used to playing. So 1 point separating out first right now. Ooh.
What a difference we are seeing here so far from PGS5 to PGS6, right? If you think about what we ended up with in PGS5, 130 some points for Twisted Minds. The closest to them was 50 points. It's very clear that in the week between the tournaments, we have seen a shift, a mental shift from some of these teams, a kind of assimilation of information and how they want to approach things. And now we have 3 teams up there sponging massive points. That's crazy.
Okay, 16-point cutoff. Tiamba right now at 44 with 2 games left. This just keeps going down on where the markers could be at it. Sin's just going to be 2 points back behind them. I mean, T1 wipes a squad and suddenly they're in the top 16. This is just getting pretty crazy. Falcons, who we were talking about not having the best of the day just because of what they managed to do on the first day, still within a very decent striking range of 16 if you can just get 1 decent game.
My concern when I look at this is for a team like Petrichor Road, right? I mean, as much as in the past they have been pretty good when it comes to the eventual Miramar that comes down the line, now having to go into Miramar, it wasn't the best. When we look at their first day, the other maps were where they were able to get big points compared to a Miramar, right? So they've got to do something special come into the next 2, I think.
It's just such feast and famine. I mean, the top 3 squads have so much, and then just look over here. These guys are just crawling tooth and nail to try to make something happen at this stage. Top 16 is averaging, 4 points per game is all you'd have to get just to be able to get into the top 16 at the stage? That is way below norm.
It's getting tough. It really is getting tough because there's so many teams that are very close to each other when it comes to that 16th spot. But again, it really just takes one pop off, right?
Yeah,
if an Ascend suddenly gets a 20-point game, bang, you're right in there. That cutoff is so close between these teams.
And if you're going to do it, you do it in the next game. Don't wait until the last one. Try to make something big happen right now, even if it's a bit risky, because then you still have the game after that to try to make something more safe happen.
All right, well, break's ready. It's getting a little bit tense here. I'm going to need to calm down for a moment because we have got all these teams getting back in and good to go. So we'll go to a break. When we're back, we have got the Dusty Dunes on the way here for PGS6 group stage.
Have you ever imagined your dream life? We all have, but living that desired life in reality is a different story. If you could become a god and do anything you wanted, what choices would you make? If you've ever entertained fantastical thoughts like these, we want to introduce to you a world where you can create your dream life. Welcome to Inzoi.
To out-survive anybody else that's going to be in front of him, and hey, he'll take a couple of shots at whatever.
Your 2023 PGC champion!
Hey, are you pumped for this year's PGC? Last year was epic. I can't wait to see what they've cooked up for us this time.
Totally. PGC 2023 was a blast.
Got a Scoopon? What's new this year?
Oh, buckle up. There's a ton to unpack. We have so much to watch this year.
So, we have separate regional series in 5 regions where teams can earn PGC points. Then, we have 4 PUBG Global Series this year where teams can gather PGS points. You have to commit to all competitions. Every event matters and is key to entering PGC 2024.
Exactly. We've got 15 regional qualifiers from PGC points, 8 PGS points teams, 1 wild card.
So, where's the final battleground?
It's all happening in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The stage is set with a whopping $1.5 million prize pool, plus more from crowdfunding. The fans, they're incredible. What do you say? We catch the grand finals live.
But how's PGC 2024 going to work out?
Let me lay it out. PGC 2024 is slicing things up differently. We're looking at 3 circuits based on point rules, each featuring 6 heart-pounding matches over 3 consecutive days.
And here's the kicker. Rack up the most PGS points year-round and get to chill on the first or second day of the first circuit.
So, every PGS match is critical. The better you perform there, the bigger your advantage at PGC 2024.
Bingo! Each circuit reshuffles based on the last. So if you nail it in the first, you're sitting pretty for the second. After all 3 circuits, the top 16 teams brawl it out in the grand finals.
Speaking of the grand finals, they are running as usual, right?
Not even close. To grab the trophy, you gotta clinch it with a win. Once a team hits the point threshold, their next chicken dinner could crown them champion. But if they miss that shot, the game rolls on. More teams reach the threshold, and any of them could snatch victory with just 1 win. So every match matters in the grand finals. PGC is taking the Battle Royale esports back to its root, to be the last team standing. Welcome to Smash Rules. Smash 'em all!
A new vehicle, a new arcade mode, and a new crafter pass. All this and more as we dive into the update 32.2 patch report. First up, the black market is back, bringing another opportunity to collect some fan-favorite progressive weapon skins and new chromas for the Mark 12, the Barrel M762, the Ace 32, and the M24. When you pick up the Crafter Pass Black Market 2024, you'll be able to complete missions and collect rewards which you can use for crafting in the workshop. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details. Next up, Arcade is getting a new mode. In Hot Drop mode, you'll drop into a very small area and have to fight to survive as the circle closes in. With 64 max players, things will get cramped in the circle very quickly. So loot as fast as you can and start fighting for ground as the chaos ensues around you. Hot Drop mode will be available from November 20th until December 3rd. We've also got a brand new vehicle floating your way. The new inflatable boat is a more stealthy option when navigating the waters of the battlegrounds, using good old-fashioned teamwork to move. The inflatable boat can seat up to 4 players and moves faster as more players row, so make sure to put your back into it. There are also some updates to the clan system, map bug fixes, quality of life updates, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 32.2 is here. So pick up your Crafter Pass, hot drop into the new arcade mode, and row your boat gently with your team. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
We have 2 games left of the PGS6 group stages before we know which 16 teams will be making their way through to the grand finals. I'm Toby, joined by Poro. Because no one has been able to separate themselves down in the bottom left, we're looking at a 23rd current place that technically can still qualify.
GNL's still in it. I mean, they've been having a good day so far today too, but nobody around them is finding points.
Yeah.
And I don't know how much of that is having to do with TM, how much is having to do with Freaks or if they're top 5. You know, there's so many factors that could come into play in these final 2 games, and of course, it had to be on everybody's favorite map, Miramar.
Yep, Miramar is where it's all gonna go down. Now, I said last game that with Na'Vi hot dropping on Rondo, that's them just kind of forfeiting
they got
this
4
tournament
points.
altogether. Yeah,
5 points.
Fair enough. But will we see Na'Vi back in Picado like we did yesterday? We know Cerberus has eyes on it too. Will they catch a hot drop once more, or are they going to play it on the edge as we've been used to seeing in the past? We are just a couple of seconds away from finding out, as we will be heading into match number 5 right here, right now.
Okay, everybody buckle your seatbelts because it's about to get wild here. We're going to see so much movement, it feels like, in these final couple of games just because there's no other choice. All these teams are so close together here, and we were talking about it. There is a very distinct possibility that if Twisted Minds continues what they've been doing, T5 continues what they've been doing, we might see a cut line that might even be below 50.
Which
how
would
insane.
Be practically unheard of. The fact that we had a 53-point cutoff, and I believe it was PGS 2 or 3, was at the time us going, wow, it's low. We're maybe going even lower than that. That would be we're pretty wild, pretty rare. But let's see now how things gonna pan on out. Cerberus out early, not opting to try and contest Na'Vi, because why would they? Still games to play, still something to fight for. And are we in a weird case now where no one goes Picado? Is that a thing? Can we have, does Miramar work without anyone in Picado?
Oh yeah, I'm looking at it. I don't see anybody heading there.
No one Picado. You know what? There's a first for everything. Of course, it is a northern plane path, but honestly, I think no matter where you would have cut this plane, I don't think anyone would have gone. The thing is, Na'Vi are flying north. They're trying to get to safety, but who is with them? Who is still on the hunt from the Pachinki games earlier? It's Petrichor Road.
It had to be, didn't it? It had to be Petrichor Road. Well, they look like they are just going for vehicles for the time. Oh, of course. Of course, let's go all the way off to the north. So Na'Vi gonna get a little bit of circle luck here, but can they do anything with it? That's the question. It seems like it's been so hard for them to kind of perform when they are dead center circle 1.
All I know is that we need to fight.
That's
how it is.
You're ready to fight.
That's how it is. I heard it repeatedly in my ears like a buzzing
Look at
back
this.
of my head.
You're never going to see
Here
this.
we are.
You're never going to see this again.
Picado.
Empty as you like. You know, I think there's only one player that even knows that this is the case, and I think it's Guman from Freaks.
He did fly by.
He was looking down in this direction, and I think he is fully aware that nobody is here, but that might be the only team.
Worst thing is no one's probably going to go here either. It's not a natural rotation path for anyone in this circle. We're looking at a very north side shift. Cerberus most likely looking to go somewhere over truck stop and then up the hillsides. They usually don't do the hard reps. T1, I expect to do a very wide rep towards the northeast. And then, of course, Tianba, easy pickings. They're just going to be coming in from the north side. But still, we talked about the very bottom. There's also the teams in the middle that are fighting for these spots, one of whom is Team Falcons.
It has been a very forgettable day so far. 3 points. 3 points on the day. Fortunately, their first day has kept them in this, and the fact that we have 140 points that are shared between 3 teams, it's going to keep things close. Well, let's hear what the Zenith had to say.
Yes, we're back, and now we're having Zenith from T1s. So your score, we have to say that it's a little bit risky, and we have only 2 matches left for group stage. So any pressures and thoughts for that?
이제 그룹 스테이지를 2매치밖에 안 남았는데요. 혹시 이 압박감을 어떻게 이겨내는지 궁금합니다.
일단 남은 라운드가 있기 때문에 아직 저희가 지금 좌절하지 않고 최선을 다해가지고 꼭 좋은 성적으로 마무리를 짓겠습니다.
we just a bit of short points to the advanced grand final. So we will do our best and to try to eat more points than we do.
Okay, of course, keep pushing. You've got this, and get back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Lisa. And yeah, I mean, that was, if you want to get your confidence going, that was an absolutely filthy three-piece that Zenith was able to pick up in that last game. But they have a long way to go here in this circle.
Also, I gotta say, from a very analytical question, I love the insights. We need more points. Therefore, we will try to see if we can get more points.
Top tier stuff.
I mean, never have I learned more about the team. I wish that we could get more, really in depth with some of these Korean teams, because again, they are amazing when it comes to the big macro play. And we've seen in this tournament that a lot of them are actually starting to shine when it comes to individual prowess as well. GNL today has been stepping up. It's still a long shot for finals. And for T1-2, they're up there, closer to the top. But now it's Na'Vi, it's Hagatori, and it's all on its own.
Freak's having a heck of a day too. So a little bit of a Korean renaissance so far this tournament is, as you mentioned, that Petrichor Road, they're not going to let him stay by himself, and Ixlip just rips him the smallest of angles there. And well, Na'Vi, once again, despite getting center circle, they're going to lose one early.
A rarity, though. No taunts in the crowd or in the venue. No, woo, or no, yeah. Or it was just business as usual. Let's take him down. Let's clear him out. Let's continue to hunt them. Because again, as I was saying earlier, and as I've been saying, as these hot drops have been taking place, Na'Vi are hunting, Petrichor is hunting Na'Vi to try and get them out of the finals. They don't want to have to contest them on the edge of some of these circles, especially on Miramar. So it makes perfect sense they're there in the 100. Now we see here, Poro, the cutoff of tournaments in the past. 53 so far, the lowest we've been. But as you were saying, we might be going even lower.
Could be. There's every opportunity for it. Yeah, I don't know if Petrichor Road needs to be flexing too hard. They've only got 8 points so far today, so that kill brings them up to 9, and they've still got work left to do. As Fluky, they're on 5, just again, right place at the right time. They'll spot out Guyon and add 1 to their total.
Yep, 1 extra point and on a team that could have desperately needed
I'm
that
expecting
player alive.
Hit. Like, that's just the day that T5 has been having.
Yeah. I mean, we all know where the game's going to end, based on how they have been magnetizing circles their way. The issue is Fluky, well, it's an amazing shot. Not that great at pulling parachutes, so he's going to find himself knocked. Hopefully he's going to get rest. The issue is he is actually right now almost literally a mile away from his teammates. So while the rest of the team is very safe inside the circle, you need to go pick up your mate. He's out by greater fields.
Well, you know what? When you're feeling yourself, sometimes you peak a little bit harder than you should.
GNL is going back against him. Let's hold that thought for a second. It's Raze. Peeks over, finds one, but instantly traded.
Okay. That was very fortunate that Ming was able to get that one, as he almost had Mill. Six-Axe looking over in this direction as well. Raze will get flushed out. So another point picked up for Petrichor Road. 1 shot, 1 kill for Banana, as he will find that knock, but that is a long way. And now that's 2 knocks on Petrichor Road. Ming, he's got a lot of work to do as a healer here.
And while we're seeing these flushes, and now Popo being pulled up on as well, will probably greet his opponent. Nope, no need, no reason to reveal his position if Wang Sai can do the damage for you. I still want to say GNL. I mean, the new Fluky was up on that roof, up on the mountain. Stella has driven over there, going, he was alone. We should be able to get this. As Ixlip will fall alongside Ming. Navi's Divix able to get a little bit of revenge in on Hagatori being taken down earlier.
Yeah, look at that. Na'Vi finally in the right place at the right time, and they managed to pick up 2. As I believe they were going for the revive. Tonke will pick off Mill, so it's down to just Chewy for Petrichor Road. It's probably a good thing that they didn't flex too hard whenever they killed Hagatori, because now it's all just poor, sweet little Chewy all by himself.
Look who's circling in on these teams as well. Fluky actually ends up getting... That's what happens when your parachute malfunctions. Your team can't get to you. It's like, sorry, bro, we have a good position in this circle, and you're like way out on the edge. Unfortunately for Stella, he is now still running around trying to find this knock player. Little does he know, there's no one left to be found. But for Petrichor, a team whose track record on Miramar is actually pretty good in PUBG history, them potentially going down here with just 2 points. 51, that ain't necessarily safe.
I mean, I don't think anybody would have predicted Petrichor Road having single-digit points going into the final game of the day.
Especially not with Ixlip back.
No, I mean, that's it. And it really, I mean, it's it's just been a combination of a million different things, it feels like, for Petrichor Road. But it feels like that for everybody, really. So we'll see what they can do with the solo, as Sololzi will find 6 sacks. Can he get the flush as well? Cerberus having a little bit of a show up here today. Still shy of their day one total in points, but almost there.
I mean, 6x is the one going down, but it's actually, I feel like the winner of this engagement is Na'Vi, because you saw how Cerberus were creeping up towards this Na'Vi split, and they're only 3 alive, keep that in mind. And now, with Sololzi obviously being forced to take shots because he had an opponent right in front of him, that's them now aware that, wait, Cerberus is here too. Maybe we don't spread out too wide. Maybe we play it a bit safer. Because again, there is a wild scenario where, because the cutoff is going to be this low and not in the 60s, with back-to-back 10-kill wins, which we know Na'Vi is technically capable of, especially on Miramar, they could make a miracle run.
They could. Will they?
40 points in 2 games. It's not out of the realms of possibility, especially not with a lobby that's this up and down.
Sure. We'll go with that. We'll see what happens here. Na'Vi, they have sent one player at least more towards the center of the circle as we wait for C1 to finish closing. Falcons desperately in need of things to go their way here as we see the mortar count. We remember that beautiful play from Snakers where he managed to get 3 knocks. 300 damage total. The new circle has popped, and we are going back off to the north and a little bit to the east.
North is where we're headed, and as for right now, there's plenty of space to be claimed. The issue is almost all teams are coming in from the south, and it's so hard to scout up towards the north in this circle. You've got Bit Mountains kind of cutting you off. You've got Cruz de Valle out towards the east as well, making it very difficult to path your way into these sort of circles, because this is, as we're seeing here, what you're kind of forced to run through. Uphill movement, making it very hard to look further forward.
A couple of teams getting really close to each other right now in transition. We're checking in with GNL and Theraton 5 as there's also Tiamba and Eternal Fire more towards the center of the circle. As, like you said, we kind of expected this. Once you see everybody kind of towards the south, there's only so many pathways you can take here. GNL still staying alive here despite being kind of caught out in no man's land.
Yep, Jaekun trying to get further forward. They know they have Pathenbong caught in the middle. The issue is T5 have been hitting shots all tournament long, and Pathenbong ain't going to change that right now.
The power of just no pressure.
Yeah.
No pressure after their day one performance, and they are delivering so big right now. 122 points overall for Theraton 5, and they are looking comfy, cozy going into those grand finals. Falcons will actually steal away a point there, so that's a desperately needed one there for a team with 40 points in 18th place.
Definitely, all these teams. I mean, the fact that we have almost everyone still in the run for it. Usually we're down to fighting for 2 or 3 spots when we come down to these final couple of games of the group stage. But there are so many teams still in the race who could honestly cement their position in the grand finals off of this game alone.
The mantra for all of these teams that are in the running has to be, if you get the knock, secure your kill.
Yes.
Get that point, because like you said, so many teams in the running, you don't know if your knock gets stolen away, it could be a team that's chasing you.
Yeah.
So you want to make sure that you get every secure that you can, even if it's risky. Pathenbong going to get the knock onto a Twisted Minds player, and he's out in the middle of nowhere.
I love the fact that you mentioned this as well, because that's one of the lessons that I feel like most players learn once they come to LAN for the first time. Every time I tell them, like, hey, play on LAN, how did it feel? They go, bro, people flush so fast. Like, they steal my kills. I can barely even reload and get the kill. That's why everyone's just instantly swapping over to DMRs to get the kills with them, because they don't have the time to get these points. Points come not very easily at globals. And therefore, every single flush you can get, well, that's you punching a bigger hole in your ticket to the grand finals.
They are at a premium. They are worth so very much here, as Theraton 5 already collected 3 for themselves, despite the fact that they've lost their little parachuting friend. 2 of them into Pathenbong. Twisted Minds down to 3 as well. Batulin's coming in with the blue, and the Sandstorm gonna keep Petrichor Road safe for the time being, or at least their last remaining player, Chewy. New Happy pulling a little bit close to, I think that's Ferris. Yeah, from Na'Vi, the last player left in Cruz de Valle. And that's going to be intel fed over to the rest of the boys.
Yep, he's set up in the church still. Looking down, I would imagine that he has a vehicle available, so should be able to regroup with his team. I like the fact they're splitting around crews in this sense, or in this way, so they have the space. But right now, Circle gone west, and for Falcons, position amazing. Sandstorm on top of them at this very moment could not be any worse time. This could be the game they've been looking for to qualify through to the grand finals, but they need to play so smart up here on the main center hill of this circle.
Yeah, it did. It's going to cut the information out, but it's also going to provide them some cover to get everybody back together. So Falcons playing the compound in a great compound 4 deep, and they're going to see the Expendables rotating just beneath them. Meanwhile, 4 Angry Men on the south side, they know that Twisted Minds is in here, but they just can't spot them. As 777 going to go down in the meantime, and HSM going to get spotted by example. So Twisted Minds, even dangerous when they're down to 3.
This is exactly what I was alluding to. Falcons, they know a lot of teams are going to be coming their way, but now let's take a focus here. 4am once more. Oh, example using the Carver cover. Bobo will be there to trade, but yet again, phenomenal individual mechanical skill in getting at least the initial knock. Xiaopian up there to try and help, try to fortify alongside the remaining 4am players. So right now is, well, they're really just playing for pride because they're in. Twisted Minds is in. This is all a fight for pride.
Twisted Minds playing for reps here at this point, and there you go. Bobo will win that 1v1 against Batulins. It's all down to Lou. He continues to send a few more grenades in this way, but they're not going to find their mark for a rare instance for Lou, as he has just been on time with those things so far this tournament. He's got one more left. We'll see him throw it in, and again, not going to find anything. So 4am should have a little bit of time here to reset.
Yeah, should be able to do. They do end up losing 1. Lou, now seen as well, has to try and back off. Used 23 nades over the course of this tournament so far. Again, I mean, a big part of why Twisted Minds, formerly known as NLT, became so successful in EMEA was the usage of util, but of course this time around not really going to matter. They will fall. 16th is where they go, and that's going to give a little bit more breathing room to 4am.
Indeed. Unfortunately I guess maybe fortunately for the rest of the lobby, Theraton 5 still in there soaking up points. They've already got 4 kills.
Yeah.
And they've got great position as well. So we are down to 45 remaining, but still 15 teams. So it's a lot of space to work around, a lot of real estate to play. As we see New Happy just content with keeping a duo here on the south side. They got to get that res onto AZs just on the edge of the blue. And Falcons, well, they are just comfy cozy here. This is about the best news they could hope for.
And if we look towards the teams that are currently in good positions, it's the teams that needs the points. It's Falcons on the mountain high. It's Tiamba towards the north. It's Ascent off towards the east. And then actually Eternal Fire, I love their position up north as well. Even if the circle ends up swinging south, as long as they can maintain buffer space both east and west, they play so well on foot. And honestly, this circle couldn't be any better. The Matt, Quetpa, get into your vehicles, regroup with the rest of your boys, and then just hold off east. That way you can run up to the hillsides later, play on foot, play to your strong suit, because everyone now, as you can see in the arrows drawn on the screen as well, are going to be coming in from the south. And it's Falcons on duty to try and hold them off.
Absolutely on duty, as they've got a lot of work to do here. The Cerberus will backfill Tiamba. After Tiamba leaves this compound, they'll stop down here for long enough to scout ahead and see where Tiamba stops. We'll at least be able to watch them go up the hill. Kwandong Freaks, meanwhile, they're going to pull right in the midst of New Happy, and New Happy is ready and waiting for it. They're going to drop a few smokes, but Heather is already going to be ready. Salute will get the knock on a Ming, and well, Freaks will have to turn there you go. Nan's going to go down. I believe it's just the last player up for New Happy. It's going to be Xiao Said, and he's down. New Happy out in 15.
This play was set up from start to finish and executed to perfection. The car was a bait all along. Salute was sneaking up over the hilltop in the meantime, and with those footsteps being suppressed by the sound of the pickup truck, that was executed so well. That's how you deal with the likes of Ming Ming. Catch him looking the other way, and you can get some points off of it. Expendables down now here as well. They fall in a game where they really needed points going their way.
They're going to fall to Na'Vi as well. So Na'Vi continuing to collect a few more points here, trying to make the impossible possible. Rello, long range shots, doesn't get knocked there. That's huge for them, as Falcons kind of spreading out, trying to see if they can get as many angles as they can on everything that's coming in from the southeast. But do they spot out Kwandong Freaks? Yep. They knew about the fight. They heard it. You saw them creeping over in this direction, but they never took shots, and they started to pull back. Now, Kwandong Freaks, do they know where Falcons are positioned. It should be very, very difficult rotation here. We'll see how they pull it off.
Falcons are the edge of the circle. If they can win this position, playing in on foot from this compound towards the north, towards the west is very, very doable. So if they can clean this up without taking casualties, they could be getting a lot of points off it. You can see how they're playing this one right now. Snakers, Flood in the compound, Roth, Rello both playing spoiler. They want teams to come up. They want them to get in between them and start running up towards the compound proper. But seems like Quantum Freak's going to think better of it. In the meantime, now Na'Vi towards the east, they're going to go straight into Ascent.
They've got 2 on this side, but they do not know about Pains. Pains being the southern anchor for Ascend. Ooh. The northern side has been watching Tiamba, but no, Diffix, good shots on the Brex. And now Kilyakai getting knocked very low as well. Pains is going to get spotted out. Na'Vi showing up here in the late day.
Crucial that he comes up high, spots him down below, because Pains could have easily found 1, if not 2, had he gone unnoticed. So Ascent, a lot of damage done, and who better to give a shift than T5, who desperately needed circles going their way.
And just nobody around them here. CPon, well, okay, 4 a.m. starting to get involved a little bit, but now they have something to do. Ascend will go down here to Tiamba. Tiamba with 4 up. Sosid's going to get spotted out in the blue, so he's going to go down to believe it might have been FW. Yeah, Banana One was the one that snuck up behind him, snaked behind him. So now Na'Vi down to just the 2 players, but Tiamba fully aware of their presence.
Again, look at the teams that are fighting here on the eastern side and how many of them have everything to lose by falling out early here. Tiamba currently sat on the cusp at 47, looking to clean this up, fight their way forward, but they know that they're in between 3 teams. They have to do this so incredibly clean in order to get any points off of this, because they know if we don't fight fast, if we don't finish our knocks, we're going to get third-partied instantly.
Big chase right now, and Petrichor Road in severe danger of getting knocked out of the top 16, with Tiamba and Falcons still 4 up and in great position here in the late game. T1 also in a great spot to make a run here, but Type is going to get knocked by Roarin'. So Eternal Fire is starting to show up.
And this is what I was alluding to before for Eternal Fire. Even if the circles shift away, as long as they make sure that they're the most northern team, they don't allow anyone to fill in behind them, they can play on foot, they can play close and slow, and they can get something good going their way. Falcons almost front flipping a bike, but they get to safety at least for now. A breath of a sigh of relief as they stay 4 alive.
Na'Vi, 6 kills now. Maybe too little too late, but doesn't matter to them. They want to show that they are still a threat as they head into PGC on, I believe, European Championship points. We'll have to double check on that, I think. But yeah, you're the man. You would know. All right, Zenith, they've taken a few shots over towards Eternal Fire, down to just 2 players now, as Cerberus now getting involved as well. They've got the blue right up against their backs. Code Marco will have to stop down here as Duckmai gets knocked very low. He's back up to full health.
And this is the issue for Eternal Fire right now. Cerberus is not being contained from the other side because Tianba is busy fighting the teams towards south. So they get all the space in the world to fight forward. Tianba losing 1 more as 7-7 falls down. That should make it possible for other teams to push further forward. T1 still playing defense. Falcons doing the same exact thing as T5 is now opting to crash out of the compound itself and take out 4 a.m.
And they're paying for it too, and they're going to go down. Kwangdong Freaks will be the one that takes them from the south side. 4 strong. The Freaks have complete control. I mean, the entire rest of this lobby is hugging around the east side of this map with the exception of the Freaks.
And the compound in the circle center is free. The only team that would know that this is the case is Freaks, and they have no intentions of running in there, because why would they when the circles keep shifting towards the west? Falcons, T1, Tianba, they all need to make this happen. Let's see who comes out on top.
Falcons start to play aggressive here. They see that 22 left remaining in the lobby. They see points. They know they have 4 up. Flood was left behind on the south side to make sure nobody was backfilling him, but that's not going to happen. Tiamba in very good grenade range here for Falcons. They got to be careful about how they peek up over this. They will, actually Ian's going to be the one that gets the knock on a pow and the flush. Snakers will find the knock with the grenade onto 7-7. So Falcons still in a spot here to try to take advantage of this, but they're starting to see these points go off the board. board.
Such a difficult position to be in down low like that. Roth does get found with util. There should be a rest possible, though. I don't think they're going to have the angles from the side. The issue is all the knocks that they got with their util. Cerberus are going to take away from them. Linshu, last player left alive. Himas has seen him peeks over. A bit of a rich line still to work with. How hard do you commit to this if you're Himas? Though right now you don't at all, because all of a sudden that's T1 peeking over.
Yeah, T1 in a beautiful spot here and doing a lot of damage, getting a lot of knocks here, but not getting too many flushes just yet, as they're only sitting on 1 kill, and now Cerberus going to put their full attention over in that direction. They're going to wrap on the low side. They're going to take the fight right to the face of T1. Zenith hiding out in that smoke, but they're keyed in on Raining and End right now. Type will get taken down by Flood, so T1's House of Cards is starting to fall.
Yep, Cerberus continuing their sweep. They know exactly where they have Raining. They got to push forward. They got to clear this house fast, because they know there are more teams coming. Himas, jump shot, takes down Rain, and Ian falls as well, as Falcons on one side, Cerberus on the other. Start dealing damage. T1, they go down, but now who comes out victorious here?
Himas and Solozzi, the 2 remaining. Nice knock-on from Snakers onto Himas. It's all down to Solozzi. He is in the blue zone. It's all down to Snakers, the last player up for Falcons. They've taken so many knocks, but they are still alive. 6 kills and climbing.
It's a 1v1v4, and all Quantum Freaks is doing is sitting inside the circle, staring at this and going, wait, where's all our points? Snakers, though, able to get more. 57 now as they climb their way and make it 58. No, never mind, he took out his teammate, and there you have it. Freaks, from avoiding confrontation, from wrapping south around Falcons, they did the least possible to claim that win, other than lobbing one nade over and getting themselves yet another win here today.
That literally might have been the easiest win that Freaks have ever gotten in their careers, but Falcons have to be feeling good about themselves right now. You can see Roth, he is pumped up. He knows that they are in striking distance. They are doing what they need to do to try to make a run at that top 16.
Definitely starting to see the smiles on their faces, the nods on the heads of Relo as well, confirming that they're starting to feel good with 1 game left to play, because that is all that there is left to play, and all the teams here had a chance to bring it home in the end, though it was Quantum Freaks. And now let's throw it over to the Despo final time here in the group stages.
Well, we've got a 2-time here for Kwangdong Freaks coming in for today, as they're able to hold it down on the dusty dunes of Miramar and find themselves a victory, which sort of kind of came their way, admittedly. However, we had a huge divide of teams in the west side who have already done enough for themselves, and then the theatre of conflict in the east meant that all of the teams over there all needed big points, and they all had to kill each other off.
I mean, it was kind of tragic to watch everybody inside of the eastern part of the circle just go, okay, well, I guess we're going this way, and we don't want to have to assault into the circle, and it just turned into just a catastrophe. A couple of squads walked away, but the big beneficiary of it going to be Falcons. Now, definitely feeling like they qualified, picking up that game. I guess a breath of relief for that squad.
Maybe. I mean,
57-ish.
Yeah, well, we'll see where the cutoff actually does land. We were expecting it to be low, right? Like, not only was I saying whilst we were watching the game, oh yeah, all these teams up towards the top, sponging up points means the cutoff will be lower. But also, teams like Na'Vi now getting kills means because we know that they're not qualifying unless they have an insane game.
Why not? Why not? Let's just go ahead and let the bottom couple of teams pick up a couple of points as well, so that way it just stays that much more compressed. Here is that eastern front that we were talking about that is just... I mean, you got to do what you got to do, but good job on the Falcons for sweeping in, picking up a ton of kills. I mean, that was exactly what they needed. Again, assert dominance on your teammates sometimes.
Absolutely, yeah. You gotta show those Australians who's boss.
Yeah, they got some egos to them. Yeah. Well, okay, so does he.
A little bit of a pop off here, getting things going. They know that there is an opportunity here for them to be able to slide on into grand finals as we take a look at all across all of these teams. Mr. Myers, not too concerned by the looks of things.
Yeah. Not as giggly as we saw them. But I mean, that's kind of the theme of the day.
I was a little bit concerned because Therodon 5 was up there as well. And eventually they were taken out. It was only 2-man, right? If they were 4-man up there, actually, maybe they would have been able to do something.
Yeah, of course. I mean, at this stage, it feels like T5 just knows how to find the in-game circle every single time. These guys are just repetitive in their strengths, specifically in the end games, but also Freaks. We do have to start talking about that. Freaks have had one hell of a day today. They've managed to string together some very solid performances and are becoming a threat of their own.
Very much so. The absolute hope of South Korea to really get things rolling at the moment, because again, you know, like, long gone are the days of having Seoul at every single one of these international tournaments, right?
Or any of them anymore, it feels like.
Yeah,
maybe.
There's some wishy-washiness here and there, but Kwangdong Freaks looking all right here so far, getting themselves into that grand final. I'm excited to see how they're going to stack up against the rest of the lobby over there. But to kind of loop back on this Miramar here once again, I do like the assertiveness of taking some of this high ground position on this west side, kind of this hill that they were going for, because it's such a strong position, and eventually being able to kind of hold that down will yield the 9 kills for Kwangdong Freaks alongside that 1.8k damage.
I mean, it's just been very clinically clean play coming out from them. Good terrain understandings. That's where they've been getting a lot of their successes. Also, just they've been able to fight in some just really messy firefights and coming out on top of it. And I think that that's a big sign of success, specifically inside of this lobby, because this is a brutal lobby today. I mean, you've got the top that is just absolutely feasting up there, and if you're Freaks, that is great for you because that gives you a very good inside track on how the grand finals are going to play.
Wow. Well, salute. Almost. Well, he's done 932 damage there. I was about to say almost 1k. He's still a little, 70-some points away from that, but that's big impact once again. And when we came back from Freaks before, Salute was the MVP, and now once again, he's going to be the MVP here. So he's putting in a lot of work. You don't happen to have him on your fantasy team?
I do not have Salute on, but we will give him a salute for his performance. Aside that one, that was very...
I mean, sneak in one toffeeism every day, don't you?
I do. I mean, he
loves it.
He lives on in our hearts, whether we like it or not.
He's not dead.
He's not here, same thing.
Don't worry, guys. He's safe at home, I promise. It's quick, say something in the chat, Toffee.
We know you're there. All right.
He doesn't say something. I was saying never.
Oh, yeah, no. We're fine. Kwangdong Freaks, 19 points, and Falcons with 14. Falcons a big takeaway from that one. Cerberus also getting 12 is going to put them in a much more comfortable position. T5, surprise, picking up 7. 4 Angry Men coming back, getting a little bit of a resurgence, feeling pretty good. And T1 with 6. 4 Angry Men, T1 keep drawing my attention today.
14 points for Falcons. You feeling safe, Roth? Yeah, maybe. Okay, cool.
No, yeah, baby.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Baby.
No. After this game, he says. All right, cool. Thank you.
Appreciate your insights.
Well, that was good stuff. We have got here, though, the top 12 at the moment. As you can see, for the most part, we're expecting all of these teams now to be perfectly safe. With only one game remaining, there is no way our cutoff point is going to be 64. Let's take a look at that 16th place position. 51 points currently. Interestingly, for Petrichor Road. From PGS 5 to PGS 6, they brought in Ikeslef, knowing that it wasn't enough for the previous PGS, and now they're on the cusp here, Mushroom.
And they're not having the best of days. They're having a decent day, but they are in a good position. The problem with it, Tiamat just right back behind him. 1 point separating. Just taking down one member of Petrichor Road could be a massive problem from that one. T1, who's been having a pretty solid day. I mean, not necessarily the best as well, but also within touching distance right back behind. It gets a bit harder for a Sin Club, but I think right around there, if the Expendables or maybe even a Turtle Fire have a really big game, they might not be done yet.
It's going to be
hard,
close.
though. It's hard.
It's going to be very, very close. I think, as you say, for anyone from a send-up, if they have a big game, I think it's possible, right? Expendables down, difficult, all things considered, right? You've got to have some real pop-off.
Whenever you're only at 35 so far, it just doesn't feel like maybe there's enough like gas in the tank to get you that big game at this point.
Well, you just haven't yielded any results across these games, right?
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so it's not been enough. Your average has not been enough throughout all of this. So to suddenly change the gears.
And the big part of it is always going to be the mental at that stage, right? If you're in that chase at that point and you just haven't had your big game and you're like, oh, well, we just have to do it on the last one whenever nothing has worked over 2 days. I mean, FaZe made it look easy yesterday, but it is not.
No, definitely not. Everyone getting geared up. All the guys back in the lobby for our final game. If you had to pick, you've got the likes of Falcons, Tiamba, Petrichor Road, all of these teams on the cusp. Who do you think is going to be able to make it?
I think Falcons are feeling pretty good about it. Petrichor Road is the one that I'm a smidgen nervous about because we have seen XLF going down pretty early in a couple of these rounds, and he has been a big component. But yes, now that he is doing a lot of the IGL role, filling in some of that situations, if he does go down early, he still manages to provide a lot of insight to his squad.
All right, well, let's get to it then. The final game here of the group stage, PGS 6 on the way. Who is going to make it to the grand final? Let's find out with Toby and Poro.
So many teams in the race here with one match left to play as we hop over to Miramar once more. The desk did a great job of breaking it down as we now hop into this match 18. Poro, I mean, we heard James ask Matt Trim, who does he think? Where do you hopes lie? Who's going to go through?
I got to tell you, out of all the teams that are in the running right now, you look at just today, Tiamba has been performing the best. They've got 27 points. They've been performing better than their day one performance, but everybody around them is still sitting in 10, 17, 15, 13. Now, all these teams are capable.
Yeah.
It's really just a question of where the circle goes, who can avoid the early game nonsense, and it's the final game. There is going to be some nonsense.
Definitely will be, and most likely nobody in Picado again. Nope, they're all flying past, because why wouldn't you? Last time I checked, it ain't really worth looting Picado anyway if we can get it for free. Eternal Fire don't want to go in there. Tiamba don't want to go in there either. Might as well stick to a usual drop spots and not contest too hard on it.
Was Navi trying to hot drop Petrichor Road in Montenuevo?
I'm not sure. It might have been the case. Nonetheless, Petrichor thought better of it. They jumped out early, went off,
they dipped.
and said no thank you. But I like the idea of Navi saying, if we're not going, you're not going either.
Fair enough.
Yep, not to be, at least not yet, though. As a lot of teams out towards these. Look, what is this chaos? FW, Expendables, New Happy, Cerberus, all side by side, all on top of each other. And we have Nox already.
Like we said, nonsense. Final game nonsense is always going to be there. Well, the Expendables will get that first kill. And that'll be, I mean, like they said, they've got, it's not impossible. They've got a lot of work to do, but it's going to take a lot of work. So that's getting a point to start off things in under 2 minutes. That's a good start.
Q Vietnam feeding Vietnam. Hashtags in the chat as Expendables get themselves a first kill. They are, as we can see, still technically within striking distance. Them, Eternal Fire, and technically GNL as well, with a pop-off game here, a win, double-digit kills, something along those lines, could still make it in. But it all depends on how those teams that are set up above them manage to perform, because if the likes of Petrichor, Tiamba, T1, and Falcons all have just decent games, that catch back up becomes almost impossible.
Yeah, I mean, these teams wouldn't be here if they weren't capable of pulling off some magic, single game magic. So now, my question really, there's a lot of Los Leones in that circle, Toby.
There definitely is. It's fortunately on the southern side.
It's spooky.
It does tend to become pretty spooky. The only thing I'm worried about is currently no one far up north. We are, of course, expecting to see Ascent do a wide eastern wrap. I think 4AM is going to some extent follow as well. The thing is they already have Wang Sai in Minas Gerais, so they're probably going to head down that direction instead. T5, who knows what they're going to do. They're somehow just going to get circles anyway.
Oh my God.
And then you have Falcons. Wow, found him midair. And then Cloris, flashbang straight to the dome. Isaki, well, that ain't going to work for him.
That was close.
But Falcons, my
Yeah,
eyes...
he knows it. He's like, oh.
In this phase one, my eyes are on Falcons. How do you rotate into this? You know, 4AM, since day one of PUBG's existence, they've been east of Hacienda. How do you wrap into this if you're Falcons? Do you go north around? Did you see teams wrap above you? What's the play here, Froth?
I mean, I think you just got to take it as slow and steady as you can. Just stop off. Just the smallest of rotations, and scouting out what's ahead of you, and just be extremely careful and just try to make it towards that late game, because there's going to be a lot of early game nonsense.
It's actually kind of insane when you think about it, how much not having a team in Picado changes the flow of rotations in a game of Miramar. That usually is always a stop clause. That's the team that backfills, and then wherever they go, other teams have to kind of play according to. But since there's no one there, I mean, Lou has just rotated all the way east. He's so far from his team, they're only coming in now. It's just, the whole flow of the game becomes so much different when the middle is open.
Oh, it does indeed. And I actually got eyes on that south side, too, because you got T1 that's still in the running, but you can see End way off to the west.
Yeah.
And he's got Tiamba and Kwangdong Freaks that are starting to make their way down to that road. They cannot afford to lose a player early here if they want to try to make a run, as we see GNL taking that E pickup. Where are they going
forward? Flying forward. I would imagine that they go somewhat north. I mean, seeing as how the circle went and how the plane path went, I would imagine that's where they're eyeing to go. We, of course, know that it's free. They might not expendables. Hearing the vehicles from FW, they're going to try and fortify over towards this current circle center compound. But you know what? I mean, they might not be too upset with having opponents nearby, because they do need a pretty big game in order to bring this one home. So why not get some of those kills early?
Well, this is something expendables don't really want, but FW right on their doorstep. We'll see if FW decides to fully commit, as we see Ascend doing that rotation that you were speaking about, but Theraton 5 right behind them, and they've got nothing but time to spend going after this, and we saw them chasing down kills earlier, so would not be surprised to see it again.
Big loss for T1 here early on in this game. Again, a team that's in the hunt for this top spot. But losing Ian practically before the games even started is not how they wanted to begin the last game of the day. But you mentioned it. There were teams looking towards the southern shoreline, eyeing opportunities to do some gatekeeping, and, well, they fell victim to just that.
And we see Ascend spotting out Theraton 5. Brex posting up and not getting the knock, not getting even any damage really onto that. Okay, that grenade will do some, as Ranger X will pull through, but there's other fights going on the map as well. Navi and Tiamba are squaring up just east of Valle de Mar.
Yeah.
And Freaks are kind of bridge camping them as well. So we could see the south get a little bit messy shortly. But Theraton 5, it looks like they're going to avoid that. But Chris has just been kind of solo up here, feeding intel over to the rest of the gang. And now he has got a lot of people right on his doorstep. I don't think they're aware of his presence, though.
Doesn't seem like it. Shots were fired from inside down below, but you can see Rusted is fully committed to looking towards the south. And with more shots being fired towards him now, that's actually going to open up an opportunity for Chris to push forward. I'm sure that's him giving the info to his teammates. Start shooting, even if you can't see him. Bait his attention, and I can push forward, and that's exactly what happens. Ascent able to get 1 point here. A much needed one at that, as they're currently outside of top 16.
Every one matters, and that could be a huge one. We see it's Chris. I'm pretty sure Killiakai said, yeah, I headshot him. He is low.
Exactly.
Go ahead and put that. And that's exactly what they do. So good comms on the part of Ascend. And now it looks like Theraton 5 has kind of tried to abandon this, so we'll see where they decide to go next. GNL, meanwhile, getting a little bit close to T1 over there near Puerto. The rest of the GNL gang has already made their way up north, so this is just the tail end of that convoy.
Yep, a Korean kind of mash of these two teams trying to both do the east side wrap into this circle. Makes perfect sense that this is the direction that they're going in, because there is still plenty of space to be played out here. Impala still completely free and open for the taking. And then again, because Ascent and T5 are doing so much to try and stumble over one another, delaying each other's rotations, the entire north side of this circle, which is usually one of the prime real estate areas, is completely open.
It's also worth noting, if you got your map stream open, you can kind of see this. Petrichor Road, they have been taking their time. They started off way up, looting in Alcantara. They wanted to go very, very slow. But Navi, Tiamba, Kwangdong Freaks have been hanging out on this south side. They've been kind of trading shots back and forth. As a result, that southern passage that Petrichor Road maybe of hoping was clear is still got 3 teams hanging out alongside of it. So that could be trouble.
I mean, if you're Petrichor Road and you see Kwangdong Freaks get a flush on a T1 player, you go, we know where they land. We know where they also land. Great. They're on the shore. We're not going to go down there. That's going to be chaos mode. And also, I think they're aware that there's no Picado committed team in this game, so they're going to go further north. The issue is the Navi delay onto onto Tiamba has now forced them to go further north. It's a full-on butterfly knock-on effect, which now forces Tiamba and Petrichor close to one another. Navi has become a rock in a Chinese shoe, forcing these two teams into each other.
That's just the duo for Tiamba, so that's a little bit of a reprieve there for Petrichor Road. They're not even going to take the shots. They're just going to go ahead and let them breeze through.
Allowing them to push on forward. As you're saying, it makes perfect sense, so you don't have Pow Pow or CC anywhere near. Instead, track their rotation, see what they're opting to do. Tiamba doesn't need a game of a lifetime in order to qualify. They just need to outlive the early to mid-game chaos. Find yourself on a quiet side of the circle, and with a couple of points, you could be in.
All right, Petrichor Road. not knowing how close they just came to getting involved in a blue zone fight that really none of them wanted.
Yeah.
Now Ming did stop down just outside of Chumacera to switch vehicles, and the rest of Tiamba has arrived since, but it looks like he should be able to escape in time. And the southwestern side of this circle is pretty clear.
Exactly. So much open space around the edges, but so many teams sat in the center already. This next circle is going to be huge. It's going to go south. You said Loss still in. Well, it remains in, at least for now. A lot of the compounds open and available, but look at the north commit. A lot of teams, 4 make that, having to make their way on in. And then the delayed teams on the southern side, Tianba, Petrichor, Na'Vi, how are they playing in, coming through? Most likely, Los Leones.
You got to worry a little bit for Falcons here. You see them in the middle of that great migration off to the north as Theraton 5. They're still very split up, still engaged with Ascend, just trying to hunt them down, it feels like, as it's Chris will do some more damage onto Fluky. He'll try to drop the smoke down, get the heal off, but he's got no support nearby. He's going to have to rely on himself.
Exactly. Ascent knows that there's no center to fight for. There's no reason to stress to the circle. We got to just try and see if we can claim some of these points here. They know exactly who they're up against, as we're seeing a fight with Falcons and FW happen as well. Falcons have a player knocked, I believe, and Banana 1 falls down, so that's more points garnered for the Falcons boys, who currently sit at 54.
Yep, Banana 1 in a sneaky spot. So Flood back on his feet, but 4 AM starting to make their way through. As Snaker's going to take some shots over towards Lou. They should be able to get the revive onto Rello as well. They've got the hard cover, but 4AM won all of this. Big spray from Zepion will find one. Rello will get flushed out by Lou. And just like that, the Falcons are now up against it. They've got Roth with full health, but Snakers will get the heal off, but 4AM, they are sending it in. All utility, all grenades, as they will find another knock, and Falcons are starting to get taken down out of this lobby.
Roth seen down to low HP, will be found. The 3 Ps for Xiao Pian gets the end of him. You can see them, hands to their faces. That is frustration, but for now, they are still in, but they need the stars to align in order to remain within the top 16.
Oh boy, they are going to be sweating this one out. Petrichor Road, meanwhile, has made their rotation to the south. They have a little bit of a way in here. Fluky will get spotted out by Breck, so Ascend pick up another kill. Make sure you secure that, buddy. You don't want to lose that point, and make sure you get that heal off first before anything, for sure. The good news is, outside of the north, there's not really much else there. So they've got time to play around with this if they want to. But Theraton 5, really, it's just wasting their time more than anything.
This is a case of Ascent wanting to play a normal game of PUBG, but T5 not allowing them.
Yeah.
Yep, they're just wanting to get out of that, but they are in a web too thick for them to untangle, at least for now. Now trying to disengage, now trying to get away, but of course, as you said, making sure to get points with them. And Ascent not liking seeing the teams down below them starting to get points as the fly on through comes over. Killiakai losing that one against Ranger X. I did not think he was going to come out victorious, but now fights once more and more points garnered for the teams in need. Tianba finally solving their issues on the edge.
Out in the middle of the freaking blue again. Tiamba is still managing to find kills. Yeah. Now they've managed to get at least one player inside the safe zone right now, but he is right on top of Eternal Fire. So Tiamba in the chase. They've managed to pick up a kill. Falcons are just sitting here watching their kill feed and hoping, praying that Tiamba will go down. Pero will go down at T1.
Important fight in the making here as Eternal Fire get eyes on CC. He does get to stay alive, but the rest of the team is coming in from the blue.
Oh, wait.
Now, Eternal Fire is kind of split right now in a 2-2 circle. Pups, north is where we go. None of the teams in need of this shift is getting it outside of Expendables, and potentially Ascent should they make their way in. We have 5 teams still on the edge of or deep in the blue. That's how safe these teams are trying to play, making their way into the grand finals.
Falcons are the biggest Eternal Fire fans right now.
Yep.
As they are forcing Tiamba to continue to rotate north. But the problem is they continue to rotate north, they're going to run right into Twisted Minds. GNL, meanwhile, trying to pull into the compound, and, well, they're safe. They're fine. They're good. They've got nobody really around them here as we are down to 50 alive. 15 teams remaining, 15 minutes in.
I love the fact that we're getting the map feed seen here because that really helps us paint the picture of how this is going to pan out. GNL T1, they've been rotating side by side for this entire game. They're going to fight one another yet again as FW and 4AM now start fighting on the north side of this circle too. If Ascent times this right, there might be a compound for the taking because they're coming in to Cantera now. They're hearing this action, seeing it in the kill feed, but how much do they dare to commit? That's been their issue. They've had chances to engage where they've opted not to, and it's come to bite them. Here's a compound 200 meters in front of you, and there's a fight going on in there.
I mean, they're just coming out of the blue. They've lost one, and now they're getting shot at by Lou, and Lou is going to get the knock on the panes. So Ascend, everything kind of going wrong for them right now. They've been engaging with Theraton 5 in the north so long that they are coming into a really rough position here at Cantera, and Tiamba now coming there as well. So Twisted Minds feels like might be kingmakers here.
I mean, what better than the two teams from the Hunt try to take out the Titans together? Twisted Minds realizing that it's coming a bit too much pressure their way. And of course, as we know, they like to play every game as best as they can, so they're going to try and back off. Maybe Twisted Minds will be the team that sends Falcons through to the grand finals. At least right now, they're fighting both Tiamba and Eternal Fire at the same time.
I mean, look at all those teams that are in the running, that are in the blue zone right now.
Yeah.
Even considering how much space is still available in this lobby because of so many deaths. Tiamba, Batulins will get the knock on a 7-7 and should be able to get that flush as well. Yeah, he will. And that's going to be another one down, or at least one down for Tiamba.
Ascend down, Ascend out. Did not make it. A hard rotation on the northern side, and they're aware of it. Frustrations on the eyes of the German team as they get taken out and end their race in PGS 6 in 19th.
Oh, Petrichor Road and Tiamba, they are in a tough spot here. Tiamba more so. Petrichor Road, did they actually, I think they were all the way down south.
They
have pulled a full wrap on the west side to the north side, and the north side is so full right now.
We could determine the outcome of the outcome of the group stage before Phase 4 has even concluded. Eternal Fire, Petrichor Road, Tiamba, all sat right next to each other. All teams that are fighting for these last few top spots. And now they're all outside the circle too. This is insane.
And T1, they've still got 3 up. They still got a shot at this.
They do.
And nobody's really near them. They're playing around the ramp over just off to the northeast of this circle. So nobody really shooting over in their direction just yet. But you can see Theraton 5 now starting to show some interest. But Ferrist will get the knock on the Pat and Pong and immediately follow it up with a grenade. So it's down to just Ranger X.
Na'Vi down, one player, Soset fell in the middle of nowhere as they try to push further forward, forcing T5's Ranger X straight into the open arms of T1. They say thank you, Na'Vi, for that extra point as they now most likely becomes the next target of the Na'Vi roster.
T1 still trying to make that climb here. Petrichor Road, they are pinned down by Twisted Minds, but they have a spot here. They have a safe spot with hard cover inside the next circle, but Tiamba is going to be knocking on their door from the northwest.
They're inside the circle, just barely. Tiamba, that is, but it's Eternal Fire that has to make the run, and what better way to start that run than taking out the opposition on your approach. CC, Linshu, forced to play in the open. They lost 7-7 earlier as well, so they're down to just them two also. 51 points, 54 would put them above Falcons, and most likely into the grand finals.
Tiamba versus Petrichor Road. This would be absolutely huge. That's a perfectly placed blue zone
it's
grenade.
It's a double.
It's a double. He's going to find the whole team. Tiamba picking off 2. Can he get the 3rd? Yes, he can. Petrichor Road is out.
Petrichor Road out, but Tiamba did only get 1 of those points. It's Twisted Minds again out here stealing them, but Petrichor confirmed not going to make grand finals. The Falcons' dreams remain alive, at least for now, but now it's on to T1 and Tiamba to change that.
Tiamba down to just 2, but they have the entire northwest of themselves. Nobody near them unless if they get a little bit of circle love, just a little bit of circle luck, they might be able to pull this off. There's still a lot of fighting going on the south here, and you cannot forget about T1.
Exactly.
3 alive in the northeast.
T1 alive. Same thing is the case for Expendables with a chance to make the run in here, but they too are in a pretty terrible position. Eternal Fire having to take this fight against Quantum Freaks. Now, it's not a favorable position. It's outside the circle, but there's nowhere else for them to go than trying to take out the Korean team here.
Human bleeding out very quickly. Actually, okay, maybe he took a little bit of damage there. Kind of slowed down, but Eternal Fire, they've got the full wrap here. They've got Code Marco on the off angle, and it feels like it's been forever since we've seen Code Marco in the late game, and he is a dangerous, dangerous man. As we check in with the Expendables, they find GNL. That's going to be a knock onto them.
Got the opening knock onto Gurion. That's going to allow for them to push into the compound. Proper 777 is still in the open. He's going to find at least 1 point. As Stella now full speed sends it towards the building. Wants to get back towards hard cover. Issues it's out in the blue. He does find Tan Vu, though. Important knock here in the middle of the game.
Okay. Take gun, Nyong. They've had a very decent day for themselves so far here today, and not enough to climb up in the leaderboard, unfortunately, but they've made a good accounting of themselves here as the Expendables down to Clories at 777. You can see the eating that blue zone damage. Tight gun, big knock on a 777, and this might be it for the Expendables as Clories is just eating blue zone damage.
Mutual destruction in the south side as New Happy comes down to try and take them out as well, but towards the north, it's a different story. Eternal Fire has been able to hold off against Quantum Freaks, but with the circle shifting into the field, they have to now run through Twisted Minds. Not only have Twisted Minds cemented their spot up in the top of the leaderboard, but they too are trying to ruin all other teams' hopes of making it into the grand finals.
And keep in mind, Tiamba, the duo, still alive, still inside circle. T1, still 3 up on that eastern side. They've got a ridgeline to work with, and they've actually spotted out a late arriving Diffix from Navi, and they might be able to get another knock here, another point in the bag.
GNL down, that's their chance of this qualifier out the drain. Expendables, you'd have to imagine, are gonna fall soon thereafter, but as you're saying, Tiamba, T1 both still in. If they both surpass Falcons at 54, that's Falcons finishing in 17th, thus not making it into the grand finals. And right now, they're both inside the circle.
Sweating bullets right now as we watch this final 10 teams, 9 teams, final 23 remaining.
But now it's when we're getting into placement points. Now is when Falcons are going to be in trouble.
It's actually huge. 4 a.m. was the one that got that kill onto Navi, so T1 doesn't collect that point, but they get that one. The Expendables just taken down by Greening.
Placement points alongside kill points are making this very, very close. So far, there's a fight for 1 spot. T1 needs 3 more in order to tie with Falcons at 15th. Most likely to be 16th if Ciampa can get just 1 more point.
4 a.m. They spot out Eternal Fire. They get into that ditch just to the south of the compound before already in perfect position. And there you go. Kwandong Freaks is going to go down as Salute is taken out. So 7 teams remaining. Feels like it might be about to be 6. Yes, it will be. And Zenith going to pick up another kill as he gets the point off of Bobo.
The tie now between Falcons and Ciampa. T1 still sat 1 point behind, 3 players alive, and still again, just exactly with that ridge line inside this circle. A placement point alone could punch them into the finals, but it ain't done yet. We've seen in this tournament already how in an instant teams can go down, and for Ciampa, they'll prone, they'll wait, they'll lay low for as long as can be, as they now too have to make a move.
All they have to do is survive.
Yep.
All they have to do is survive, get that placement point, just keep it going. T1, though, they have to move. Tiamba, they have to move. Where are they going to go? When are they going to go? That is the most important thing. Where will they go out? And will it be enough to supplant Falcons?
The write-up is as follows. 3 teams are fighting for 2 spots. 1 of them guaranteed to not qualify. Falcons, though, don't have any chances to rack up more. Tiamba currently in at 54. T1 currently out at 53, but they still have a chance to make it happen. They are the ones that can bring themselves into the finals as the circle in 15 seconds time will start closing in. And then in the center, Twisted, Cerberus. We have 4 a.m. and New Happy here as well.
Oh boy.
They can ruin the game for the others.
T1's hopping into vehicles.
Yep.
They are getting into the vehicles. They are about to make the move. Tiamba, they are starting to try to make the move. They've got the smoke wall, but they don't have any vehicles. Here we go. This could be it. T1, they need 1 more point. They are going to push right over towards 4 a.m. They're going to wrap around, see if they can find a compound. It looks like they have found the hay bales, and that's where they're going to call home. But that is success if you're T1.
Hay bales safety inside the circle. It's great, but it ain't necessarily points going your way. Unless, of course, if you can fend off against the teams on the outside. Currently, Ciampa in a tie loses against Falcons. That's why they're sat there at even 54. If they can get 1 more point. They're guaranteed to be in, but right now, if Tianba surpasses them, T1, that's Tianba out. One more point, and Tianba is in.
And CC108 cannot get that revive onto Lin Shu.
1 point.
He's going to go down, die to the blue. So CC108, the only one left alive for Tianba. All the hopes and dreams of his team of making the grand final rely on him.
1 point, New Happy is still out as well. CC has to stay alive, has to hope that New Happy gets eliminated before him, and he would qualify, playing with smokes, trying to run forward, and he will fall out. He goes, or at least for now, it's a tie still now with T1. 1 more point now for them to try and take this spot. A single placement point, a single kill, and they would be in, but they ain't there yet.
They're taking the shots. They tried to find Zepion. They get him down low, but he gets right into Twisted Minds, and that's going to go into the bag of example. But that's another placement point picked up for T1, and they will pass Falcons. They will pass Tianba, and they will get into the grand final. But Falcons, oh my God.
Tie.
How do they make that through? Unbelievable stuff here in the final game of group stages.
In a 1 point final game, a day they would never want to write about. They make it through in a tie with Tianba. Tianba played late. Tianba had a chance to make their way on in, but they fall right at the finish line.
And all credit in the world to T1. They have been doing exactly what they need to do here. And yet again, what do you say about Twisted Minds at this point that hasn't been already said? They are just absolutely dominant. 4 alive here in the final game, and they are setting up for another win as New Happy will get taken down.
Super settings are a fun place to be in when it gets close like this. Cerberus with a chance to climb further up the leaderboard, of course. They are used to being up there in the top. They've won PGSs in the past. They want to cement their position coming into the finals, coming into the off day tomorrow. Now I think they're starting to realize they are through. But it can't be all smile for Falcons. Yes, they're in. That's phenomenal. But not in the fashion they would have wanted it.
You know what? At the end of the day, it doesn't matter.
All that matters.
It's all about resetting, getting ready for those grand finals. But they did what they had to do, albeit the bare minimum. They did what they had to do to get to those grand finals as we wait and see how this final game will play out. Can Twisted Minds I think they've actually, through this game have taken first place overall in group stages. So they have surpassed Day Trade. They have surpassed Theraton 5.
And let's be honest, can we really be surprised? Twisted Minds continuing to blow our minds with their capabilities in these games. And I don't think anyone's gonna be too surprised seeing that they will once again come out here victorious. I mean, the fact that they didn't make grand finals in Esports World Cup earlier this year seems like years ago. They have been so incredibly unstoppable with everything they've done ever since.
Back-to-back group stage first place. Can it be back-to-back PGS champions for Twisted Minds? Actually, back-to-back-to-back, if we're being honest. But right now, we have to be concerned about the task at hand. Twisted Minds taking it to Zenith and reigning as they hide out inside the hay bales.
I'm not going to lie, the mid-game was super, super hectic. If you're T1, I'm not sure they know they're in yet. They've been playing it safe. They've been fighting for dear life against GNL on the south side, rotating in early. They've been trying to maneuver their way through the east throughout the entirety of this game. And here they are sprinting up the hillside. I don't know if they're aware that they've made it in, but of course we know it. It's all kind of written up now, but let's see it to the end anyway. Let's see how many more points Twisted can get, or if maybe T1 can make something happen here in the final game.
Through the smoke as T1 in this final game, 6 kills and a top 3 finish. Can they get anything more off of this as Zenith will try to maybe, I'm not sure when that smoke has bloomed. It looks like it's still going. So he's going to try to go for that revive onto Reigning. As you said, they are considering, they're still trying to fight for their position here as Type holding on to that side. He's going to prevent Sololzi from pushing over in that direction. Hymas, meanwhile, is going to go from the side, but it doesn't matter. Perfectix with the but Tulins is going to find Reigning, and he will get the flush as well. Type now making his way through the compound, Panzer in hand, just to try to get whatever he can.
This is a victory lap for Twisted Minds. They do what they've been doing all tournament long, looking to try and go back and win an event they won just a week ago. They want a repeat, they want a three-peat, and they're looking very, very poised to do just that. I'm just surprised they haven't opted to go for any mortars out in the fields.
I got to tell you, man, Twisted Minds obviously has looked stunning throughout these group stages, but once again, we cannot ignore the fact that it has been APAC magic in groups. Once again, it shows up every single time, it seems like, but now we got to see it transition over to those grand finals. Right now, Type's got that Panzerfaust in hand. He is just wishing somebody would peek around that corner. And he's going to go right by Example's head. Oh, he singed his hair with that one.
Never has anyone tapped Q so fast. I've never seen anyone lean as fast as he neoed his way around that rocket coming straight for his face. So we'll see him as now, again, trying to make something happen here in a game that is mainly played for pride, but nonetheless, a game that would feel good to win at the end of the day.
Fastest jiggle peek in the West when you know the Perfectic's got an arm staring down at you. As we'll see if Sololzi can pull off something here. Hymas coming through the field, but he's going to get spotted out. Yeah, you're not getting that. You're not getting that one. You're not sneaking your way through there. As our previous game MVP Lou gets another 5 kills in this one. 15 total for Twisted Minds. Hey, why don't we
make it 16?
Why don't we make it an even 16? Why don't we give them the whole thing? They've earned it. They deserve it. Sololzi, the last player left alive here for Cerberus, as Batulins is going in there to clean up, and clean up they will. Example will get the final one, and Twisted Minds ends group stages the way they began, with a convincing win.
The cherry on top of a flawless group stage performance for Twisted Minds. And for T1, I'm still looking at their faces. I'm not sure half of them either. They just found out, or they're not quite sure. But did this one, once again, as always, Foro, go right down to the wire.
I mean, you just look at the emotion on his face, that's shaking. I mean, that is so much stress at the end of that game, trying to survive, trying to secure your way there. Falcons, I'm not sure if they know that they've made it, but man, it's about as close as you're ever going to get. But you know what's not close? Anybody else in this lobby to Twisted Minds right now. Let's throw it over to the desk to break down these group stages and prepare us for the grand final.
The hurricane that is Twisted Minds will round out the group stage with a huge win, and I never thought coming into PGS 6 we would see once again a 130-point mark broken, set by Twisted Minds in the group stage last time around at PGS 5, and yet here we are. They did even more despite other sponges in these lobbies here. Matchroom, Twisted Minds is on the verge of absolute greatness once again.
Respect to whomever managed to make it into the top 16, because that was just a absolute bloodbath in order to get there. You can see the stress mounting of all times. It almost felt like Falcons were going to lose that. You could see it just slipping through their fingers as those later game circles came in due to their early death.
Indeed. Of course, as we take... you're right on that. I mean, let's talk about it, right? Because straight away, because obviously there was the 54 points versus the 54 points.
Yeah.
You know, obviously, the first tiebreaker is those placement points, right? Falcons having a bit more, they will be making it, and it's crazy stuff considering that they'd had a brilliant game just before. This one, obviously, scary considering how early that they went out.
And the three teams just so neck and neck at that stage. It just shows you the heart that was still coming in at this very tail end of it. Petrichor Road going down at this stage denied them out. That's what finished them off and opened up the doors for this late game where Circles just seemed like they were trying to curse the Falcons.
Yep, tough stuff here, but in the end of all of this, you can see the scramble from Tiamba and T1 especially, right?
Yeah.
As Falcons has gone out, and then Tiamba and T1, for Falcons to stay in, it had to be death and elimination for Tiamba and T1 quickly, because the placement points kept racking up. So, for example, if New Happy died towards the bottom before one of those teams, that could have easily been the demise of Falcons.
We were backstage freaking out about every single one of the rotations that went anywhere near T1, because we thought it was pretty much just going to be a hard pass. They were just going to have to watch what was happening, and then they had vehicles starting. They managed to start creeping closer. They managed to get into the compound that Cerberus used to be at. It all just started to stack together, and you can see as the leaderboard just continues to move move forward inch by inch. Finally, they figure it out. They know that they're doing good. They feel good. And of course, in the most poetic of ways for how this group stage goes, it's got to be Twisted at the end.
It has to be. It has to be. I mean, I'm scared for the rest of the teams because it does feel like the back-to-back-to-back is currently on the way. That being said, though,
there's two others.
The commentators brought up a very important point, right? Day Trade as well as Theraphon 5, they looked fantastic throughout this group stage as well. Oftentimes when we think to APAC, we think to ourselves, a Cerberus, right? Being able to step up for the rest of the lobby for APAC. Now APAC is blown wide open with these kinds of results coming in from Day Trade and Theraphon 5.
This has just got, I mean, we've had conversations around the just overwhelming firepower and the just control that we can see that can come out from these squads. And the way that we're now starting to see that hit on the international stage is so fun to watch.
Well, we've got our interviews ready as we now head over. We have got Rello from Falcons to talk to about how they're going to qualify here into the final.
Welcome to the post-match interview, and our group stage is officially over, and now we're having Falcon, of course, the team that gets into the right place, successfully advancing into the final stage. So we're just wondering that how do you feel when you fell down in the last game pretty early and to see everyone coming one by one could have passed your felt? What's your feeling about that, Rello?
It's a lot of weight on my shoulders. It was pretty frustrating knowing how much I couldn't contribute to my team, but I just had to stay faithful to my guys and know what they can do.
Okay, always. So believe in your teammates, right? Of course. And then we believe that it is not the place that you want to go, for now. And of course, we have 1 day to rest. And what's your plan for your final stage performance?
We're going to reset mentally, big time. That was a roller coaster of a group stage for us, but we're going to look at drop maps, figure out our loot spots, and prepare for the finals.
Okay, very, very detailed plans of practicing, of course. And of course, hope you have very better lucks and better practice and better performances in the final stage. Thank you very much. Thank you, and up you go. Thank you. And now we're having Batulin from Twisted Minds. The man from that team, that, very crazy teams. Just come in here. You guys are so crazy. You're dominating our games, Our games... It's totally crazy. Our games can change into Twisted Mind PUBG, of course. Nah, just kidding. But, during the group stage, did you even feel that any other teams are your opponents, or there is no opponent?
No.
No?
None of them.
No way! No opponents for you? Oh my god, that is Twisted Mind. Of course, I believe this kind of confidence makes them here, okay? And I would like to know that, as the leading team in our group stage, what would you like to say to all the fans supporting you?
Okay, first of all, I want to say hi to my lovely family, my brother, my girlfriend Stacy, who is supporting me here on the LAN tournament, and to all the fans. That's very nice that you picked us to support, because we show very dominant performance, and I hope all of you enjoy it. We're gonna continue doing our job, and you continue watching the games and stay with us. Thank you.
Aw, that's so sweet. I'm gonna say that the man loves his girlfriend, would win the game, would always win the match. But yeah, no, of course. And also, last question for you. What is your goal for our final stage? What is your goal for this game? Of course.
To dominate.
To dominate, to win, of course, yes. And we are very looking forward to see whether Twisted Mind is going to dominate our PGS6 again. And thank you very much. And this is our post-match interview. And stay tuned. We'll see you in final stage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Batulins. He did say at one point, Theraphon 5, best team in the world. However, they still finished number 1. There he is. What a group stage tournament. Impressive stuff coming out from Twisted Minds. Again, who can stop them, I think, is the big question going into that grand finals, all things considered. Because there is no team more consistent. I know they're EMEA, but I think you'll back me up. There is no team more consistent than Twisted Minds in this esport.
I think it's a better question to ask what couple of teams can take them down by fighting them at the same time, because it's going to have to be something like that. It feels like the third party is the only vulnerability that they have.
it's difficult to deal with them. And I mean, you heard it from the man himself. To dominate is important. We also heard from Relo, of course. Don't forget here, and they're going to be moving away. Obviously, 16th place is not exactly where they wanted to have been at the end of it, but they get through into that grand finals. We'll take a look at the numbers coming in from this final game as well. Twisted Minds just ends games, ends tournaments. They love doing that with 16 kills, 2,500 damage.
Just casual, no big deal. For Angry Men, though, hello, gonna pick up 12 kills, 1,200 damage. Not the highest, but overall, a solid performance coming out from them. T1 in the most vital 6 kills that they've probably gotten in their careers.
I mean, okay, jokes aside, we may be, if Twisted Minds does win this next one and then goes on, and I mean, obviously they would then be favorites for PGC, hands down anyway. If those 2 tournaments happen, we are in the Twisted Minds era.
Yeah.
There's no disputing it. I know Sonics did win over in Riyadh, right? That is absolutely, an amazing achievement. But Twisted Minds, the way they're doing this, would that be undisputed at that point?
Look, there is no North American EU bias or anything else like that that's happening right here. This is just straight up amazing play coming out from these guys. And if you're capable of chaining essentially 3 events, not entirely back-to-back because of EWC, but they'd come in and pick up PGC? I mean, how could you not say that? You're essentially winning, 3 out of 5 coming out for the year, as well as the overall biggest event for the
prolific
year.
circuit tournaments that yield you then potentially the World Championship.
That has not been seen yet.
And man of the match, Batulins comes out from this last game as well. Now, the crazy thing about...
Just to mess with my fantasy score. Thank you, Batulins.
Here's the problem with this segment. I could just go on like a rant about how Twisted Minds, the backstory, the history, and everything like that. But we got to remember, right? Their logo is a massive brain, right? Batulins is that brain, right? And for a long time, it was a lot about the rotations, the understanding of how all the other teams are going to be maneuvering on that plane of existence that he's been able to scout out from a high ground. But he leveled up his gameplay to be also able to be an excellent fragger alongside them, alongside the other great fraggers he has on his team. So it's been a meteoric rise for him. Inside of Twisted.
We used to have the memes about, you're like, oh, look, it's Batulins on top of like a mountain, scouting out for everybody, taking a couple of pot shots. We're a long ways away from that. He's down in the trenches with him right now, picking up kills. This is a scary squad on every single level. You were alluding to it earlier. Every single one of those guys can 1v1 you, and they don't care about how good your team is, and they don't care about how good you are or how much you're worth in fantasy. They will take you out.
Yeah, it'll go further than that. They can do some crazy 1v2s, 1v3s if you give them the opportunity. But anyway, let's take a look at it. Yes, indeed, Twisted Minds breaks the 130 point mark that they scored in PGS 5 to 138. But what's very impressive as well is that they did have Wolves at the door. Therathon 5 looked excellent throughout this group stage. 128 points. That is a monumental achievement, I would say, for them, alongside Day Trade here with 121.
I mean, you even still got to give it to Freaks at 100. Then you get the big drop off down 20 points in the 4 Angry Men. TSM, FaZe Clan back behind that. TDT, Cerberus, New Happy 17, FW.
Like, if you remove Therathon 5, Day Trade, and Kwangdong Freaks and their points, that is the gap, basically, of what we saw in PGS 5, right?
True.
It's significantly more competitive here in PGS 6 in terms of that group stage. Again, because it's given these teams an opportunity, a week's time to go back, study what the other teams are doing. But here's the cutoff point, and as we fully confirm here, because of that tiebreaker with the extra placement points of 3, Team Falcon makes it through. Breathe a sigh of relief, Matrim.
Every single time it gets so close. Like, we were concerned for Luna Galaxy as we were kind of coming into this one, like, oh, is 59 going to be safe? And then today just got so hectic that it just continually forced everything down. So Falcons, in what would probably be one of the most gut-wrenching moments in that last game, going down early, having to sit back and watch, do manage to secure it. But Tiamba, you do have to feel bad for him. They just got so close. Like, one extra kill, one extra, just surviving one more team, and you'd be there.
Rough stuff for them, and it did feel like, Petrichor Rowe brought out the big guns. In Ike's left, he came out to get them forward, did not make the grand final. But anyway, we have our grand final top 16 here to look at. We have got some excellent performances coming out from the group stage, and we have a brilliant lobby to come. 3 days worth of it, aside from the excellence that APAC's been able to show with Therathon 5 and Day Trade being able to take second and third. TDT once again in that finals, mate.
I love watching TDT. I love the fact that they're going to be here. Cerberus is going to be rounding out back behind that. Let's not forget about FW, who had such a great day. Luna Galaxy was a bit on the quieter side, but they are the stealth guys. They will come in, they will find ways to get points every single time. And T1, I love the fact that we managed to get T1 back into this as well, even though it was just by the skin of their teeth, so that way we get a ton of representation across the regions.
I mean, 3 America's teams in there, and it's unfortunate really that Sonics is the one that bows out.
You just got to stab it in there, don't you?
Hey,
you just got to do it.
I'm about to draw a parallel. It's kind of cool. All right, this is the Twisted Minds not qualifying for top 16 at EWC.
Sure.
Now we get unfortunately our Sonics not qualifying for top 16 here for PGS 6.
Maybe that means that just PGC is going to be that much more fun. Cross our fingers, because we will have to see is we've got a ton of upcoming matches. This has just been the group stage. We've got a ton of fun going into the grand finals. 18 matches will determine who is going to be our champion here at PGS 6. And again, I think for some fans, for a lot of people, pundits out there, maybe it's a foregone conclusion. Maybe Twisted Minds is going to be that one to get the back-to-back, which will be relatively unprecedented here. Do you think it may happen? I mean, it should, but at the same time, we had several teams that were all over 100 while we had a dominant run from Twisted. So I wouldn't say it's unfathomable that somebody could do it.
I would love to see a challenger, though.
Yeah.
If you get a Theron 5, if you get a day trade somehow coming out of nowhere and being able to win a PGS, that would be groundbreaking. But anyway, thank you very much, Matchroom, for joining me here. Thank you very much to everybody tuning in around the world. And thank you to our partners here, Krafton and VSPO, bringing you PUBG, as well as the tournament that is going on and unfolding right before your very eyes. We also have our main partner in OP.GG. If you head over there, you could overpower your game and check out all the ranking that's going on over there as well. We have our hotel partner here live from Bangkok. We have the Novo Hotel. Good job, mate. Good job. I'm doing the sponsor. Yeah, 1 second.
Yeah, you have to sponsor. He's got to pay the bills first. Let him go. Okay.
We got Novo Hotel, our hotel partner here, joining us for the ride as well. We also have the Green Park Studio. I got to do this while Patulin's judging me. This is ridiculous.
Look how nervous you're making him. I love it.
We got our Green Park Studio. No, stop. Green Park Studio is providing us all the facilities here and everything that is going down. And finally, TT Racing is providing all the chairs for all of these pro players to be super comfortable. And you too could be like Batulins, winning video games really, really well. I was about to say, do you have any last words? But nah. Do you have any last words? No, he doesn't. Matchroom, anything? No. All right. Well, that's it. We are done for the group stage. We'll see if Batulins and the boys will win another PGS, or we will see if the challengers can strike out at them. See you for the final.